Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue au championnat Elite Invitation 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2020 Elite Nationals. Before we begin, please welcome athlete Ian Ryder from Team BC and referee Luc Briand, chief referee, to read the athlete and referee oath. Avant de débuter et d'accueillir les meilleurs athlètes de la relève canadienne, veuillez accueillir M. Luc Briand et Ian Ryder de l'équipe de la Colombie-Britannique pour lire les serments des athlètes et des arbitres.
I'm Peyton Harris.
Interesting.
It's fine. We look the same. Same person. In the name of all the competitors, I promise that we shall take part in these championships, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them, committing ourselves to a sport without doping and without drugs, in the true spirits of sportsmanship for the glory and support and the honor of our teams.
That's a safe West African country. Cameroon's is good as well. Yeah.
Au nom de tous les juges et officiels, je promets que nous remplirons nos fonctions pendant ces championnats en toute impartialité, en respectant et suivant les règles qui les régissent, dans un esprit de sportivité.
Merci Luc. Thank you, Peyton. And now, please all stand for the national anthem. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever pour l'interprétation de l'hymne national.
Yes, on Twitter. So, they should bring you in for that.
Canto grasse
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez accueillir vos athlètes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your athletes.
Sido with Canada's first ever judo ambassador, His Excellency Anthony Corelli. How you doing, Anthony?
Very good. Thank you very much. This is it, man. Here we go. We're underway. First contest, mat number 1. We have an athlete from British Columbia in the blue gi. And right away, there's no feeling out process. They're going for it. Transition into Newaza. Let's see what they can make happen here.
We got Coulombe in the white gi versus Kuhoven in the blue gi from British Columbia. Working for the pin.
Cologne. Okay, we have a Quebec versus British Columbia situation here.
How fitting is that in Ottawa here at the Pierre Charbonneau Arena?
Montreal.
Montreal, what did I say? My goodness.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Your Excellency.
We were just talking. I was in Ottawa last night, so. Yeah, we're going to see now what the trend is going to be with regards to the referees allowing how much in Newaza they're going to allow. Of course, in the World Judo Tour, as long as progress is being made, the referees are allowing Newaza to continue.
Mm-hmm. We're seeing more and more of that. I think the fans want to see more Newaza. What are your thoughts on that, on the need for more Newaza in competition?
Well, I mean, Newaza is important. When we train half Tachiwaza, half Newaza, so I think it should be reflected in competition. But also, you want to adapt as a sport to meet the, I don't want to say market demands, but you know,
the evolution.
The evolution,
Sure.
obviously. You know, MMA is very popular and different components of that. So we want to be. So, for example, let's say there's a kid out there that watches the UFC. It's very popular, and they want to potentially use judo as a sport that's going to help them. One of their sports. We have to make sure we offer the right things that are going to help someone in the future, and of course, Newaza is a big part of that. Perfect example, you know, when Ronda Rousey burst on the scene, it was her Newaza that really
made her shine.
Made her shine, absolutely.
Big time. Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Coulombe's got the choke there.
Kansetsu Waza. And just like that, that was a quick. So a lot of the chokes, I wish I had some actual numbers, but are from mistros. When someone keeps that lapel grip, someone goes for a mistro, they're perfectly positioned to transition to the ground with an immediate choke.
N'oubliez pas de
Of course, the most popular right now is the bow and arrow choke. We see that a lot in the World Judo
Facebook,
Tour.
Twitter, Snapchat et Instagram.
A hip choke.
De plus, Judo
People,
Canada vous
take the
rappelle
back,
que vous
half
pouvez
Nelson
maintenant
type
utiliser leur
situation.
gift
But
personnalisé à la
when you
saveur
have
du
a
judo
drop-down
canadien.
throw,
Remember to follow
you have to keep in mind that you are open now to this counter choke.
So is that how people are drilling it in practice as far as countering via chokes? Is that established
I'm a
across the
coach,
board?
and what I'll do is I'll have people partner up, someone do a failed drop-down throw, and immediately practice the choke, so it becomes instinctive.
All right, we've got here a competitor from BC. Her last name is Woenstein versus Lund from BC. In blue, it's BC versus BC.
They came all this way, and they're fighting their neighbors. We got a lefty versus righty situation here.
What's as a coach, what's the mood like here for competitors from your perspective? Big competition here. This is obviously the Elite Nationals, the biggest tournament for these competitors.
Yeah, for a lot of people, being invited to the Elite Nationals is already an accomplishment in itself because you're being identified as, you know, the top 8 in the country in your category. But that being said, it's a shorter day. If you have 8 people in the category, you're starting in the quarterfinals already. Oh, there's an arm lock right there. Another little bit of Newaza. We're 2 for 2 Newaza. So it's a quick day, and it's high pressure. You know, you win, you go on, and you lose, and that's it, really, right?
What's the mind state going into these competitions as far as Are people generally nervous, and how does one combat that when they're on the mat?
Well,
Because of course these competitors are young, right? They're U18.
Yeah, you combat it with just lots of competition, but there are people that need sports psychologists to really tap into that focus, that aggression, that
Mindset.
to set the pace and not be someone who's going to be a spectator and respond. It's action reaction. You want to be the action.
I like that, to be a spectator, right? Because sometimes things happen to them and they're not engaged in the fight. They're not imposing their will.
And I know that from experience. I've had matches where I walked off and the coach looked at me like, you could have won that at any time. It's all about mindset. And I still remember a match I had. It was a pivotal, life-changing match. I was in the U.S. Open and I was down. Maybe a Wazari, maybe a Yuko. And I just had this moment where I'm like, enough of this. I can beat this guy. And that switch in my mind translated into me switching on the mat, and I ended up winning.
We've got Brazo in white here versus Calder in blue.
Interesting situation when you have a righty versus lefty and someone, let's say the right-handed person goes for an Oochi and you counter and you both land on your side. Tough job for the referee to determine who. There they go again. Okay, that was a clean counter. That's a Wazari. Immediately into an Osai Komi. Yeah, when both fighters land on their side, you now have to figure out who was the person that was initiating the movement to the ground.
And Calder successfully secured that.
So technically, she finished that match with an Osai Komi. So we are seeing
Newaza, yeah. That's exciting. Now, of course, you've done commentary at the international level with the IGF. Speak to us on seeing a lot of the world's Newaza, because would it be fair to say that various countries bring their own sprinkle of Newaza magic?
Yeah, but it's interesting because Judo Newaza seems to be very trendy, so to speak. So there will be a move that is popular in the world circuit, and then obviously every country goes home and drills it, and they come back. A lot of, now when someone's flat on their stomach, you grab their belt and you kind of do that sankaku osai komi.
Yeah.
That is very popular. The bow and arrow choke is super popular. A lot of those turnovers. Here we go again, righty versus lefty. We're seeing a lot of these situations, but beautiful transition there into an offside Iponsu Nagi.
We've got Eau Claire in white
Drop down, there it is, that's Ippon.
Chaporin in blue, who manages the Ippon there.
So with that drop-down throw, now because of the threat of a choke, you'd really have to be conscious of that drive. You got to drop down and go, push, and don't allow the other person to stop the momentum, set up, and go for the choke. You got to drive. And you'll see fighters now driving 7, 8 steps, driving almost even backwards to make sure that they rotate their opponent on their back.
You got to commit, right, and be consistent in that movement.
For those watching at home, you do have the option to go to mat number 2. There will not be commentary on that mat, but if there's a fighter coming up that you are very interested in, by all means, please click on that. And when you're ready, come on back. We'll be here.
We've got Desoro versus Elki Mostoyev. Mostoyev in blue versus Desoro in white. Quebec versus Ontario here. In Montreal, it's gonna get heated here. There's a lot of rivalry between, I would imagine, Quebec and Ontario for many sports and many things. And I'm sure most of these competitors, Anthony, are very familiar with each other.
Yeah, especially within the provinces, more so. But we also, we have the Open National Championships as well. So this is not the be-all to end-all. There is another national championships where if somebody's having a great day and makes one mistake, and judo is a sport of split-second timing, and somebody can make a mistake, but they'll have another chance to redeem themselves at the Open Nationals.
We're just seeing Desoro, they're trying to go for a drop shoulder throw. I think it's the first Shido I've seen all day. This is match number 4 or 5.
Whoop.
Oh! Beautiful counter there.
You gotta make sure you have your balance when you go for an attack. There's another arm lock there on mat number 2 taking place. A little more Newaza. For those that are watching that are young kids and aspiring judoka, you know, make sure that you are the one that dictates where you're going to go. Once you're locked up and you have your grip, don't follow. Don't follow the person. Make them follow you.
We've got Coulombe versus Chevalier coming up next. Coulombe in white, Chevalier in blue.
Is it the same Coulombe that fought earlier? No.
I think it might be, yes. Jean-Pascal Coulombe.
That's a quick turnaround, if it is.
We've got another Quebec versus Ontario match here.
There's a drive. He has to, that's it, and he got on top. So he went for the drop down, but did not remain on the ground. He popped up, and now he's on top. Referee's going to call Mate. As soon as you have that split second of no action, you're indicating to the referee where we want to stand back up.
Chevalier is slightly taller than his opponent. Are there any advantages for being a taller judoka?
If you know how to use it, there's definitely different techniques that are better suited for different heights. You know, a classic Morote Sionagi would be better for, oh, look at this, nice turnover. Look at it going for a Jujigatami here, trying to isolate that arm. It looks like he's going to be able to get it.
Can he secure it here?
He needs to break that grip.
Chevalier holding on for dear life here.
And it looks like they're going to be, yep, stand back up, Mate. There was no more progress. If the referee can see the grip loosening and the fingers sliding, he's going to let it go. But once it comes to a complete stop, of course, you have those overhand grip techniques for taller fighters like Uchimatas and Haragoshis. And
I'm seeing a slight level of aggression being picked up by Chevalier.
Tomonagi attempt, almost got it.
Some people start the matches aggressively right from the get-go, and others just go with the flow.
Yeah, a lot of fighters use Tomonagi to transition into Newaza, but it's an art to be able to do that, especially if your intention is to transition into Newaza without getting a false attack penalty. You have to do the throw and do it significantly enough that you don't get a penalty, even if your intention is to go into Newaza. A little Sumagaishi attempt there, yeah.
Trying to secure the back here, potentially. Ref giving sufficient amount of time for Newaza there. It's great to see that again. Oh, there it is. No point awarded, of course, but he does have the choke.
Yep, floated right over, had the lapel. He's putting a lot of pressure. That's it.
Just after a failed Seoi, as you were talking about before.
Even if the lapel of the judogi is above the jawline on the chin, you can still do a lot of damage reefing and pulling the jaw out of place. Some people, you know, you could tap just from the pain. It's not a choke, but it's, you know, breaking your teeth. There it is again. Look, hip choke right
Nice
into it.
counter, yeah.
That's a counter, but I don't know if there was enough on that to... He's immediately going for that choke. Now he's going for the arm lock.
He's isolating the arm.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Beautiful bit of Newaza there. He took whatever he had.
That was a fun, dynamic back and forth match there. You're watching us live on JudoCanada.tv. This is the 2020 edition of the Elite Nationals, coming straight to you from Montreal.
The Pierre Charbonneau Center, We're right down by the Olympic Stadium, and there's a lot of stuff down here, the Biodome.
Right. And this year, of course, Your Excellency, it's the Olympics coming up in a few months here.
2020, it's an Olympic year, yeah. You know, it's
big deal for Canada, obviously, particularly for this combat sport. As many are saying that this could be the year we might be seeing some Canadians potentially attain a gold medal. Definitely some that will be on the podium. Fingers crossed, knock on wood.
Canadian judo is just
on fire.
It's on fire, taking off. Of course, Krista Deguchi with her gold medal performance at the World Championships. She's a hopeful. There's some up-and-coming young guys. I love watching Shadi El Nahas. I think he's super exciting. And Valois Fortier, I mean, he's tried, tested, and proven. The whole squad is just so good right now. Of course, even Shadi's brother, Mohab, and Kyle Reese, and Marjeli Don. I mean, the list goes on, right? We have a really good judo program, and we're catching the attention of everybody internationally. My mission is to have people talk about judoka, the Canadian judoka, like they talk about Bianca Andreescu, obviously the tennis player that just captured a Grand Slam this year. We have to get it on the news. We have to, when we talk about golf and we talk about tennis, we got to talk about Canadian judo results.
For sure. And of course, for people who are listening right now,
beautiful.
Beautiful throw by Mercier Ross.
Really got his hip in. He was so deep, there was really no chance to avoid that.
You hear the pop from the audience here. Obviously, this competitor is from I believe he's from Montreal. Lots of local fans here at the Pierre Charbonneau Arena. It's great to see that enthusiasm from the audience and that level of energy.
Yeah, and the thing with family is that they're not just seeing the fight. They're seeing him in their mind, you know, jogging early in the morning and coming home and taping up your fingers and, you know, taping up your ankle, and you got hurt at practice, and you just all the dedication and sacrifice. And that's why it's emotional for parents, because this is just the tip of the iceberg. You're just seeing the competition. There's so much behind it, so much love poured into it, you know.
A lot of dedication, determination, and many struggles, obviously, as people are trying to climb to the top, both at the national and international level. But going back to talk about your role as ambassador in terms of promoting the sport of judo, how's it been thus far as the Canadian landscape? Has it been receptive to judo?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I built up, nice little bit of Ashiwaza there. The majority of my fan base and following is obviously from professional wrestling. So I'm just trying to leverage that and introduce judo to as many new people as possible. When I post a video, and obviously BJJ is very popular in the United States, but when you're watching a video and you see somebody in a judo gi showing a technique, and if you don't know the difference and you're MMA enthusiast or BJJ enthusiast, you're still going to click on it.
Right.
So we have to capitalize on that MMA audience, that professional wrestling audience. And one of the things I do is I try and tell people, if you want to become a professional wrestler, because there are many people out there aspiring pro wrestlers, that judo is the perfect prerequisite to build a foundation of grappling, learning how to fall safely, submissions, you know, and just falling and getting back up is one of the most important things in judo, because it's not just in sport, but in life. Sometimes you're going to fall, but you got to get back up. You're not going to win all the time, but you get back up and you keep training and you analyze you watch your footage, you analyze your fights, you try and improve and fix mistakes and come back and put your best foot forward.
Now speak to us about your experience and time with the sport of judo. Obviously, you're a former competitor, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I started when I was 9 years old. My main sensei was Goki Uemura, and he came from Japan, really in the hopes of spreading judo around the world. His graduating university class, they went to different countries to spread judo. And he did. I mean, it was incredible. I was very lucky to have such an old school, direct from Japan sensei. And he was hard on us, but he made us strong. And our club, Shinbukan, there was a time when we were juniors, I think where I was 18 years old, in Ontario had 9 gold medals at the Nationals, and we had 7 from our club.
Wow. Wow.
And we were just strong. And I mean, he was ahead of his time, really, with the functional training we did and the way he thought about conditioning and the way, we were his son. So I was lucky because his son, Brent Uemura, multiple time a junior national champion. I was the same age and the same weight, so I was his training partner. And we had that old school mentality, like on Sundays, 1,000 Uchikomi.
Wow.
In sets of 50, and we had our whole Newaza routine, and our practice took sometimes up to over 4 hours.
Wow.
Just drilling and until it became instinctual. And judo was perfect for me in terms of, when I started, I was a kid and I lost and kept training, and all of a sudden I won a fight, and all of a sudden I won 2 fights, and all of a sudden I won a tournament, and oh, beautiful, that's a counter. That's going to be for blue, yep. And then we go to the national circuit, and you show up there, and you win 1, you lose 1, and then you come back and you win 2, and miss out a medal, and all of a sudden you get a silver medal. I got 4 silver medals before I finally won a national title at 78 kilograms at U21, and it's just such a perfect metaphor for life, like to come second 4 times made that gold medal so much more valuable, or just, it was incredible to finally overcome that. And that's that's what I take. I don't take it Morote Sionagi into my adult life, but I take never giving up.
Right.
And accomplishing your goals into my adult life. So judo is the vehicle. We use judo to develop this mindset, these skills, this personality. And then we grow up and we take that mindset, and personality into adult life and never give up and have success and have a good work ethic and self-discipline and learning how to work with others. And it's funny because judo is all about making, steel sharpen steel, right? There's another Rosario. That's going to be Rosario Awasete Ipan.
For Jade Lowenstein from British Columbia.
Mutual welfare and benefit. The world needs more of that.
For sure. Now more than ever,
Giving your training partners the perfect amount of resistance to make them strong, but not to make it too easy and not to make it too hard that they don't have a successful completion. Finding that sweet spot of resistance to making people strong, that is super valuable.
No doubt. If you're watching this right now, if you switch over to mat number 2, you'll see Asia Douglas, who's a very fierce young competitor out of Ontario.
Yeah, she just competed at the Cadet Worlds in 2019. Very strong. Her father today predicted 2 gold medals. We'll see how that turns out. She's very capable.
Very proud father, obviously. We see a lot of families out here. It's quite a family experience, wouldn't you say? A lot of...
Absolutely. It's one of those one-stop shops where the whole family can go do judo, boys, girls, parents. You drive to the dojo, and it's a family. I mean, the friends you make. I have friends from when I was 12 years old that I'll see them at tournaments, and now they're senseis of other clubs, and we'll be like, hey, how you doing? And now their kids are in it, and when my daughter was younger, she was in it, and my young son, he will be in it when he's old enough. He already has his first judo gi.
He already has his first.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful Uchimata there. Very nice execution.
Brazo wasting no time with that. Right from the get-go, 8 seconds in, and bam, gets the ippon.
Yeah, might as well conserve that energy for the later rounds.
I think she slightly surprised her opponent there with that quick and prompt attack. The element of surprise, Your Excellency. Speak to us on that.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to get fired up. When you are on that on-deck mat, I use the analogy, like a drag race car?
Yeah.
Before they go, they spin their tires and they rev the engine and they get fired up. You can't just come out cold and expect to be able to go full throttle. So you got to come out there very, very warmed up, amped up, and get ready to go, because otherwise you could have that opportunity where you get caught off guard. And this is a game of split seconds, split second timing, and all of a sudden you're going to find yourself on your back, looking up at the lights and wondering what the heck just happened.
What just happened? Yes, we've got Esparbes in white versus McChrystal in blue. McChrystal from Ontario, Esparbes from BC.
Working some newaza now. I know there's a McChrystal from Ontario out of Oshawa. I wonder if that's his sister.
Crystal manages to turn over Esparbes here, but she's got her her left leg stuck, or right leg. Half guard by Esparbes, who scrambles out.
Beautiful display of newaza, transitioning from one technique to the next. Here they go, back up, tachiwaza. We have a glimpse there through the curtain, and you can see guys on the warm-up mats in the back getting ready, firing off really fast. Uchikomi getting that body up to speed, up to maximum speed. Because you don't just have to warm up your body physically. You have to warm up your joints, warm up your muscles, but warm up your reflexes.
And how does one do that? Through the Uchikomi?
You can, just starting off slow and speeding up gradually till you reach maximum speed. Sometimes reflexes are, you can train them, but they're also, genetically determined as well.
I mean, like the quick twitch sort of?
Just fast twitch muscles, the response time.
Right.
And you'll see athletes now doing exercises with lights.
Yes.
Touching lights as fast as they can to be able to improve their reaction time. And then you have to match that reaction time with technical knowledge. So, for example, somebody goes for a big Ippon Seonagi. Well, what do you do with that reaction time? What's the correct technique to negate that throw? There's a lot to it. There's a choke right there. She's going in. She has her back.
McChrystal's trying to crystallize this moment here. A lot of energy is exerted in newaza, I suppose, and people will try to avoid newaza maybe due to that, right? Because there's a lot of pulling and pushing and...
Yeah, so sometimes when you're on top and you want to turn someone over, it just comes down to brute horsepower. She has the triangle secured here. Let's see if she's going to try and finish the... Yeah, that's right. You hear someone in the audience saying pull the leg over to get her on her back, to hopefully get a Sankaku Osai Komi. Right now she's on her back, so that's not a hold down. And I don't know if she's going to... I don't think the choke is going to work. There's a little too much space. But there she goes. She's trying to get her on her back. She's halfway there. Let's see how this is going to... She's trying to unhook that leg. She has it across the foot and not quite the ankle, so it won't be tight enough for a choke. But it looks like she's going to survive this unless she's able to get up.
Not enough pressure, I suppose, but...
But good bit of newaza nonetheless.
Great effort for sure. We're hearing fans and supporters yelling for competitors' name, but it's generally a very polite, respectful crowd out here. Is it like that at the international level when... Oh,
there's an Osai Komi hold down. Yeah, there's a difference between
like in Brazil, and different markets, different
no one
energies.
really boos for the other person. You can cheer for your person as loud as you want, as long as you're not really booing the other person.
As long as you're booing the face or the heel.
Yeah. Sometimes, in Europe, they whistle when they're unhappy, and they'll whistle sometimes towards the referee for a call that they did. The referees have tough jobs. Now they have, obviously, the video replay, thank God, because it's fractions of a second sometimes. Especially when someone's rotating, did the back touch, did the side touch?
Right. And now the IGF has this 360 camera, right, with the instant replay where they can rotate that.
That was a at the Worlds. We're talking about that. That so far was a one-off.
Oh, they're not implementing it on all.
You had to have the right building. So the Budokan Theater in Tokyo was the right building.
Right.
And that is the Olympic venue for next year. So they'll probably have it for that. But that was
brilliant.
awesome.
That was amazing.
Awesome. Esparbez now is really turning up the pace. She's realizing with 30. Oh, they're in golden score. Nothing on the board. This is it. First score wins. Again, righty versus lefty. A lot of righty versus lefty situations here. So once you get that lapel grip, now that ever important pulling hand, or the Sarote hand, it just becomes really important in terms of breaking your opponent's balance and trying to get them into a rotational situation where you can now stick your hip in, stick your leg in, and just try and execute a throw.
I guess golden score could be summed up as basically who wants it more, who desires to win, who's giving 110%, because both competitors have been going at it for over 4 minutes now. You can imagine they were both tired, and you can see the fatigue setting in.
At this age and weight, they're not too tired.
Right, fair enough, true.
Yeah, but when it comes to someone like, for example, you have a heavyweight competitor in golden score, it's gut check time. Drop down. Ooh, a little too much space. She's in danger there. She should get up. Now look, she's going for the choke. Shin across the back. Putting both shins now where she can just post off that and pull, almost like a deadlift.
You can see the coaches on the side there, very animated with their hands.
Yeah, so the coaches can only give instructions during the mate period. During the fight, like right now, the coaches can't say anything.
Right.
And then, of course, when it's mate and they go back to the center of the mat, that's an opportunity for the athlete to look over at their coach and get some instructions. So they have.
Oh,
that should be it. A little bit of Ashiwaza there. No, maybe not. Let's see if they're going to have a review. And if that's going to be a score. So the rule is there has to be an identifiable technique.
Oh, they're giving it to her.
No, that was.
No, that was a Shido. What am I saying?
So if I go for an attack and I just slip and fall on my back, and you didn't really do a technique, you're not going to get the score. But if you can demonstrate to the officials that you put some tewaza into that, some hand techniques, and you turned your hips and turned your shoulders and let out a kiai, it would indicate, see, she's landing on her side there. That's pretty close to a Rosari. You got to see if her lats, her side of her body's touching the mat, then that'll be a score.
McChrystal trying to crystallize the moment here, folks. She's giving it everything. We're looking at the 44 kilo competitors here, very, very light, but as you mentioned, great endurance.
And fast, really fast.
7 minutes of competition. This is very impressive to see competitors, going at it at the same pace, more or less, for over.
Oh, yeah.
7 minutes.
At the Worlds, there was a few fights, 7 minutes into golden score.
How important is cardio in judo, would you say? Is it like, if you were to draw up an algorithm or formula, Your Excellency, what characteristics would you throw in there?
Yeah, you need fast twitch muscles. You need strength, basic strength. The fact that we can get a grip of our opponent, a solid grip, means we can really apply a lot of strength. Your hands aren't going to slip off. So you need to have attributes like an Olympic weightlifter, explosive hips, explosive muscles, the ability to lift. And then, of course, you need endurance. Now, because we have this stop and start scenario, you have to have this aerobic base, the ability to recover. Every time that referee says mate, you should be able, by the time you walk back to the center of the mat, you should be able to recover significantly and then get out there and have this anaerobic conditioning, this sprinting style. Right now, as they're walking, they should be breathing, recovering, getting rid of lactic acid in the arms. Now, because the coaches can only coach during the mate period, they often try to get as much information across as possible.
That must be quite a challenge when there's so much to say, right? There could be.
You have to just pick the most important thing.
Right.
I don't know what's happening here. She looks like she's going for a choke.
Esparza's not letting that happen.
Mate is called. So this is interesting because one of these things where she's fighting a choke, she's not quite ready to tap, but it could be having an effect. And now they get back to their feet. She might not be at 100% because the choke was having a little bit of an effect, and that's going to make her more susceptible to being thrown if she's not 100%.
Focused and engaged. Yeah, you're right. She's certainly building the case, and the momentum is there. But any second now, Esparza could counter and throw her own refutation of sorts.
Oh, that was well scouted by McChrystal.
Bow and arrow, maybe. Yeah.
She's going for it again.
Also referred to as the RT choke. A choke named after Arthur Margeridon, who's a member of the national team.
Yes, I saw him execute that on the World Judo Tour very nicely.
I've heard that the sale of artichokes have gone through the roof after he's coined that choke as the artichoke.
He should be sponsored by the artichoke farmers.
There you go. There, I think you've got a case there.
I love artichokes. Marinated in olive oil.
Oh yeah.
Man, we gotta get some here.
There's got to be a good rest. There's plenty of great restaurants here in Montreal. You're watching us live here on JudoCanada.tv, the 2020 edition of the Elite Nationals. We're joined by His Excellency, Sir Anthony Corelli.
Yeah.
Who you may know as, of course, Santino Marella from his time at World Wrestling Entertainment, entertaining fans worldwide.
Yeah, a lot of people, they'll say, hey, it must have been nice to, be a wrestler and do something you love. And I'm like, well, I'll be honest, judo is my first love. It was nice to be a wrestler, but as soon as I retired, I returned to my sport in multiple aspects, coaching, commentating. I'm the toughest kid. I'm the toughest guy in the kids' class in my gym.
Hey, that's an accomplishment as well, for sure.
Yeah.
And you're coaching, of course, judo, but there's a variety of different styles at your gym. Is there not? Yeah, there's a variety of combat styles and
wrestling, and I mean under the grappling we do wrestling, judo, and jiu-jitsu. Those are, I think, the most transferable with regards to borrowing techniques from the other.
Along with judo, of course, you wrestled as well, I believe. Back in the day, you did some wrestling as well.
Concordia University, right here in Montreal. I basically just adapted my judo
to your wrestling.
To wrestling, yeah. I did a lot of.
Man, how did you manage doing all these sports during those days?
I have no idea. I even had a child in university too.
Wow.
And I was a full-time student. And yeah.
What did you study?
Geography.
Interesting. And now you're traveling the world doing commentary. So there you go. It's the merger of all these interests.
Yeah, absolutely.
Folks, this is incredible. This is almost 11 minutes of judo action between Esparza and McChrystal.
Yeah, and when you factor in the mate time, that's another 5-6 minutes. So now the clock is stopped right now. And it goes again. So you factor in that, and we're probably close to 15, 16 minutes of overall time.
We're seeing quite the fighting spirit, the warrior spirit here being exemplified by both of these competitors. That determination, that endurance, that mental focus.
Well, someone's going to slip up. Whoop! Gosh, she almost went for Uchimata and missed the leg.
You called that right on time, man. It's like you had a premonition.
Uchimata Tsukashi But that's the thing. When the fatigue kicks in, you start getting a little sloppy in the footwork. Actually, knock on wood, but that's also when injuries start to happen sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're not as sure-footed. But this fatigue and the fact that they're slowing down should it's going to provide opportunities.
For sure. I mean, people fear that the F word, which is fatigue, and when it comes in, when it sets in and it creeps on you, things begin to unravel. Seeing some footwork here from Esparbes. Setting up potentially.
Oh, drive. That's it.
There
She
it
got
is.
it.
She crystallized the moment. McChrystal. Angelina McChrystal from Ontario. Tremendous effort by Esparbes, but McChrystal gets the victory there. Outstanding match, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, just when she fell down, she had enough, mat savviness to realize she just had to change direction a little bit, expose her back and shoulders to the mat to get that score, and she got it. Look how fatigued they are. They can't even tuck their gi in their belt. That lactic acid built up in the arms. And there you have it. What a battle. They're still tired.
Wow. Hopefully they'll have enough rest time as we move on to the next competition here. By the way, folks, this great event here, Elite Nationals 2020, is brought to you by a variety of sponsors, such as Savvy, Sherwood Forward, TKNL, EC3D, Savvy, as I mentioned, and Hatashta. How important is sponsorship to putting on such events?
It's everything. To be honest, our job as a governing body of a sport is to really demonstrate the value, and the value is really in the exposure they're going to get and the participation base. In Quebec, there's a lot of people that do judo,
Right.
and I mean, all across Canada, there are judo enthusiasts, and we gotta. So people, when you see that, so for example, let's say it's time to buy a car, and people are very loyal to people that support your sport, and if it's time to buy a car and you like Ford,
Yeah.
and you live in the area, go to Sherwood Ford and reward them for sponsoring the sport that you love and helping these events take place.
For making that key investment in this community, for sure.
And it is a good investment for companies to sponsor events, because especially when it's a sport like judo, it's not hockey, soccer, baseball, one of the super popular professional sports
Sure.
that you see on TV.
Sure.
And this is an Olympic sport, it's an amateur sport, and we need funding. We always need funding. We always need help putting on events, sending athletes to tournaments. And because of that, we have to be, we as in the judo community, has to be more loyal in terms of people got to know. If I support a judo event, judo athletes, judo families will in turn buy my product,
Sure.
use my services, because they recognize the fact that I sponsored their event. So it takes effort on both sides. We can't just take sponsorships and not reward them. We have to be very conscious of rewarding our sponsors, and that's going to encourage more sponsors.
For sure, and it's also another aspect of the sponsorship, of course, is this event is being funded by the government of Canada, and it's being webcasted by tvgo.ca that does an outstanding job. So it's a collaborative effort here as we're celebrating this great combat sport of judo that's growing in popularity in Canada. Obviously, it's a global main sport. I'd say, in my humble, maybe not as objective opinion, I'd say it's the go-to combat sport at the Olympics, particularly this year, 2020, where the sport of judo goes back to the quote-unquote motherland, which is Tokyo, Japan. So it's very exciting for the international judo community and family, and it's going to mean a big deal for any Canadian who's on the squad to be going to Tokyo 2020 and hopefully making the podium.
Yeah, I mean, competing in judo in a Tokyo Olympics is incredible. But internationally, judo is huge. You go to Europe, I mean, obviously France is the Institut de Judo there in Paris is massive. But I heard a statistic once that judo is the #2 sport in the world with regards to country participation.
Wow.
You have countries from Africa, a lot of countries from Africa, all over Europe, North America, Central America, South America, Australia, Asia. There's representation everywhere.
Yeah, it's got global reach, big time. I'd say more so than other grappling sports. Quite frankly, not that it's a competition.
I don't know if that's...
She fell on her behind there.
And then pushed her forward, but was it smooth enough to... their coaches are getting up. They seem happy with that or willing to accept it. That's Bryn Iwasa from Alberta. And, of course, her coach there is a former Olympian, Johan Beaton. I wish he moved to Ontario. I live in Ontario. He's just an awesome coach. He's brilliant in judo, and he's very dedicated and passionate. And any province that gets him as a coach is a very lucky province.
How would you describe him as a competitor?
He's intense. He was also my roommate.
Oh, wow.
And he was an intense roommate, and he was an intense competitor. And I was the kind of athlete that, I needed to kick in the butt sometimes, some motivation to get up. He did not need anybody to kick him. He kicked himself in the butt, and he was like clockwork.
Wow.
Same food, same time. He was an inspiration, actually, and he was a mentor to me. Look at these little guys go here.
We're seeing Craig Merman from Quebec in white versus Tatishvili in blue from Ontario. That's Luka
Tatishvili,
Tatishvili.
Georgian descent, obviously, with that textbook Georgian name.
There's a Uranagi. I think he's setting him up for a lift there.
Yeah.
Tatishvili wanting to send Kregerman to Tbilisi.
Ooh, look at this nice bit in there. Hadaka Jime.
Look at that.
That's like a rear naked choke. But interesting. You don't see many rear naked chokes like that. Just because you have the lapel and it's more effective, I think. But you're able to get that chin down when it's a rear naked choke. It's even more effective when you have the middle of the forearm against the throat. That's really Hadaka Jime,
That Georgian style of judo, very entertaining for fans who love big throws and big lifts, massive uranagis, big back body drops, of course. That's who doesn't love that, man?
The whole region, really,
Oh!
Beautiful a little bit of Tomonagi attempt there.
Tried to catch the arm in transition.
By Kremerman.
Helicopter. Very aggressive here, this Luka Tatishvili. Very focused and aggressive.
See, this is one of those things. We're watching these young kids fight, and you can literally fast forward 10 years and watch these guys fighting in their 20s. Look at this. Beautiful, that's it. Beautiful throw by Kremerman. That's a pun.
Could we get a replay on that, folks?
So he popped the hips up and then did the rotation after he was in the air. Beautiful.
What a finish. Hopefully we'll get a replay on that. Did you hit any uranagis and suplexes of sorts when you were competing in judo, lifts and what have you?
Yeah, a little bit. I think when I was younger I did them. I started off with counters, and then as I got older I was able to lift here a little more.
We got Tremblay.
Not too many, though.
We've got Tremblay versus Niyolov, excuse me. Niyolov in blue, Tremblay in white.
Yeah, so you may notice that a lot of these names that seem to come from Russian descent are in Ontario. So northern Toronto, Richmond Hill, Thornhill, there's a large Russian population. And, of course, some really good coaches out there and some dojos that have opened up that are capitalizing on this population. And you go to tournaments, local tournaments in Ontario, and you'll see a lot of Russian...
Eastern European.
Yeah, Georgian, Ukrainian, Eastern European,
yeah.
Former Soviet republics.
Sure.
And they do judo, and it's great. It's stimulating the participation numbers. And here they are. I mean, their families are into it, and they bring large contingents. The judo clubs are very successful, and they compete at national championships. So it's very good for the sport.
Big time, and there's a rich and proud tradition of combat sports in that part of the world. Not just judo, of course, but other grappling styles, freestyle,
Wrestling,
Greco,
sambo,
yeah, very popular. And
even another Uranagi. Now he landed on his back elbow, so he's only going to get a Wazari. His back didn't hit, but that's Osai Komi, and that is a tight Osai Komi. So we only need 10 seconds now. Once you have a Wazari, you only need 10 seconds to secure a Wazari Awasete Ippon, and we got it. Nice bit of judo there. That's Tremblay, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So 2 Uranagi throws back-to-back from Quebec fighters.
Outstanding.
I wonder if they have the same coach.
Tremblay's from
Alberta.
it's your homeboy from Alberta.
Yeah. Owen Beaton, Coach Beaton, yeah. It's a French name. I shouldn't have assumed.
Earlier on, you mentioned the role of sports psychology for competitors in judokas. At the elite level, especially for competitors who fight abroad, how important is that? And is it part of their training regiment as far as being able to calm the mind, to zone in on?
I know
on
now, if you're on the national team, you will have access to sports psychologists. But, at the club level, you don't. And sometimes at the club levels where you might need it, there might be a kid who's super talented, and there's something, whether it's a confidence issue, it's a fear of losing issue, it's a pressure issue by the parents or whatever it is, but not having the right mindset can really extinguish a judo career early if not addressed. So it's something that we should get at the club level, provincial level, and not just the national level. It's super valuable.
Wallet here being very aggressive from the get-go. It's Wallet in blue versus Niyolov in Artem Niyolov in white.
So that must be a brother?
I think so, yeah. They got the same coach as well. I believe the coach competed at World Masters the World Masters competition last year. You may know that coach.
Yeah.
Very animated coach, very passionate coach.
Yeah, he's awesome. I see him at a lot of tournaments, and he's very involved, and he gets warnings sometimes, but hey, that's just because he's passionate about it.
Oh.
He competed. Oh, that's a poem right there. He competed at, I believe it was for Ukraine on the world, not just Masters. I mean, he competed in the World Judo Tour.
I shook his hand once, and my hand disappeared.
Yeah.
He's got these hands that are like humongous.
Apparently, when he competed, he was heavyweight. Now he's, of course, doesn't need to be that big, so he's lost some weight. But you can still see there's a frame of a heavyweight there.
Right.
Big guy.
Cool. It's all good. So you were here when the Judo Grand Prix, came to Ottawa?
Yeah.
Or to Montreal.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And you did some commentary for that as well, did you?
I did, yeah. That was my first time I was officially booked.
Right.
I did the whole event. It was fantastic. The audience was making the event, really educated judo audience. They came from all over Canada to support. And it was just around the corner from here, actually, the Maurice Richard building. It's just literally less than a kilometer away in this Olympic Village area.
And what did you think? We've got Brisgin in white versus Woulette in blue. What did you think of Teddy Rainier's match there against Kopernik? You called that one, I believe, right?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
And they went into golden score as well. And, of course, Kaepernick is, world champion, Olympic champion in a different category. But just to see Teddy Riner walk on the mat and the sheer mass and size, and he has that superstar appeal because he is, what is his record? Something like 150-0.
Right.
Is anyone going to solve the riddle that is Teddy Riner and be able to beat him one day? And even when he steps away, it's like he's allowing people to close the gap, but they just can't reach him. It was incredible. It was my first time actually watching him compete live. He's just so massive. And I always wonder if judo became more popular in the United States, some of these guys that would have been tight ends in the NFL or basketball players.
Totally.
And, Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah. I mean, there's certainly a need for more active promotion of the sport in Canada, of course, as well as in the U.S. In South America, Brazil is judo is very popular in Brazil and other parts of the America.
It has to be offered in the schools. If we had NCAA judo, can you imagine?
Wow.
Or we had CIA, judo.
Yeah.
And then it trickled down into high schools, and you can get a scholarship from doing judo. And that's all on me. That's the stuff I want to get done.
Right.
To allow. Well, we have to really focus on more sports. We should have scholarships in Canada. We should have more sports in high school. We have to focus on things that make us human beings. We have enough machines to do everything for us. We need to do music and art and philosophy and anthropology and sport and cooking and all these things that restore what it is to be human.
And I mean, the personal development alone, as you mentioned before, through the sport of judo, the mutual welfare, the caring for others, the discipline and the focus that you get from judo. And we've seen the IGF as well produce outstanding videos and stories with their Judo for Peace initiative, where they travel all over the world, exploring the theme of judo as personal development and community development. I believe the team now is deployed in South Africa, capturing imagery for their next IJF story on judo in South Africa there. So it's outstanding. It's a very unique sort of sport, because if you do a comparative analysis of what other sports are doing, they're not even tapping into the human element of the sports. We focus more on the knockout, I'm a huge mixed martial arts fan, and that's the sort of content that's pushed out. But whereas judo's leading marketing seems to be, the betterment of society as a whole.
Yeah,
so
and you know what? With regards to equality, judo is definitely a world leader, especially now with the mixed team competitions, and other sports are following suit. We closed the gap. Before it was 5-minute competitions for men and 4 for women. Now it's 4 across the board, completely equal. And I talk about that, and I'm actually very proud of that. That growing up, the girls and the guys, we train together. We do the same amount of exercises, same amount of push-ups, and I've been surrounded by strong, powerful, intelligent women, and it raises your expectations or your standards with regards to knowing what women are capable of.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, being a father to a daughter, there was I never had the thought, oh, take it easy, she's a girl. No, she's a woman, and I know what women can do, and they're very strong and very capable, and I pushed her accordingly.
That's very important, the theme of equality in sports, and as you mentioned, for sure the sport is leading the way and influencing so many other sports.
Yeah, I had a discussion with Mr. Theodore Pupp of the IGF, and we were talking about, they have the Judo for the World initiative, and they often go into places where people can't afford judo, but they overlook North America. So you have this, and it's not so much, okay, so for example, let's say in the southern United States, let's say in southeast Texas, that provides a crazy percentage of NFL athletes.
Right.
Why not spend some money there and try and make judo popular, like socially popular, and make highlight the accomplishments of one athlete and say, wow, look at this guy, he's a judo superstar, and all of a sudden other kids are going to go, wow, I want to have that recognition. I want to be considered a judo superstar. And if it catches on and spreads like wildfire, the United States is going to start being a powerhouse in judo. If we catch on to that there's poverty in North America as well.
Big time.
And it's, because it's a first world country, and it's the United States and it's Canada, and we're world leaders in so many things, we overlook the fact that there is poverty here, and we have to really try and penetrate that market as well. We have a lot of excellent athletes that don't have the resources.
Oh.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Beaton's being relentless.
Relentless is absolutely a perfect way, and that is all she wrote there. And that is actually Johan Beaton's daughter, Evelyn Beaton.
Beaton just quash.
And she will be beaten the competition, I imagine, moving forward. Yeah, that's... It's funny, though, when she's out there, her dad wasn't in the chair.
You think that was deliberate? Sometimes coaching, with parents, sometimes parents don't want to be coaching because...
Yeah, I sent my daughter to boxing just because I didn't want to yell at her. Let someone else yell at her.
Nice. Oh, check out the replay here.
There's one attack. There's grabs the belt, another attack. She spins around, 360, another attack. And then finally, a fourth consecutive attack scores the ippon. That is what you call relentless.
Oh, yeah. All right, we're seeing Turcotte versus Sanzana. Sanzana in blue versus Beatrice Turcotte from Quebec.
Sanzana, I'm trying to figure out where that name is from. Turcotte is obviously French, but Sanzana.
Dakota Sanzana.
And there we go again, righty versus lefty. I don't know how, even on the World Judo Tour, the percentage of righty versus lefty, it's crazy.
You're seeing a lot of that?
A lot of it. And I was even wondering, like, do they do that on purpose somehow? Do they know that this person's right or left? Because it just seems that, there's a larger percentage of people that are right-handed, but it may be balanced out with the success that lefties are having because there's less of them.
Right.
So it seems that there's an even number at the higher level.
So Antoine Bouchard will be joining you, and I'll be joining you later.
How are you, ladies and gentlemen? Antoine Bouchard joining me at the commentary table. Have you just arrived?
I've been here for a couple of minutes now.
And they put you straight to work?
Almost. Well, basically, yeah.
How's your training coming?
Pretty good. I've been on the sideline for quite a while now, but now I've started the national training camp, like training higher volume, higher intensity, and it's coming up pretty well.
If you were to give yourself a percentage of where you're at,
I would love to say 100%, but I would say like 80 to 90%. I still have that little extra to get to be at my optimal shape.
And is that percentage, is that a mental thing, or is that actually the physical thing?
Mentally, you always need to be 100%. Otherwise, you can't improve. It's more physically that, I still have some limitations, like could be on the cardio level or strength level mostly.
But the injury was...
Shoulder.
Oh, shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay. So but physically, how's the mechanics of that shoulder?
It's pretty well. I got some limitations, of course, that it's never going to fully come back, but it's coming up pretty well.
That's good. Yeah, that's the shoulders. The rest of your arm attaches at the shoulder.
Yeah.
So if your shoulder's bad, the rest of the arm is kind of gone.
It's always tricky, and you use a lot of your shoulders and knees in judo. So if one of them is hurt.
Was it a one-time injury or wear and tear?
No, it dislocated almost 2 years ago, and I waited a little bit to get surgery.
Oh man, I knock on wood. Have not. That's like the last thing I haven't done yet. Is dislocated a shoulder. So where do you expect your first World Judo Tour competition for 2020?
Paris.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Forget starting off slow,
Yeah, well-
jump right to Paris.
Yeah, I mean, I could have done a smaller tournament in Belgium the week before, but because it's quite soon, we decided to wait a little bit, like even just to give me as much time as possible to come back in shape. So, I mean, I'm not expecting to be in tournament shape necessarily in Paris, but I will need to be.
Yeah, and where did you finish off in 2019? What competition was your last?
So I did Montreal Grand Prix.
Yeah.
And then I did Budapest Grand Prix.
Oh, you did Budapest?
Yeah.
And
the
then
week
you
right
had
after.
surgery then?
Yeah, like 2 days after.
Right after Budapest?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I was at Budapest.
Well, I did more or less. I did fine, like 2-1, I think.
So I did Budapest. I did commentary the year before, actually.
Okay.
But yeah, Montreal obviously was great.
Yeah.
How was that
amazing.
for you? Yeah.
Amazing. Like the crowd. I mean, you never know what to expect in Canada when it's like a judo tournament because you don't know if people are actually going to show up. But the fact that it was like a major tournament, like the crowd was crazy and what also very respectful. Like I found, like, you know, they were never booing really. They were always like positive, really silent during the fights themselves, but they were always cheering, even if Canadians were losing. You know, they were very knowledge. They had a lot of knowledge.
Very knowledge. So, of course, I was doing commentary for that, and I had a chance to sense the perception of the IJF, and they were very pleased with the Canadian audience for everything you just said. Polite, very knowledgeable, and you know, just from being involved in judo, I recognized people in the audience, and there's people from every province. They came to Montreal. They made it a vacation. They traveled to support the event, and it's really good because obviously with the success of the event, we'll see it again, and that's what we want. And the venue was awesome, and it was good. It was really good. So that's the first Grand Prix in history in Montreal.
Yeah, and you don't know when it's going to come back, right? And the fact that it was an international tournament, the first of its kind in Canada, made it even more special for everyone.
Yeah, I can imagine. Are you from Montreal?
Well, I'm from Quebec, but a little bit up north.
Where up north?
Saguenay.
Saguenay?
Yeah.
Oh, right on.
So pretty far.
Yeah, that's way up there, right? Yeah. But you've been living here now for how long?
I moved in 2012.
Okay,
So
gosh,
quite a while now.
8 years, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're a Montrealer.
Yeah. I'm more comfortable here almost than in Saguenay now because, you know, everyone I know is here and, you know, I still have family up there, which is nice. So I go once in a while to visit, but.
Well, it's funny. I lived in Montreal from 93 to 97.
Okay.
And I still feel comfortable here. I love it. And the roads are just as bad as they were back then.
Always. It's pretty awful.
Yeah. But coming down here, yeah, I lived on DeCarey with the old Bushido van.
Yeah, I used to live there too.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah, but I actually moved I think 2 years before National Center moved to INS.
Oh, so you got a little taste of the West End.
Yeah. Really different from.
Anybody you're looking forward to watching this weekend?
Well, of course, I got like 3 kids from my club, 2 in 55 kilos, and one of them is in 66. I think he won his first fight.
Fighting today?
Yeah,
Oh, right on.
today. So, of course, well, I mean, I know more seniors because I'm a senior and I train with like most of them like every day. So tomorrow is going to be a really interesting day. Well, I mean, obviously, I recognize some people here, some younger people that come to train with us. And so far, I've been pretty impressed. I was impressed also that the fight lasted 8 minutes of golden score.
Oh, yeah. That's a long match.
Yeah.
So this is interesting because I was speaking with Garmami before you came. We're talking about, you know, psychology of the mindset. Now, obviously, if you're a top-level judoka, you have to have an ego. You have to be. You want to be a champion. You want to be the best. You want to push yourself. When you're coming back from an injury, but you also have to take into consideration load management. You don't want to go out there and go crazy and potentially make it worse. How do you balance the ego pushing you to fight and the common sense of not wanting to get hurt?
It's hard.
It is, right?
Yeah, like, because I'm a guy that loves to fight. You know, like a judo fight when it's almost like a brawl. I really like it.
Good.
When it gets intense. I like it.
Yeah.
So sometimes fights get really intense and you don't want to fall. You don't want to break. And but you kind of need to keep telling yourself, okay, like be careful, you know, like so once in a while you're gonna need to take a throw that you don't necessarily want to fall on because, well,
Oh, yeah, in
need
terms
to
of
avoid
preventing
injuries.
injury.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. That's there's people right now at home that are watching and they understand that fully, where they're like, oh, I don't want to fall here, but this is dangerous, and you gotta suck it up for the injury prevention. 100. And for those that are watching, I tweeted out today for some people to hopefully new spectators that don't necessarily know judo that are watching today and watching the action and getting a better understanding when we're talking about this stuff. Of course, BJJ is very popular, but they don't have to deal with those throws, you know.
No.
Yeah, it's funny. I say where judo often ends, they're just starting.
That's true. It's kind of like a mix between BJJ and wrestling when you think about it, because you
Yeah.
know you want to bring your up on the ground, but also you can like working on the ground is just not immobilizing him. You can do some submission moves. So it's really a mix. Like all martial arts, it kind of like have they share some similarities at some
Oh
points.
yeah, the similarities with things like just grappling in general, wrestling, sambo, judo, jiu-jitsu. It's really the rules of competition that are different. And,
Yeah, definitely.
and that's why we all have that respect for one another and often cross-train.
Yep.
I'll send. I have a couple of judo athletes that I coach that I force them to go to wrestling once a week just to get certain attributes of sprawling and defending and
That's-
not going on their back. And
Pretty good idea. I mean, and a lot of people like a lot of those like Russian clubs, like I'm thinking about Vitaly, I'm thinking about Vladimir in Montreal, like they all kind of fight more in a wrestling style because that's how they used to fight. And I think it's good to get like a little glimpse of all the fighting styles that you can. So it's a great idea.
yeah, because it's funny when there's let's say a new technique that breaks onto the scene, the world scene, and then all of a sudden that person has success, and then all of a sudden everybody goes home and trains to counter it and trains to do it. I remember when Sankaku broke onto the scene.
Yeah.
It was a tournament in Paris in 1990. Oh gosh, in the 90s, and then all of a sudden the Russian guys were triangle choking everybody. So then everybody had seminars, triangle choke seminars, and masters came over, and now everyone obviously does triangle chokes. But yeah, there's these modifications or verifications, varieties of different throws, and they often come out of the Russian places because they're like, sometimes they have those classic martial arts with like no sleeves.
Yep.
I forget the name. I think Uzbekistan, they do that kind of.
Oh.
And all of a sudden they modify the throw to be able to use it for judo.
Nope. Is that a fire alarm?
I know the judo's getting hot in here, but it looks like we set off the alarm.
Wow.
I'm going to imagine it's from our fiery commentary.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to respond to this? I don't know.
If we're told so, we can leave, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's a fake.
I don't smell smoke.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Oh,
the video. Okay.
awkward.
So for those listening at home, there is a fire alarm taking place. Some people are leaving the building. The action is still taking place on the mat. We have Nikita Tansky from Ontario versus Oliver Gagnon of Quebec.
That's actually a kid from my club, so
Oh, is
good
he?
timing, yeah.
Mr. Gagnon, does that mean winner?
Close.
Yeah.
It's from the verb to win.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, that's a good name for judo.
Yeah. It's interesting because I think I don't know exactly what was the injury, but I think he dislocated or broke his elbow 2 months ago at Quebec Open.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so it's like during the national training camp, it was his first week, and now first tournament. Starts up pretty hard also.
Yeah. So how hands-on are you during practice with the kids? Are you showing technique? Are you? Oh.
I
Mr.
think,
Gagnon.
yeah.
It was not the Gagnon.
Yeah.
this time.
Oh well.
Are you
happens.
breaking down the psychology of when to do this and when to do that? How hands-on are you?
Well, I think it mostly depends of the period, right? Because if when you're like closer to tournaments like this, so let's say I was home for Christmas, and I was showing a lot of like it was mostly fighting because well you're 2 weeks before a tournament, so
Yeah.
you really want to prepare the kids for that tournament. You don't want to overwhelm them with new stuff and new techniques. So you really need to let them do what they do, could be bad or good. And when you have like a little bit more time, so let's say I think the next big tournaments in Canada are in the West, so Vancouver and Pacific. So now you can work a little bit more on techniques. And I think most at this age you want to focus on technical aspects and start introducing gripping. Because like if you have a solid base of technical like throws, I think it's easier to show when you're older how to just do good gripping. Like it can win you a fight, but
Yeah.
like I think it's harder to get that throwing potential once you're an adult, like at 20, 21 years old. Well, when they are kids, if they have already that throwing potential, then all you need to do is implement some gripping aspects. So I think
Tactics.
yes.
That's interesting. That's actually an interesting point. Yeah, I guess it's you got to find that understanding of how throws work from a young age, and then you can make subtle adjustments as they're older for tournaments. So after a competition, you'll kind of engage in a smaller cycle again, get back to the technical side, drills. Closer to tournaments, lots of randori, lots of conditioning. I think that's pretty
Exactly,
standard
yeah.
across.
Yeah. Well, I think it's like there's no miracle recipes, right? I mean, everybody do their. Oh,
Oh, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is an announcement to vacate the building. That's interesting. This match on the mat here has 3 minutes 36 seconds remaining. No score, thank God. So we're going to take a break and head outside.
hopefully nothing bad.
And I'm sure we'll be back. So for those that are viewing at home, now would be a good time to go make some popcorn, maybe go to the bathroom and come back and we'll continue. So we'll see you guys soon.
I got a French, an English girlfriend, so. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, is she learning French too? Yeah, slowly. It's Marsha's daughter. Oh, Leah? Yeah. Yeah. So you guys just knew recently? No, we've been together for like 5 years. What? Yeah, we were the long distance for 4.5. Yeah.
I was speaking with her recently because of the stuff I'm doing something with the White Network, Canada. I never met her. I probably met her. I probably saw her. I was talking with her mom last week.
Okay.
I always went out when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I was like 10 years old.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Everybody tells me that.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci beaucoup de votre coopération. Le tournoi va recommencer dès que tout le personnel sera en place. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for your cooperation. The tournament will resume as soon as everyone is in place.
We're back. There actually was, just so you know, there was a small fire in the kitchen, and we didn't leave for no reason. But the fire has been extinguished. The wonderful fire department of the La Ville du Québec, Montreal, they put it out, and we're all safe and sound, and we're good. We're back on the mats. So the match that is taking place right now, that stopped. It had it started already, so they stopped the match. They continued it from where they are. Oh, Tomonagi, that's going to be pawn. That is should have been straight pawn because he landed in the neck bridge, and that's automatic pawn.
Yep. Oh, well, same result, I guess. 2 as Aries.
Yeah. And that
Clear
is
your point.
the Cardillac.
Yep.
Frederic. Quebec, and that's 55 kilograms.
Yeah, I think he was from Ontario, actually, which is odd.
So I'm going to assume that Tsatsahlashvili is from Ontario.
Yes. With Vitaly for sure.
Yeah, there's Vitaly right there.
And Brochu from Quebec.
When I retired from professional wrestling, it's probably been 3 years now, I come back to judo, and I see on the coaching scene Vitaly's there. I say, I like this guy. He's passionate, he's knowledgeable, and you know what? He's hard on the kids, but his kids win.
Yep.
And I'm sure they love him, because when a coach is hard on you and hard on you and hard on you, and then they give you that one thumbs up, that thumbs up means everything.
You've earned it.
You've earned it.
Yeah, a lot of times when you know you're going to get one of his athletes, you know it's going to be a tough fight.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have bad athletes. Or if he does, then he doesn't bring them out.
Yeah, and they have multiple kids in each category. I'd like to see their practices. Whoa, that's a big hip throw. Oh, he is unable to get the far arm to rotate. But he's transitioning into, looks like he's trying to get a Jujigatame here.
Yep.
And that's belly down. Belly down is always dangerous in terms of really injuring that. Did he get it out? I can't see. Oh, and
looks locked in.
God, he's not
really.
tapping.
Yeah.
He does. I see the elbow is just below the waist or the groin. Oh, God damn. Sorry, I didn't mean to say God damn, but that's dangerous.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Oh, my Lord. This guy is very flexible in the arm here, or somehow he's mastered.
Well, younger people always have less muscles, so their arms are a little bit more bendy. Like they can sustain arm looks like this easier, like more easily.
Yeah, I don't know if he was kind of twisting
Yeah.
it to.
Couldn't get the right angle.
Man, that was uncomfortable to watch,
Yeah.
but he's okay. Ooh, big overhand. He
Yeah.
lunged right in. We're now hip throw. Boom. Shades of Shadi Alnahas in the Montreal Grand Prix.
Yes. That was huge throw.
Big throw, yeah.
Wow.
And that
Wow.
throw actually, recently,
Yeah.
the Shadi throw was, they showed some of the top pawns of the year, and that made that one. I knew it would. It
Oh
was
yeah,
obviously
for sure.
a big
It was
throw.
amazing, especially like in Montreal semifinal against one of the top guy in the category.
Yeah.
And he slammed him that way. It
And
was-
the way it was built up, because right hand versus
Yeah.
left hand, the hips in front, the hips in front, the hips in front, and then boom, big throw.
Yep.
Big victory. Here we go now. So because of this tournament is only 8 people per category. So when you're in the second round, it's the semifinals.
Yep.
So all
This
of
is
us,
the first round though.
this is first round still?
Yep. I think it's like the last fights of the first round for most of the
I'm
categories.
seeing a lot of there must be a lot of brothers today, because I'm seeing a lot of the
Oh,
same
yeah.
last names.
Oh yeah, and some of them, like one of them is competing today, the other one tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're thinking about the Demars from Alberta, 3 brothers, really good judo family.
3 brothers.
Yeah, one of them is fighting tomorrow in 60, one is in 66, and the younger one, I saw him on the other mat earlier.
That's like the Burt family.
Yeah. Oh my God.
8 of
Yeah.
them.
And at some moments in the last couple of years, there were like 5 birds fighting in one day.
All the mats.
Yeah. Bird.
You got 2 right-handed fighters here. Ooh.
A little bit too far for the Ochi.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, that's a
I
hard
think-
counter. That's a pawn.
I would like to see the replay. Almost seemed like it was like not entirely in his back. Pretty sure they were going to give Ipo anyway. Like it was a pretty big throw, but
Yeah, it wasn't flat on
Yeah.
the back.
I mean, but with this speed and with this control, you cannot not give Ipo. Or it's hard not to.
And that's why with a lot of these counters and big uranagis and lifts, that's why you see some guys opt for a drop down technique to avoid the counter, but all of a sudden now you're going to get countered with chokes.
Yes.
So eventually you're going to have to stand up and do some judo and take some risks.
Yep.
That's going to be a
pretty
quick little
quick,
Wazari. Immediately into Osai Komi. The referee
Yeah.
should call this. Has he called it yet?
Nope.
Oh, now she got the leg. Okay.
It was pretty nice Sanagi. Really quick.
Yeah, sometimes when you have fighters that are the same hand, let's say they're both right-handed, and one person goes for, let's say they go for attack at the same time, the other person's throw is actually going to exaggerate the technique that the other there's a drop down. That's going to be it. Nice.
The mistake there was that she clearly followed her, you know. She was pushing. All she had to do is turn and right in the movement.
We were talking about that earlier, about the danger of following your opponent and how important it is to determine where we're going to stand.
Oh yeah, and especially when they are younger, like you don't get necessarily those like reflexes, and you don't know that if you push too much, you know, you're getting yourself into trouble. Especially when the guy does sanagis like this.
Yeah, I think when I was like 9 years old, my first tournament, I was just push, and I got thrown twice by the same kid, and never again.
Yeah. No, once you learn, you don't do it again.
Yeah. It's funny, that's one of the things, if I'm coaching a young kid, I'll be like, don't push.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's like a typical mistake. Everybody does it at one point, especially if you're like losing, like by Wazari, there's like 30 seconds. All you're going to want to do is like go in him, and then the other one is just going to turn for Sanagis all the time.
Yeah, especially when you want to re-engage.
Yep.
You can get there quickly, but just before you get there, you got to put the brakes on.
Yep. It's better to take your time and try to set up, you know, your attacks instead of just going in like an angry bull.
Yeah. When there's like 15 seconds, it's kind of hard to set it up.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, like if there's 5 seconds at that point, you can lose by Wazari, you can lose by Ippon, you still lose at the end of the day.
You're right. Go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing to lose at that point.
Yeah. Especially like in, today it's double repêchage. There's repêchage, but especially like in international tournament, you know, it's like the first fight of the day. If you lose, you're out. So
there's no repêchage until quarterfinals, right?
Yep.
And today we start in the quarterfinals,
Yep.
so I guess repêchage for everybody, really.
Yeah, but tomorrow there's none.
Really?
Like, yep. Tomorrow, like if you're in semifinal and you lose, you're third.
Wow.
Yep.
That's gonna be a quick day.
Well, but it's only one mat because it's also EBSA Panams. So, IBSA Panams. So it's only one mat, single elimination, but there are a lot of fights.
Here we go. And now we got the names I can read. Look at my bad
Manila
eyesight.
and Caras from Alberta.
Quebec versus Alberta. This is a cross the country contest here. Every time I see Alberta, I think of that delicious steak I had once in Calgary, Alberta beef. It's famous.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Villa du Souvlaki on Sherbrooke?
No.
Sherbrooke and Décarie, one of
No.
the best souvlakis in Montreal.
Oh, really?
Oh my God.
Well, I'll need to try it then.
Yeah, very good. They just got some free advertising here.
Yep.
Yeah, but bring some gum after because it's very garlicky. Very good.
Typical souvlaki.
Yeah.
Here, the white player is really aggressive.
Yeah, and one thing she's doing that I like is she's faking. She's moving the hips, testing out the reflexes, see what her opponent's going to do.
Yeah, she's always trying to go first on the grip. She's really like going forward, while the other one is a little bit more defensive. Which right now doesn't really matter, but at some point she's going to get Cheetos if she keeps fighting like this.
Oh, she's switching sides. Wow.
Yeah.
She was grabbing left, and now she's, grabbing right, then she switched left.
Yeah.
That's a great way to keep your opponent on their toes and guessing. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this contest on mat number 1. Reminder, those just tuning in, you can check out mat number 2. You won't have commentary, but if there's a particular fighter you want to see, you can go there and watch that. In this last year, there's also a trend of referees encouraging athletes to keep their gis nice and tucked in and tidy.
Yep.
For a couple years there, it seemed like you could fight with your gi completely out.
The only rule was that you couldn't put it out yourself.
Yeah.
That would be a Shido. But now if you don't do it right away, you get Shido.
Wow.
So
I think I like keeping it tucked in. I think it looks nice.
Oh, yeah, it looks nice. And also there's like an advantage on the fighting point. Because, I mean, if the gi's like tighter, then it's easier to move your opponent because it's going to be more solid. Well, like if it's hanging, then sometimes you're going to pull and it's just going to be the gi coming out and not the player.
There should be, I mean, you can't really determine, but sometimes if the belt is too loose and you have an overhand grip and you pull, the gi is going to come out of the belt. But if it's really, so maybe it's an advantage to don't keep your belt super tight around your waist, because then you're just, giving them a handle.
But now, every time you go, like before in international tournaments, you have gi check to do it like all the time before each fight, and they're really like wanting you to tighten up your belt as hard as possible because they want to avoid situations like this, or people always fixing their belts during the fight, and so it's really like, I think also for the image of judo, like they want to have nice looking people, like clean.
Yeah, and the gis I find that they're nicer fits now.
Yep.
When I look at some of the old,
oh my God,
the bottom part of the gi below the belt was almost to the knees, and oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're putting more and more rules around judo gis because they want to put it as universal as possible. So they want, not too long, not too small.
Yeah.
The belt needs to be a certain length at least. So.
My belt keeps getting shorter as my belly gets bigger.
Yeah.
I would always, I kept one black belt for competitions. I never wore it for practice, so it was very stiff. So if I was out of shape, it would come undone all the time.
Classic.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing judo is really, it's still, is it an international competitions right now, weigh-in night before?
Yep. It used to be the morning before, but it changed in 2013 or 2014, I think.
I had a hard time. I would make weight, but then I would overdrink, I would overeat, try and rehydrate, get some energy, and then my first fight was always like I couldn't breathe.
Yep.
And I didn't realize, I thought it was cardio. It wasn't cardio, it was just too much food. And I just thought I was a slow starter, and then my second, third fight got better, and as the day went on, I was getting better, and it wasn't because I was getting better, it was because I was having less food in my stomach. So it's important, that's the good thing of weighing in the day before, rehydrate, next day wake up, you don't have to overeat. Some athletes like to fight on an empty stomach. I think it's very good.
Well, yeah, that was the biggest down point of having the weigh-in in the morning. You would go to bed dehydrated. Sometimes you would need to run in the morning to do your weight. Now, at least, well, you do your stuff the night before, and then you have energy. You can have energy the day after. You eat a little bit, you drink, go back to bed, and then the day after you're ready. And you also have this 5% rule where you can't be over a certain weight the morning of the tournament. Otherwise,
oh, really?
Yeah. So they pick 4 athletes at random, like in the competition. And for example, 66 kilo, if you're over 69.3, then you cannot fight.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's, wow. I guess that means the weight cut was too unhealthy, or?
Well, yeah, it's to avoid people, because I have an example in my head, Mijat Shikalizadas, because they did some surveys before. They would weigh you with your judo gi, like right before your first fight, before implementing that rule. And this guy, like, was a 66, weighed in at 76.
Oh my God!
So, I mean,
20 pounds or 10 kilos?
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, let's say you take off a kilo or two for the judo gi, you're still like 8 kilos in a night.
Wow.
So they wanted to avoid situations like that.
Yeah, some people make the argument, well, everyone's doing it, but no, everyone's not doing that.
No.
That's too much. Wow, that's a huge.
Yeah, it's a lot.
She's securing the Sankaku here now. Can she turn her over for an Osai Komi? She's trying to post.
She should go for the legs. For the left leg of the blue fighter, if she grabbed that and pulled as hard as she could, it would have turned right away. Because the top was really solid, or looked pretty solid. And in my opinion, it's the hardest part of the Sankaku technique. If you're doing reverse Sankaku, if you can secure the lock, the leg lock, then you should be able to get the Osai Komi.
That's the hard part, yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Is that going to score?
I don't think so.
Now too much time has elapsed.
I don't think it was controlled enough. Because she seems like she fell maybe on the side, but white player didn't have any control on her.
Yeah, now the exact amount of time, I don't know, but if the person falls on the side and then the person makes a second effort to roll them to their back, but if there's not enough continuation, that will not be a score.
Yep.
And that's something to drill and practice as well, to make that immediate continuation. Trying to take her back. And there she goes again, immediately trying to get that Sankaku. She has the arm.
Yeah.
The arm is out. Let's see if she can switch to an arm lock now. She is switching to it.
It's pretty uncomfortable for the white player.
Oh my gosh, she's really twisted here.
Yeah. Went back for Sankaku.
And
she should go for, that would be Shido. Oh my God. Oh,
she did like a Kimura type thing, right?
No, she went for scissors with her head. Like she went for Sankaku. Yeah, exactly. So she went for Sankaku, but didn't have the arm inside. So that's the ref in this situation should call mate, and then give the Shido. But it's always hard to see.
Yeah, I guess also if she went for that originally, but if she had a triangle and the person pulled out, and then she was just left with the head.
Yeah.
I guess she has to abandon it right away.
I think so too. I think it's pretty. I think the rule is mostly because it's dangerous for the neck.
Yeah.
I mean, you start to squeeze them.
Oh. She had her toes in the air. Just had to turn her head to the left and make that rotation. This is a good contest. These girls are really going for it here.
Yep. Really good fight. Minute left to go.
Leonarda Horak from Quebec and Sydney Kinderwater of Alberta.
What I like from this fight right now is that there's a lot of newaza work. Like they both try to
back
work
and
on,
forth.
And this is sometimes a piece that's missing from younger people's fight. Like not necessarily like U18 and under. Sometimes they really don't try to work on newaza well. When it can actually make you win a lot of fight. You know, you don't need to necessarily be amazing. You need that one technique, those situations around it.
There she goes, Osai Komi.
Yeah.
It's funny because there's obviously tachiwaza and there's newaza, but the transition period between the two, there's so many opportunities there if you can drill that. So there's really like 3 different areas of judo.
You can be a really bad newaza player, but if you have a really good transition move, you can win a lot of fights. Like a lot of people, like from Canada, for instance, Arthur Marjolidon, he has a really good choke. He wins at least 1 fight per tournament like this. You know, he's gonna throw his opponent on the knees right away, go for the choke, and there you go.
Was it Montreal that he won one like that and lost one like that?
I think so, yes.
He the same one he did,
Yeah.
So it's effective. The bow and arrow.
Oh yeah.
Even at the Cadet Worlds this year, a lot of bow and arrow chokes. I don't know the percentage, but it was a lot.
Yeah, because that's pretty effective, and sometimes you're just gonna throw your opponent on the knees, and you're gonna be right away in the choke. So you're like, okay, all I have to do is turn him now.
Yeah, and now you can obviously drill to do some type of ashiwaza to make them fall on their knees. You don't even want to throw them; you just want to make them fall on their knees.
Yep, Taotoshi, Sasaichu, Kamiyashi are two amazing moves to do for transition. Another 57 matchup.
Phoebe Emmanuel from Ontario and Charnot du Québec.
Yeah.
$57 kilograms.
Nope. I thought she was going for a bow and arrow. I was like, well, speaking of the devil.
I like this weight category for girls. You still have the speed and you have the agility, but now you're getting into that strength category. We have a nice balance.
Yeah, these girls you're going to keep growing up, and, probably go to 63 in the next couple of years and maybe 70 kilos at some point.
Well, when I was competing, I was 78 kilos, and sometimes, we're practice with the girls, and there was, I believe at the time, it was 74 kilos for the girls. And sometimes you do randori with one of the girls, and it's no joke, man. You can't go too easy. They're very strong.
Yeah, some of them they're pretty rough.
Ooh. Oh, there it is. Let's see.
Yeah,
She can do the half Nelson.
I don't think that's going to work.
Yeah. It defended pretty well. There you go. No, the arm lock's there. No.
Having a leg, when you can hold a leg like the blue player did, can change so much. And it was, and not only for a Saikomi, but it's also a good defensive position against arm locks and chokes, because you're removing some control that the other player can have. So it's great for defensive purpose.
Yeah, this year I started doing hot yoga.
Okay.
And 'cause I have a bad back and everything. But the byproduct is it's actually restoring some of my newaza ability with some of my hip flexibility.
Yeah. Oh, flexibility in newaza. Well, I mean, in judo in general, it's a must.
Yeah.
Like, for some moves, like, if you can get that extra flexibility, like, it can make you that much effective.
Yeah, I find obviously with judo, because we can get a solid grip, weight training is really important for us to get strong. But weight training alone, you can lose some of your flexibility when you really tighten up those muscles. So I think there should be, for every effort to create strength and muscle, you have to make sure they stay loose.
Oh, that one's over.
Yeah, that's a nice hold down there.
Oh yeah, nice Senkaku.
She doesn't even have it behind the knee. It's just strong hamstring power. There she goes now.
Yeah, the lock on the legs wasn't even that strong, but it was. The arm was locked. She was all over her. It's one of the hardest osaikomi to get out from.
I remember the first time I was introduced. Gosh, how old was I? Was I 15? I was at Junior Nationals in Edmonton, and somebody from BC did this sankaku hold down, and I was on my side. I felt like I was on my stomach. I was waiting for mate. The ref said ippon, and I was just so confused. And I'm looking, well, what was that? And that was really when it kind of broke onto the scene there. First time I experienced it. And I felt like I could have got out if I had really realized I was actually in a hold down.
Oh yeah, well sometimes you think you're off, but you realize too late that it's actually a saikomi, and then you lose. So this is, I think, one of the first semifinal of the day.
Artem Chaporin of Quebec against Victor, both Quebec.
Yeah.
Dessereau.
He's one of the guys from my club actually, and
Dessereau?
Really solid. Yeah, really solid.
That's one thing. So obviously, I was talking earlier with Garmami about judo being an international sport, and Canada having so much immigration. We are a very multicultural country, so we see a perfect snapshot of the world here. You have different backgrounds. We just had a Filipino young lady, and we have Russian athletes and French athletes and Spanish athletes, and it's like a miniature world here in Canada. We have. It just goes to show that when a lot of people immigrate to Canada, they were perhaps doing judo in their native country. They come here and they continue to train. Right now, back home in Toronto, in Mississauga, we have a large Egyptian population. They practice a lot of judo. So there's an arm lock there. Oh, that's a palm. So we have a lot of Egyptian athletes, stimulating the participation in judo in my area, and of course in northern Toronto, a lot of the Russian kids.
And one thing that's interesting is, when you travel around the world and you go in a certain country, like they kind of have their judo identity. For instance, Russians, they do a lot of like wrestling and stuff like that, and you can see it in the judo. Well, Japanese are like real technicians. And when you come to Canada, you never know what to expect because of of like this immigration. We don't have an identity. Like, some people can be really good in Newaza and work more there, while some other people are going to wrestle more. So you can get a little bit of everything, which I think is interesting.
You don't know how to prepare for a Canadian because
Exactly.
you have someone like Kyle Reese and Krista Deguchi training in Japan.
Yeah.
Then Antoine Badois Fortier is really, really tall.
Oh, yeah. He has a really, like, methodical judo, like, one of the smartest player I ever faced in my life. Everything he does it can be a little detail. Everything has a purpose.
Wow.
Which is amazing. He's going to lead you into exactly where he wants. He's not like, of course, he's not the best thrower or the best, but everything he does is amazing. Like,
he grinds. He earns his victories too. Definitely fights and scraps and.
Oh yeah, like, he's a tough guy to fight for that.
And then it's interesting. You look at in Canada, 90 kilograms. We're going to see tomorrow. It seems to be really deep with Mohab.
Yeah.
And even up and coming Benjamin Kendricks coming up.
You have so tomorrow, on top of my head, like the top 3 contenders would be Mohab, which he's one of the top 2 or 3 right now.
Yeah.
So he has done really well internationally recently. Louis,
oh gosh, yeah.
Louis was like cadet world champion.
Yeah.
Like in 2013 or 2014. So really good athlete. Also, you have Ben Kendricks, younger, and he placed at cadet worlds a couple of years ago.
Yep.
So those are like the top 3. And there's also Zach Bird. He's not fighting tomorrow, but that's another guy.
He's not fighting tomorrow?
No. I think he's leaving for Tel Aviv Grand Prix.
Oh, wow.
So.
Yeah, that's a deep category.
Oh, yeah. Like, you get some categories like this that you have so many people.
Well, in your category, it's you and Mr. Marjelidan, and who else is...
Gabon is...
okay, that's same category?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Like,
oh, man, that's getting deep all of a sudden.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, like, and, when you think about it, he's the number 3, and he's done really well at Worlds, going in the 8th final, losing to Orujov, which...
Yeah.
Was a top-seeded guy.
Yeah, it was Uzbekistan.
Yeah, Azerbaijan.
Yes.
Yeah, and he was winning with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah.
At the fight, and then did the same thing in Osaka, losing to Tatsukawa, one of the Japanese. He won the Grand Slam a couple of years ago. So yeah, like we have like 73. We also have a lot of people. Like,
yeah.
A lot of categories. You have 81. You have Antoine and Etienne. Two guys in the top 20.
Brilliant, right?
Yeah, 2 guys in the top 20. Like,
yeah, he's fun to watch too.
Yeah, he can throw a lot. Like his Nages are pretty good.
In the Grand Prix, he did. No, I saw him fight somewhere else actually. Maybe it was earlier in the year, but yeah, he's doing well.
We, like in males categories especially, we have good top guys, but we also have a lot of depth. Like,
yeah.
One of us is injured and the third one's there.
And that was one of the criticisms of years in the past, that there wasn't depth. We had good top guys, but now this depth is, and it's fun to watch. But that's one of the things that I, as the ambassador, I want to do is get people to know the team and know the depth and know the players, you know. So, for example, with tennis, I know there's Pospisil and Shapovalov and other, you know, the one guy from Quebec actually is really...
Auger,
Oh,
Felix
yes,
Auger.
yes. So we know 3 tennis players for, you know, I mean, there's no weight categories, but we should know, as Canadians, we should know the national team, at least top 2 minimum of each category.
Oh, yeah.
And we should keep track of them and get to know them all.
Oh, because we have the chance to have pretty nice sport, you know. It's like, you know, it's fighting, but it's like there are so many rules that it's like kind of like gentle fighting.
It is.
you
It's
know?
classy. I
Yeah,
think judo's
exactly.
classy.
So it's really important, I think, to promote it as much as possible. I think we're going to do a little pause for bleeding.
And there's so many positive aspects. One, the fact that it is also self-defense. For some reason, I don't know, I have a lot of female students. And I mean, if you're a parent of a young girl, to know that they can defend themselves in a situation, that's super valuable. But then they can also go on to be a provincial champion, a national champion, represent their country internationally. It's huge. We have to get it into schools. I know we have to get it into the CIA, or Canadian University.
Okay.
It used to be called CIAU when I competed.
Okay.
Yeah, there should be judo. Absolutely. If we can get it into high schools. There was in Ontario for a little bit a high school provincial competition.
Well, I think we're promoting a lot of like nice values, like
Absolutely.
not only as for someone that wants to do competition, but for people in general. You know, it promotes like self-control and respect, and all of those values are important in everyday's life.
To listen to your coach, to bow to your coach, and show respect to your teacher. You know, fighting together, but it's growing together.
I agree, because I mean, you could be one of the best talent in your club, but if you don't want to work with anyone, then you're never going to improve, because you need to have this relationship with others to be able to push each other, and because most of the exercises involves fighting. So if you cannot train with anyone,
Yeah, and sometimes, let's say other martial arts, for example, you could be the world champion at kicking the bag, but you have no one to train with. You're not going to be a very good fighter. In judo, you need somebody. You can't throw the bag. Well, you can actually, but that's you know what I mean.
It's a little bit harder, I would say.
Yeah. I remember growing up, because karate was very popular. In karate, you can do a kick in the air and do a spinning kick, and someone would say, "Oh, you do judo? Show me something." Well, I need somebody.
Yeah, judo chop.
Yeah, judo chop.
Oh my God.
I can show you, but I have to show you on you.
Oh yeah, it used to be. Oh yeah, you do judo, like. Oh yeah, like doing some karate moves. No.
James Bond.
Yeah.
I'm actually still waiting to learn the judo chop. Apparently, I have to wait a little more.
Oh, it's one of the last things you learn.
That keeps the kids waiting. Eh? It's the last thing. My first sensei, Mr. John Jacob, when I went there, I was like, "When do we learn kicks and punches?" And he's like, "Later, later, later." I'm still waiting.
At least he didn't say never.
Yeah.
Seems to be quite a fight going on, actually. Like, it looks like a pretty big matchup. Like, big guys. For U18, 66 is a big category.
No score on the board. One Shido now. Given to Coulomb. Jean-Pascal, that's a French name.
Yeah.
Less than 10 seconds remaining. It looks like we're going to hit golden score unless something happens here in the next 6 seconds. If you're just tuning in, this is Anthony Corelli, and I'm sitting beside Canadian Olympian Antoine Bouchard. I say pronounce it right?
Yes, perfectly.
Who is coming back from injury and is, what'd you say, 90%?
Yeah. Improving each second.
He said 91. By the end of the day, it might
Yeah.
be 92. We'll see.
Exactly. Oh, I think there's going to be a
What's the
Shido.
perception on the World Judo Tour with cheating, with drug use and people coming back? And is there a do you
My
have
perception?
suspicions of people?
Well, I mean, you can have opinions. I mean, some people, maybe you're like more than humans, like some freaks, you know, like you think about people like Moyeli, for example, 81 kilo from used to fight for Iran, now for Mongolia. Like, he's quite an athlete. And sometimes you must be thinking, how can they do that? Like, they must be training like beasts. So, I mean, I don't have any suspicions unless proven wrong, right?
Yeah.
'Cause,
I
like,
mean, there are people that are freaks of nature naturally, and then
Yeah.
to accuse them would be unfair.
Exactly. So, you know, like unless, and you must think like at some point if they made it to the international scene, like they must be clean, or at least you're hoping so. But yeah, of course, nobody should be for cheating. Like, doesn't have this place in sports like ours.
I just can't imagine how somebody would be able to live with themselves winning an Olympic medal knowing.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, third Cheeto.
Third Cheeto, that looks like
Did they give 3 Cheetos?
for stepping out of bounds. He's saying that's 2 Cheetos. Well, don't leave them out if you want to come.
Did he? Oh my.
I thought he had 1 Cheeto on the board.
Yeah, I think there must have been a mistake because head ref right there, Luc Bria, was pretty clear about it. And I think he's going right away for the coach or the athlete. Yeah, you can see him on the left. He's not happy.
Yeah. Well, especially if that was a semifinal to lose by stepping out of bounds. That's not a fun way to lose.
Oh, no.
Especially a minute into golden score. A hard-fought battle.
At least it's a little bit less heartbreaking than before. Like a couple of years ago, if you would get 1 Cheeto in golden score, it would be done.
Oh, yeah. I like this. Because a Cheeto shouldn't determine a loss. 3 Cheetos, I can live with that.
Yeah, because, I mean, you do a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, like if you do a lot of mistakes, you know, you step out one too many times, then at some point you should, you know, you've earned your defeat. But 1 Cheeto was really harsh. Like sometimes you could be doing a really good fight, maybe touch the pants.
I lost in the Junior Worlds by stepping out of bounds.
Oh, my God, yeah.
And
it's heartbreaking.
it was horrible. I could have easily beat the guy if I fought him again, but that was it.
Yeah.
Stepping out of bounds. It's like, I was like, you got to be kidding me, all that work. Here we go now. We're getting a little bit moving up in the weight categories. Some big, strong young athletes here making their way to the tatami.
Calder from BC and Piankowski.
Yeah, Piankowski from Alberta. So this is a West Coast contest. BC and Alberta.
Yep.
70 kilograms. Oh, Uchimata in there. Oh, no, unable to complete that.
Those two provinces, they've really been Alberta and BC have really been improving in the last couple of years. Like especially the younger team, like they've hired new coaches. They have established new programs. Like you can see it, like, you know, 10, 15 years ago, there used to be a couple of athletes from BC. Now, like, I think at Quebec Open, there was like 80-something athletes.
Wow. It's interesting because it obviously has to start somewhere. The program, the decision to improve the program has to be made. The investment has to be made.
Yep.
And then these kids that are going to take advantage of this new program, let's say they start judo at 10 years old, it's going to take several years before they're 17 and start showing up. So the results now are obviously from work that's been taking place for several years.
Well, in BC's case, for example, like the head coach is Jérémy Lebris. He used to be the national coach for the women's team.
Oh, wow.
And I think he stopped in 2015, and he moved there pretty much right away. So it's been a work like for 5 years now, and you can see the progress is real. Like third team it's getting really good actually. And more people are moving to the National Center to train with us, and that's a direct results from his program.
Then that creates the question, is it time for perhaps a split national training center, maybe one in the east, one in the west, where they meet up from time to time?
Well, I think they do they do provincial trainings or inter-provincial training in those cases. But I know like some people were trying to sell the idea of I heard,
that's going to be a Wazari.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I heard some people like wanting to do, like two provincial national centers, one in the West for younger people and then one in Montreal for seniors.
Oh, wow.
But I think I disagree with that because we are a country with not that many athletes compared to other countries. Japan are easily over 1 million people doing judo. We're
1 million?
Oh, for easily.
Oh, because
for
especially the high school programs.
Oh, yeah. So we can't afford to split our biggest assets into two different centers. Like I think everyone needs to kind of join and try to push each other because that's the key. Like it was like a national center. It didn't exist 20, 30 years ago, and now that it exists, it's been there for years now, and you can see the results now.
Well, absolutely. It's funny. So, okay, so for example, let's say there's 40 people on the mats. That's an asset. If you divide that and it's 20-20, now you're taking away potential randori partners. But if you were able to have 40-40, then all of a sudden you're not taking away from that. So what we'll see, but we need those numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Numbers, But again, like Canada as a country has been improving more and more on the international scene. Like we have results regularly at Worlds and like on the international circuits. So I think our sport is growing rapidly, which is a good thing for us.
Yeah, and Quebec is leading the way. It's beautiful here. I remember when I went to the International High School Championships in Japan, there was some guys from British Columbia, some guys from Quebec, and they really never met until we went to this tournament in Japan. And our geography also is, we're just massive. We're massive. At the Quebec Open, there was someone from the Northwest Territories coming down, and like what a mission that is.
Oh yeah, it's far. You don't have the same. Well, I'm assuming you don't have the same facilities as the other provinces, and it's a wide territory. So you to be able to meet up and train at centers must be quite a challenge.
Yeah, and then I remember talking to it was the German team at the time, and they can drive hours in each direction, and they're Poland and oh nice throw.
Yeah.
The concentration of countries, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Germany, Belgium, France, it goes on and on. They can travel with these national teams everywhere. And we used to have that relationship with the United States.
Yep.
But United States judo now seems to be in a, let's call it a rebuilding phase.
I think it's really messy, like the way it is, because everybody's kind of like in their own separate clubs. So you have like a good club in San Jose, you have one in Colorado, you have one in Boston.
Yeah.
So it's really like a little bit everywhere in the country. They didn't do a national center like we did, which is quite sad because they have a lot of young potentials, but they never can pierce on the international scene.
And I think they need that figurehead at the top to really coordinate and organize the infrastructure underneath and capitalize on those athletes. Just the population alone. I mean, they have 350 million people.
Yeah. Well, they had pretty good, Rio and the London Olympics. They had a really good, they had really good faces. Like Marty Malloy did third in London. Well, obviously, Kayla Harrison, double Olympic champion. Yeah. You had Travis Stevens, who did second at the last Olympics. So you have really good role models that could have been used to promote judo somewhere. And for some reason, I don't know what's happening.
Oh, that's going to be fun, yeah. Well, it's funny you said that because when you do have someone that gets an Olympic medal, that is a huge opportunity to really get behind, get the marketing machine behind that person and appeal to younger kids and say, look, be like this guy, be like this girl. you can become a champion and a hero in your hometown.
Yeah.
And when I get new kids that come to judo and I talk to them and I said, "Do you realize you can become a champion? And you're going to be a hero in your school?" And their eyes open up like, "Wow,
Yeah.
I'm going to be a hero in my school." A role model.
Yeah, well, to this day, Antoine is still going everywhere in their country to promote judo. Like, I remember after London especially, he was everywhere. Like, you know, we would train during the week, go to like in a province for the weekend or going to club. Like, he does a lot for judo and try to promote judo because he knows he's a he's a figure for Judo Canada.
Yeah.
Like, he's one of the best, if not the best athlete that ever fought for Canada. So he needs, like, you know, he knows that he needs to promote the sport.
The interesting thing is when you have, for example, if you go to a club to promote judo, they're already doing judo. So we have to get new people. So I wanted to do an initiative this year, and if people are listening, they can do it now. Everybody try and introduce one friend to judo. Let's say it's at school. If you're 14 years old, you go to school, just try and get one friend from school to come check out judo. And if everyone successfully does that, technically we can double our population in judo. So everybody listening at home, try and bring one friend to judo. Brainwash them.
And maybe those friends are going to be, if they like it, they're going to bring friends of their own.
And so on and so on, and it'll grow and grow.
Yeah.
But we got to start. I know we love judo and we go to school and we have our regular life, and sometimes we separate the judo life and the school life and the friends life. But try and, you know, amalgamate them and bring your friends to judo. Introduce them to something that you love and you believe in.
Yeah.
Who knows, they may even fall in love with it even more than you.
I think we're getting more and more in like big guys category.
Yeah.
You had 70 kilos for women earlier. Now we have 81 kilos for male. And
U18. Some big kids.
yeah. We've had some impressive throws so far during the day.
Nick Luchkin of Ontario and Alec Garan from Quebec. I think at this weight, as you get bigger, the grip is more important because there's going to be a lot more power behind that solid grip.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's going for a double lapel throw.
You're kind of like trading a little bit of speed for pure strength and pure power, you know, the higher going categories.
That's why I like 73. I think it's the perfect blend of strength and power.
73, 81 are like kind of like, you know, the middle categories. So
Yeah.
you can have some really explosive athletes like Keegan Young, for example, and you can have like some more, like, you know, more calm or like that are using more strength also.
Yeah, when you watch even sports like Olympic weightlifting, the 73 kilo guys, the amount of weight they're lifting, it's insane. 81 kilo guys too, they're almost lifting as much as heavyweights.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Keegan Young, I'm actually looking forward to watching him.
Yeah.
He's not your traditional judo physique, but and I knew his uncle, Cabral Wallace.
Oh really?
Who took a 5th at the Junior Worlds with a double. He had a double leg. He would do this thing where he was a funny guy, actually. He was a cool guy. He put his hands on his thighs like he was tired.
Yeah, and
when guys would come, he double-legged them, and it took him to a 5th place at the Junior Worlds.
My God.
But he was built like Keegan, really like a bodybuilder. And of course, his mother was multiple-time national champion.
Cardine. Yeah, I can already tell you one of the fight to watch tomorrow, the semifinal in 81 kilo. If everything goes according to seeding, would be, I think, Gabon and Keegan.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Keegan went up to 80. Oh, that's right, he's 81 now.
Keegan is 81 and Gabon's fighting 81 for the tournament.
Wow.
Really two explosive players.
Those are guys you would think would meet at 73.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, it's going to be interesting there.
Yep. 81 kilos tomorrow is like really stacked. Like stacked. Second Shido.
So if you're listening, make sure if you want to bring that, if you're thinking about bringing that, introducing a friend to judo, make sure you watch with them tomorrow. 81 kilograms.
Oh.
It might be spectacular enough to make a believer. Oh, that's a Wazari.
That's a Wazari. Nicely countered.
Would you call that Kosoto Gake?
Yeah, like I'm debating if it was Kosoto Gake, Tanyotoshi.
Tanyotoshi,
Purely a counter. Hard to say, like sometimes when movements are like that quick and like, you know, in the moment, like it's hard to tell
pure.
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That's why sometimes, you know, with Sasai and the Ashibarai,
Yeah,
so I just say, oh, beautiful Ashiwaza,
Yeah.
and put it in the category.
Yeah. Because you don't want to call the wrong move sometimes.
Yes. Or Vince McMahon back in their WWF days, he would just say, what a maneuver. And oh, look at this battle. Someone's trying to, whoop. Sumagaishi.
Yep. I mean, white player doesn't have to do much at this point. He's can't afford to take a Shido. He's winning by Wazari. All he has to do is not step out of the mat and not fall. Oh, and he did. Oh my God.
Lord. 3 seconds remaining.
God. That was impressive. Nicely done.
The never give up attitude.
Yeah.
Push, push, push. And he won the match with 3 seconds remaining. Wow.
I think you're checking if it's going to be Wazari or Ippo. Wow. Really nice. And comes back to a little bit what we were saying earlier. Like, you know, there was 15 seconds left on the mate. And instead of running into him and right away trying to throw him, he took his time, set up the move, and right away threw him.
Yeah. What's interesting is, for example, when there's 7 seconds left, how much can you literally sidestep and run before you get a penalty?
That's well, I think it depends also how you're running. You know, if you're like trying to come back in the middle, looks better than if you're like going for the outside right away.
Turn your back and just run. Now we're getting some big guys. Oh, it's still 81, but these guys are tall.
Yeah.
These guys are going to fill out, eh? Wow.
Yeah.
Big overhand,
Oh my
both
God.
guys.
Oh.
Left, both going for the belt. Sumagaishi attempt.
Like,
I almost got himself
like
in some
me.
trouble, yeah.
Yeah.
Sumagaishi is interesting. If it's done right, it's beautiful. If it's done wrong, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
That's why it's suicide throw.
And it really, like, it's also a move that you can get Shidoed quite easily. You know, the guy doesn't follow like you wanted, and you end up on your back, the other one's standing. That's Shido.
Some guys do it just to get into Newaza. This is strong. Whoa. I know that Sode Makikomi is... it's going to score.
Right.
That 2-on-1 drop-down Kataguruma attempt there. Switch it. That was left side, yeah.
Yep.
Look at these guys, back and forth. This is a nice fight. Going for the arm lock. And he picked him up. Oh no.
Oh, my God.
That's not going to be Mate. He didn't have control.
I don't think he has the arm yet.
It's funny, I realized recently when I dabbled in some BJJ that I don't know how to get at a Sankaku because all I do is lift you up.
Yeah.
And I go, okay, but then in BJJ, I pick someone up and they go, oh, this is not over.
Yeah, and especially when you're standing, if your leg, like your arm is trapped and you're in a triangle choke, then you're quite in trouble because you just have to squeeze it a little bit, bring you back on the ground, and you're in trouble.
I stood there as long as I could thinking about what to do next, but let's see here.
Every time he goes for this Makikomi, he doesn't have any control. Like it seems like his right hand doesn't hold anything.
Yeah, but he's switching sides, which is interesting.
Oh, it doesn't give up, that's for sure.
Petrovic, Nikola Petrovic, maybe Serbian background, maybe Croatian. That's that drop down again, went for the second time. Let's see now. It's funny. He grabs the right lapel and then seems to reach over with the left sometimes. There it is again.
I think they're both lefties.
Yeah, he's showing right in the beginning. A lot of people do this these days. They'll grab the right lapel, then come over with the right with the left.
That was right on the face. Oh my God! Oh my God! Yeah, I think he got a
nice punch in the face.
Yeah, like the blue player kind of stopped for a second there, and that almost cost him the match.
Yeah, so for the kids watching at home, if you get punched in the face, don't stop.
Even if it hurts.
Because the referee might not see it. All of a sudden, he just sees you standing there. And the fighter in the white, Petrovic, did the right thing. You keep fighting till mate.
I agree. The purpose of going with the right hand first is to, well, first protect your left hand because it's your right, like it's your good hand. So you want to put it on the other's gi. And if you're going with the left hand first, then you might just like take it and, hold it. So that could put you in trouble. Like if you start with your right hand, then you have something, you're holding on something instead of just having nothing.
Yeah.
I do that a lot.
The only time when they have the lapel and the overhand right, and let's say you go for the side, they have the arm to post, which is good to block it, but it's also dangerous if you drive on that arm. It kind of makes me a little, I don't like injuries,
Oh, no. Oh, yeah,
that was almost the second Mazzari.
But the problem with two lapels technique, nicely transition.
Arencibia.
Yeah, the brother of the other Arencibia.
Oh, wow. I see, family of sport.
Oh, I don't know. Yep. If he's bleeding another time after this, it's gonna be he's gonna be disqualified.
If my son tells me he wants to play hockey, I'm gonna say that's great. Go get your judo gi. I got one from Sergio, the little baby ones.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they are cute.
For those at home that cannot see, I'm going to show Antoine, which is actually my name in French is Antoine as well.
Yeah, that's true.
My mother is French-Canadian, and then my father's Italian. So in Italian, it's Antonio.
Yeah.
And in French, it's Antoine. So my grandfather called me Antoineau.
Couldn't remember either of the names, just mix them together.
Combine it.
Oh yeah, oh that's cute. And that's the mascot also from Budapest, right? Yeah, judoki. Oh, he's back. Went for the full tape because.
Oh wow.
Yeah, if you bleed from the same place 3 times, you're out.
Oh wow. He looks like Zorro.
Yeah.
I saw one tape job. Gosh, they taped it looked like the jaw down.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
No, it's really uncomfortable, but I mean.
Or the nose up. Yeah. That's bad too.
Because I mean, if you start to bleed again and you lose because of it.
Yeah. If you have a choice,
yep.
You look like Zorro. You don't lose.
Yeah. Please, not like that. Stepping outside is frustrating, but imagine losing because you're just bleeding.
And the amount of bloody fingers I saw just on the World Judo Tour, and I thought these guys have finger injuries, but I realized it's just sometimes where the nail connects, and they just have to tape it on, anchor it to the whole finger.
Yeah.
Was it 2 years ago? I went vegan for like a month, and I felt great. So good that I said, I'm going to do a judo tournament. So I jumped to the judo tournament with 0 preparation. I should not have done it, because I beat all the kids in the kids class, so I thought I was strong, And then my first fight, I was gassed. 30 seconds left. I had 0 in the tank, and luckily my finger was bleeding.
Oh, my God.
So I looked at the referee like, and the referee called medic.
I'm bleeding.
I'm bleeding, yes. And I got just enough time to get my breath. Oh.
Oh, I thought he would go for Tanya Toshi white play there. It's going to be hard for him to come back, though.
23 seconds remaining. Petrovic is down by a Wazari. Drop down. Ooh, a little more hip or that little more secondary effort. Now he's going for the overhand. He likes to, he's looking for that Makikomi.
The hard thing also is that, well, there's nothing on the board for, like, he needs to make him think either two Shidos, oh, well, now one. That's a game changer.
9 seconds left. Let's see what he can. No! Why would you do that?
Yeah, should have set it up a little bit. Now that's a Sumigashi in a nutshell.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, hey, how you doing? Chupe, man. I'm a big fan of his too.
Tough player.
I fought him once. I weighed in 78.2, so I fought 86, and I was him and I in the finals. And I went for Ippon Tsunagi, and I bounced off him.
Yeah.
I bounced. And the audience actually laughed.
Yeah, he was quite a fighter.
It was like it's like, you know, like doing uchikomi on the wall.
Yeah. Oh.
Very strong.
No, he was quite a fighter. Probably still is.
Oh, I'm sure in the dojo he's still super strong.
Yeah.
Bounced.
Oh, those guys, they also look quite big. Is it still 81 kilos? Yeah.
He looks a little heavier than this.
Yeah,
this could be 90. Let's have a look here. Little thicker. We're just waiting for the information to pop up on our screen here with regards to the name and the weight. Can we see it down there actually?
Seems to be 81 kilos.
It looks like an 81.
Yeah.
From
Barclay from Ontario, and I'm gonna need to wait for the.
That's a lot of letters.
Zoom. Yeah, it's a lot of letters.
I need my binoculars there.
I'm not trying.
I see lots of W's and M's.
Yep.
Let's have a look.
I'll try to find it.
Oh yeah, you can get the results, right?
Yeah, I have the draw sheet. Andrea Manana from Quebec. Let's call him Frenieri since it's his first name.
Yeah. or
Easier,
the blue fighter.
Yeah.
I wonder, I always like to try and guess the nationality of particular names. That one,
it's
something, I'm going to guess like a Malaysian
type
of.
It's really hard to tell.
Indonesian.
Some of them are really easy. Like if the last name finishes by Shvili.
Yeah, that's
Georgia.
Georgia, yeah. Yeah, my last name, like if it's Corelli or Filippelli or Spaghetti.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Italian can be tricky. Like, well, I mean, you have Fabio Basile, for example.
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't sound that Italian.
Yeah.
If you said Basile, then sure, but.
I follow him on Instagram. I find him very entertaining.
Yeah.
He's always doing the, thank you. He's always doing the cool guy pose.
Yeah.
With the look and the abs. Hey, if you capitalize on it, make that money.
Oh, yeah, the last Olympics, he was quite on a roll.
He had the day of his life.
Yep.
And that's a lot of pressure because you don't want to be known as the guy that was the guy that had the best day of his life that didn't deserve it. And now when he gets medals and Grand World Tours, it means a lot to him to really prove to people that there's haters out there, right? You're obviously going to say, he got lucky. Well, he gets medals throughout the year, so.
I remember talking to him a couple of months after, like I don't think he made his comeback. Like I think it was 4 months after the Olympics. And, we were talking about it and he said, well, yes, I'm Olympic champion. But I was Olympic champion on one day. Now it's over. People are still gonna remember it, but like, I need to defend it. I need to back it up now.
Yep. So hopefully he's gonna peak at the right time.
Yep.
That's a whole nother interesting phenomenon. The notion of peaking when you have this World Judo Tour, but you can compete all year. how do you have to be sharp for every tournament. So how can you really make an effective peak, for Olympic competition?
It's
I mean,
quite a challenge.
Unless it's a small peak.
Yeah. Well, like I know for us, for example, we mostly focus on Worlds, obviously, or Olympics, Tokyo, Pan Am's, and Paris. Those are our top tournaments. That's where we want to peak because they are all really important for points. And the other tournaments, yes, are important, of course, but they are a little bit less important, so we can use it for preparation sometimes.
So okay, this is good actually, 'cause I can ask you this stuff because you're obviously in the middle of this. Peaking. Are you peaking with your cardiovascular conditioning? You're peaking with your strength, or just technical aspect, or just fighting?
Well, it's more like because there are obviously some assets of the athlete that you can develop, like you need to develop, such as max strength. Like you can develop this like way before, but when you're coming closer and closer, you need to work more on power, and like on judo we focus a lot on power and like maximum I don't know exactly
Explosiveness.
yes, but also like for cardio, it's not like long-term cardio. It's really
Anaerobic.
So you really try to develop those things that are short-term, easy to develop, easy to work on. Strength endurance, for example, we do a lot of gi hanging. We're going to hang up on a gi for a lot of 10 times 30 seconds, and we're going to do this 2-3 times per week because it's easy to do.
That's earlier in the year.
That's near the tournament.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, because they are easy to do, and you don't want to overstep those exercises with developing some skills, like for example bench press or bench pull. So it's really it's a lot of logistic, and we have a really good staff of coach at Judo Canada, so we're lucky enough that we know, they tell us exactly what to do, so all we have to do is work hard, and we do not
follow the program.
Exactly.
That's good, because I remember I had to kind of come up with my own weight training.
Yeah.
When I was on the national team, we did the testing, and I had the strongest bench press, but the weakest pull.
Yeah.
Because I was in charge of my own training, so I didn't know how to do that. So then I became obsessed with pulling. The bench pull. Most gyms don't have that. It's a custom-made bench
it's hard.
for judo with like a massage table with the...
Yeah, we have, where we train, we have 3, and the only real alternative you can do beside standing up to do pulling would be the one sitting. But it's not as good because you're not working all the muscles in your back. So, and
the way I do it now, when I train, I'll go underneath a bar and pull up to the bar.
Oh, great idea. And you can put some weight on yourself if it's too easy. That's a great idea, actually.
Because otherwise, you're not going to have that.
Yeah.
You're not going to have it.
No, it's rare. I've only really seen it where we train, and
at
we're
the Olympic Training Center.
Yeah.
I had a tour of the facility there. It's incredible.
Oh my God, yeah, it's crazy. Compared to where we were at Shidokan. Well, I mean, you've been there. We used to have
the dungeon there.
Yeah, 2 really small surfaces just by the gym, which had that was smaller than my bedroom basically.
Yeah.
And now you have this big open mat area and this gym that.
You have the hydraulic stuff,
with
the resistance. It's really good.
Oh no, it's day and night. We're lucky to be in such a place. And you go in other countries and you go in their national center and you're wondering how they can produce that many good players with such a
Well, it's like Rocky IV.
Yeah.
Drago had the technology, and Rocky had the barn. So, I mean, they're both pretty effective.
Yeah, that's true.
with the WWE, we were in Luxembourg, and they allow us into the Olympic Training Center to use the weights, and really nice facility, actually.
Yeah.
You walk down the hallway, and there's one door. It says Judo. You open, and there's 3 mats like this, just empty, sitting there. I'm like, oh my God, I would dream like that.
And again, there are not that many Luxembourg athletes competing internationally.
Yeah. And training, before it was weights and cardio, and now it's functional training, CrossFit training, and it's there is crossover. with what's popular mainstream and what's going to be used for your strength and conditioning.
Well, CrossFit is a lot of like
Oh,
endurance.
that's a nice ippon.
Yeah.
Uchimata.
Nicely done.
Nice second effort. She really torqued that. And that is Danilkov. Ekaterina Danilkov from BC. So there's another Russian descent. BC is a good example in the beautiful. That was very nice. In the amateur wrestling program, there's a lot of Indian athletes out in the West Coast that are stimulating the participation numbers for amateur wrestling. And it's just, we're so fortunate in Canada to have to draw from all these countries all over the world to help.
I think we should watch this fight. The guy in white is pretty good.
He seems much smaller, eh?
Yeah, but he's like, his dad used to train at Shokan a lot, and now his kid has been coming to the National Center quite a lot.
As a green belt?
Yep.
Wow.
No, he's the smallest guy on the mat all the time.
Whoa, whoa, oh, he just flipped off. That was a good effort.
His coach used to compete internationally also for Canada, originally from Ukraine, but he did, if I remember his first fight, he did quite a nice counter to win it. This is 46 kilos, so, and he looks like a pretty small 46 kilos.
Yeah, last week I had a couple of new athletes come to the gym from the Ukraine. They love combative sports, wrestling, kickboxing, judo. Of course, the Klitschko's, some of the most famous. Mr. Tremblay from Alberta.
What I find interesting in like U18 categories is that most of the fight are finishing early. Like, there's not that many golden score.
Yeah, they go for it.
Yeah. Like less strategy, more like trying to throw as much as possible.
Ooh.
Oh my.
He is exciting, eh?
Yeah.
He's a firecracker, man. But look at his posture. Very good posture.
Like, this is exactly what I meant earlier when I said that you cannot really define styles in Canada. Like, he's more going for body-to-body judo. That shouldn't.
Yeah,
I don't agree with this call.
I don't like that one either. But look at his posture, his balance.
Yeah.
He doesn't reach in. He doesn't lunge in for the grip. He maintains his balance as he tries to snatch a grip. You know what I mean? Just, there it is. There it is. And he pulls back right away. Now, this is a really tall fighter, so he has to overcome that big overhand grip. Whoa! And he's out of there.
Yeah.
Realized there was nothing there and got himself out of danger immediately.
And you can see he's like, he knows what he's doing because with his left hand, he like kept the distance to not, for Tremblay to not, crush him.
Oh, there it is. Oh, let's see if he can finish. Oh, Tremblay got up quick, realizing the danger he was in. His throat was exposed.
I thought he was going to give a Shido.
Hey, oops, sorry. How are you? 2 minutes remaining now. No score on the board. There is that one Shido to Kremerman, that I'll say questionable Shido, but...
Yeah, 1-2-1 now. Oh, nicely
really
done.
Nice change of direction.
See, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's smaller, but he knows exactly when to turn and when to do the perfect move.
Yeah, very good judo IQ. And he's this is one of those things where the result today is one thing, but keep your eye on this kid for the future.
Oh yeah,
he's going to be something. I don't even know. I mean, he's U18, so he could be 16. I don't know.
He could be U16 because he looks so small compared to the other guy.
and it immediately becomes when someone's undersized, they become the fan favorite, the underdog, and you want to see them do well. And that's because of the nature of judo. It's designed for that smaller guy to fight the bigger guys and get the hips in. And
well, one of the best example was one of the best Japanese judo player, Koga, who fought open.
Right? Open.
Well, he fought open championship in Japan and finished second, beating plus 100 guys. Oh, nicely done.
Beautiful. Deep, coach. You got it. His leg was wrapped around the back of his knee, was touching the back of the other guy's knee, of Tremblay's knee.
Yep. And this is always tricky when you're like taller than the others. You know that they are going to try to do more sunages and more like playing between the legs. So it's always tricky when you're tall. You need to be careful. And that's what I would do if I were the blue fighter. Try to, pull him down as much as possible, keep the distance. Well, he doesn't have the height to be too far. Like, he needs to come closer to you to do attacks. So really, like, you try to put him down and keep the distance, and that's where you're going to have the most chance of winning.
Is this going to count as 2 times the bleeding? Because that's twice he went.
That's a good question. Hopefully not, because it's a pretty good fight.
It's a good fight. Tremblay's doing really good, too.
It would be really unfortunate to finish a fight with that ending. He's really going at it now. But I think he's good. Like, white player is going to be really hard to throw. And there we go. Just. Oh, I know this.
Oh, look at the way he went for that triangle. That was different.
Yep. And you need to roll him. Yes, exactly. Oh.
Oh, that's not comfortable.
No. And I would have let him work a little bit more on that one. It was.
So I'm hearing davai davai when Kremerman's on top.
Oh my God.
What?
Oh my.
What was that for? Grabbing inside the pants?
No, he said grabbing the leg. It was Newaza.
Man, he has 22 seconds.
Yep. So he cannot afford to take a Shido, which is really unfortunate. So when you're like winning like this, obviously you want to try to bring your opponent on the ground and work Newaza as much as possible.
Whoa, he tried for it again. There it is. Now let's see if he can but you have to keep busy. You got to keep busy. There it is. Work.
Because this is like the safe zone. You
now
know,
3 seconds. Okay.
Like you cannot get thrown. You cannot get surprised.
Yeah. 2 sec. There was 3 seconds. Hold on. This referee doesn't like Kremerman here.
Yeah.
Maybe he lost to his dad. I don't know. 2-1, and there you go.
That was one of the good fight today.
Yeah, good fight. Good fight.
I'm excited to see the final of this category.
That's a mature young man in terms of judo knowledge.
It's impressive for his age to be able to do well, to fight, because he looked really calm and in control all fight.
Kremerman. So yeah, every time I hear davai davai towards Kremerman. So I guess it's let's go.
Yep, exactly. The coach is Ukrainian, and I don't know if his dad is. I think he's Russian, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. Well, even the Victor Zilberman, national coach for wrestling, is Russian as well. So it could be. Charles Wallet from Quebec in the white judo gi, and we have Sazon Brezgin from Ontario. I think that's Russian as well. Who's this coach there? The blue.
It's for the Quebec guy or the
Ontario.
It's Yasin Youssef.
Okay, yeah. Is that Sensei Nakamura in that chair? I can't. No,
it's Marty Cut. It's his student.
Oh yes.
I think Sensei Nakamura must be at the main table.
Yes.
Or he's somewhere for sure. He's always here. And the good thing is, the further we are in the day, the more interesting the fights are getting, because we're going forward in the tournament, so only the top athlete remains at the end. So matchups are really going to be more and more interesting.
There's more up for grabs.
Yeah.
Sensei Nakamura always laughs when he sees me. I guess he just thinks of memories of me when I was 19 years old.
He always laughs at people. He's really funny.
He made me I was the Soji captain. I had to, after every practice, I had to pick the other 4 guys to sweep the mats.
Oh,
so I became the bad guy because I had to stop people from going to get changed.
That's a pretty unfortunate job. When I was training there, it used to be the 4 guys at the end of the line. So you would be a brown belt. Well, you would do it all the time.
Oh yeah. For those that don't know, Soji means cleaning in Japanese. So I was the charge of cleaning the mats. And it was because of my big mouth.
You're going to identify quite quickly, I guess.
Yeah. And they stand back up. This match is going by quickly. Already 2 minutes gone. Nothing on the board. Just a Shido for Brezgin. Neither fighter seems to feel the pressure of the clock ticking away yet. No one's kind of changing gears, so to speak.
I'm pretty sure once if there's a Wazari or a Shido that's happening at some point, well, one of them's going to panic, Like, it's going to come with time for sure. Oh, for Sankaku. We've seen a lot of Sankaku since the beginning of the day.
Yeah, a lot of that's one of those things that I mentioned earlier, the popularity and trendiness of grabbing the belt, putting the leg, pulling them over. And understandably so, it's effective.
Well, it used to be a really fancy technique, and now it's one of the basics of judo. If you don't know how to defend a Sankaku, then you're going to lose a lot of fights.
And now, so before sometimes people would put the thigh right beside the head, but now they're switching it where the thigh's in the armpit and they're hooking, and they're changing up which leg is hooking what.
Yep. So there are so many variety to it. Like if the guy's holding your leg, then you can turn that way and transition to arm lock right away. So it's a really versatile move.
Ooh.
Oh, nice Koshiguruma there.
Yeah. Yeah, in the last contest, we saw that other variation there. I would like to see that again, actually, how he came in for that Sankaku.
Well, instead of facing, towards the opponent, he was really onto it and went, he was sitting on him and then did the knock.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, it's a little bit less effective, but it's still pretty interesting. I think it's better for a choke, for instance, or an arm lock. Going again.
I see also a lot of the Japanese women actually would do that, where it's like they grab the head and the arm, and they're on top, and they turn over and trap the head. And once you're trapped there, that's pretty tight.
Well, Japanese players, it's interesting because for Newaza, they mostly have only one move, and sometimes they are really, they seem non-threatening, but they can do it so well that at some point you're going to get right.
And when they turn over, the other person has their leg. And, there it is.
I missed it.
That's an ippon, a counter. I have not seen a fight yet when the Japanese girl was on top and did not get the leg.
Yeah. No, because that's all they practice. They, in Canada, we do a lot of randoris where, we're starting facing each other and it's, work. Well, what they are going to do a lot of times is they're going to practice that one technique all the time. Here we can see a replay.
Yeah, 10,000 times.
Oh, yeah.
So Brezgin
is
the winner.
The white guy was a little bit too hasty with his move and didn't have any control on his opponent.
Oh, this is Evelyn Beaton out here again
Yeah.
against Beatrice Turcotte du Quebec.
Yeah. That's a semi-final for sure.
Whoa, she did not waste a second.
Oh, okay.
That definitely could have been a Rosari,
Yeah.
but she had the presence of mind to continue the rotation to
That was quick.
create the illusion of an ippon. I think she got caught off guard there. Beatrice looks beside herself. Let's see that again here. Here's a replay, actually. So watch this. So it lands originally Rosari, but rolls
Yeah,
her
no, I
over.
can see why it's ippon. I mean, kind of looked like she bridges a little bit. You know, trying to stop the turning with the... Oh, we're getting notified on mat 2. There's the big guys. One of them, the guy in white, only like 14 years old and probably bigger than...
14 years old?
Yes, 14 years old. He's over 6 foot. He's a nature freak.
Well, maybe that's our Teddy Reiner.
Yeah.
14.
No, he's still 16. And in blue is Elliot, the brother, well, obviously of Wilson, of the other Elliot, Wilson Elliot. Also quite two really big guys. So.
That's the guys from the Northwest Territories?
So we're just told that unfortunately, we cannot show commentary and fights on mat 2 at the same time. So, but if you want to see some some unique judo, I would recommend going on mat 2 because they're honestly two real big guys.
Yeah, for their age.
Oh, yeah.
Really big. And actually, look at this. He has his back. He's going for a choke.
Yeah.
The brother of Elliot is also Elliot.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's at the Quebec. I couldn't believe his age. He was still young.
Yeah.
They're big guys from the Northwest Territories.
Well, him and his brother are like way over 300 kilos, like the two of them together.
Yeah.
So at least 150 each.
Jesus.
It's it's amazing, and he's at most 16, 17 years old. It's crazy when you think about it.
Just in case you got to fight a polar bear, you got to get ready.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because a lot of athletes from Northwest Territory are this big. Like they're really big guys.
Huh. I wonder if it's a byproduct of the environment, or maybe you have to be big and strong to survive. I mean, I know they have harsh winters and beautiful summers. Yep. Actually, that's one of my goals. Believe it or not, I've not been to the Northwest Territories.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, me neither, actually. Like they're not hosting tournaments really. And I know some people went to Yukon, for example, for Canada Games one year.
Okay.
But it's really rare that you're going to need to go there for judo. And apparently it's like amazing places to go at.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Oh my God, that was really big. This is like a typical technique for big guys. Like if you go on mat 2, like Makikomi, since they're really big, and with all the momentum they can do it because they're heavy, right? With all the momentum, when they turn and they start to do their technique, well, you have no choice but to go at some point.
Yeah, especially when they grab the gi tight and turn, it's like hugging a barrel. You know, your arm is it's the only time that Makikomi can be really tight was when you have a really thick body to wrap it around. Well, that's why when I see lightweights trying it doesn't make sense.
No,
it's
it
too much
doesn't.
space.
Unless you're like right into the perfect movement, or like right in, like it's not going to be as efficient.
Or grabbing deep in the armpit.
Yep. I remember fighting one of the Northwest Territory guy. Like he's quit judo now. His name was Mason. He was 160 kilos. I was a little 66, and
160 kilos.
Yeah. Like just for fun, at training.
Okay.
And I told myself, well, if I move and I don't let him rest, maybe I can, surprise him at some point. when he got his two hands on me and then a makikomi, I realized I had two options: either throw myself or break my knee.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because when they, like, you know, because you must think that, you know, oh, they're heavy and that's why, you know, they just drag them down. But no, it's really with the movement and the momentum they can create is like really amazing, actually.
And it's interesting with how proficient people are becoming with chokes. If you throw for a Rosari, they have your back immediately.
Yep.
So you got to be careful and cover up right away.
Yeah, that's
Or float over and try and transition to Newaza right away.
yeah, that's why transition is like a key part of judo nowadays.
For those youngsters that are listening right now, we're talking about that link between tachiwaza and denwaza, between standing and groundwork. The moment that standing becomes ground, that is the transition where there's a lot of opportunities.
Yeah.
And it's an understandable mistake because we train specifically tachiwaza and newaza, but a lot of people that don't realize the value maybe don't train those transitional moments, but you know, they're important.
Well, when you think about it, you should do more transition unless there was a fighting per se. Because
yeah,
like it's really rare that you're going to end up in a situation where you're going to do 1 minute of work on the ground. It's really going to be you're going to throw, or you know, someone's going to land on the knees and then right away start a move. But when that move is over, it's rare that you're going to transition to another move completely. It's going to be mate or you're going to win.
yeah,
There's no like, you know, there's no actual work newaza.
yeah. It's true. You know, sometimes in newaza we'll bow and then one guy will sit back and pull guard.
Yeah. That's classic.
Yeah, that's fun for practice, but
Yep.
it's not practical.
Yeah, like how many times is it going to happen that you're actually going to be in this situation in judo? Like
Pulling
once
guard.
once per year?
Yeah.
And I mean, that one time, are you going to win? Oh,
Ooh, nice arm
Yeah.
lock there.
nice transition.
And again, that's Chalise Isabelle Medillo. From Alberta. Again, we got some nice newaza from Alberta.
Well, they have one of the most experienced coach all over, like for all the provinces.
And even there seems to be a little bit of an ethnic shift as you move west. There's a lot more Asian countries out there, Chinese, Japanese, Filipino. So I don't know if there's an interest in judo because of the ethnicity shift or whatever it is. And there seems to be a lot of half, especially in judo. You have a lot of Japanese ancestors moving to Canada. And Canada's famous for mixed families. You know.
Well, there's a lot of like Asian people in BC to begin with.
But in judo, there seems to be a lot of half Asian people, you know.
That's true.
Everybody loves everybody.
I think the only downside of this stream right now is that you can't really know if this is a semi-final or a repechage fight or a bronze final match. So I don't know how it's going to work for the rest of the day. I think they're going to do a pause in between repechage, semi-final, and all the medal matches. Oh yeah, like it would be quite interesting to know if this is, well, a semi-final.
Shido now given to Tansky on Nikita. And that is Vitali's student. I see him at a lot of tournaments.
I'm assuming this is a semi-final. Yeah, I think it is a semi-final because I recall one of those guys won a fight actually. So.
Yeah, and yeah, as soon as they win in one fight, and the second fight has to be a semi.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. Ooh, went for the same thing.
That was pretty nice. Actually, like this can be so dangerous, especially when you're not expecting this, like expecting it.
Well, they're traveling a lot. There's a. Once they're gripping, they're sidestepping, and they're perfectly open for some Ashiwaza.
Yep. And it's always impressive to see how like such a simple move can throw someone.
Yeah, the timing.
Yeah,
that split-second timing.
Yeah, and it looks really easy to do, but it's quite hard actually to get that exact timing.
Actually, Fabio Basile is a foot sweep specialist.
Oh yeah. To quite a lot of people at the Olympics like this, like top players. Oh, was that Depot? I think it was a nice little counter.
I used to start when I was a kid. We'd be jumping on the bed, and you try and sweep the feet in between jumps. That's obviously a bigger window that you have, but you know, as you get older, you can tighten the window. And
well, the key is to like try to foot sweep right before that exact moment before the feet is all the way on the ground. So it's like he's about to put all of his weight on this foot.
Yeah,
that's where you need to foot sweep it. I'm assuming it's another of a Vitali student, Satalashvili. I remember seeing him at Quebec Open. He did one of the biggest shows I saw of my life for this group of age. One of the biggest Uranage, it was amazing.
With the guy coming up next?
Yeah, in white, Satalashvili.
Oh, yeah. Now, I believe he did lose once today.
I don't think so. I think this is in the second. Yeah. I think there's a younger brother.
Okay. The younger brother lost one then.
Yep, I think so.
Whoop.
Oh, trying right away for the arm lock.
Yeah. A lot of the kids from his club, because they're so active in tournaments, and they must have a huge mat for Randori with a lot of kids the same age, they have this composure to them. Like they walk out like they've been fighting for 10 years.
Yeah. And they're all like really solid, really, they also look pretty calm, you know, they don't panic a lot. Oh, I don't know if they could call that a point, but that was pretty well transitioned.
Yeah, I guess we have to.
I don't think they will because one of them was on the knees.
Yeah, so if one fighter's still standing, I don't know. That's interesting.
Oh.
He's trying to make something happen here.
Yeah.
Does he have an arm lock coming up here? He's trying to get that head with his leg. And no, he's out. Now he has to
defend.
This is not going to go anywhere, so Mate will be called. 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining, nothing on the board. You have Satsashvili from Ontario versus Mike Perry from Prince Edward Island, I believe.
Yeah, one of the few people from this province. You can see the over right hand, quite strong. And Perry did exactly what he needed to do in this situation. When you're like trapped like this, you need to try to get out. It could be by either breaking the grip or doing a small attack, and that was perfect. He was in trouble, turned wide away for those Sanage, got off trouble, and he looks good.
And it's interesting, these days, let's say, for example, you're from Prince Edward Island, and you have a sensei that just is a guy that loves judo, maybe he was never a top competitor, and you can train, but you can also go home and go on YouTube, and you can also go on Instagram, and you can see all these different techniques. and educational breakdowns, and then you can go back to your club and and practice these things. So you have all these educational resources. You don't need to have the world's best sensei in order to learn high level moves.
Yeah, that's true. Technology has. Well, I mean, I think for all the sports it's been helping.
Yeah.
But
all
we
sports.
like we have a technical sport, and sometimes you used to. Oh, I don't think that's gonna. Oh, it is. But yeah, like you could arrive and see this unknown guy. You wouldn't know who he is, and then he would throw everyone with that exact same move. Now, you can find all you can search and find a variety of moves and be prepared when you arrive on the tournament circuit.
Yeah, look at this little bit of Newaza here by
Yep.
Perry. Very nice. Minute 16 now. Wow, wow,
This
wow,
is
wow.
always risky though when you're losing by Wazeri. So usually you don't want to work Newaza unless you're really confident that you can win, because you want to try to at least throw the other guy.
Finish it.
Without a Shido for Tsetselashvili, it's going to be hard for Perry to come back.
Yeah, he doesn't have. He has 2 Shidos to give in less than a minute to
Yep.
get them.
But it seems like he's burned out. Like it doesn't look like. Oh, nicely done, and nicely avoided. Couldn't really turn for the finish, but that was like perfect timing.
Yeah, yeah. Perry's he's a gamer, man. He's doing really well. And it's interesting because he may not have that deep Randori, pool to fight. Maybe he cross trains and other stuff.
Yep.
That's Osai Komi now.
Yeah. It looks like he might be able. Oh, that.
Perry has some Newaza, eh?
Yeah. Vash. Yeah, Toketa. But I mean, with 9 seconds to go, and no Shidos on board.
Well, we've
Even
seen it. We've seen it earlier.
Yeah. It's rare, I would say. Really hard to accomplish, actually. Well, I don't think they're going to keep the Wazari on board because I think he got out right before.
Oh, they gave him Wazari Awasete Ipo. That.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't hear the Wazari call, so Perry has a right to be a little confused here.
When you arrive to those last second before either the Wazari or the Ippon for Saikomi, it's always tricky to know when it was, like, were you out before?
Yeah.
It also depends on, like, was the Saikomi called right when the ref called it?
Yeah.
So, like, there's always that little second that can play, and, well, in this case, for instance, it has a little impact on the outcome of the match.
My first national finals when I was, I think, 16. I had a guy who I've beaten, and I lost to. Okay, I beat him 40 times. I lost 1 time.
At nationals?
You can guess where this is going. So he went for Oichi. I counted him. They gave him the Yuko. No problem. Lots of time. Should have been my Yuko anyway. But so I get him in Osai Komi with, like, let's say 20 seconds left. I go, okay, I got it. And he does this thing where he just sits right up. And the referee sees him sit up and calls Toketa. But he's looking at the scoreboard, making sure you got that. It was Toketa, right?
Yep.
But as he's doing that, I get the hold down again.
Oh, yeah.
So now he looks back at me. 2 seconds left. I'm in the hold down. Looks at the clock and looks, and the time hits before he calls Osai Komi.
Yeah.
And I was just, I was refusing to get up, saying, no, this is Osai Komi, no. And I came second.
Yeah. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
It was heartbreaking. I remember I threw my gi off. I ran out the doors. It was in Cranbrook, British Columbia. And I started walking down the street, and I was going to run away. I said, I'm going to go live in the mountains. I'm never coming home.
I probably came back for your medal, though.
I came back anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't have my wallet on me. And plus, you can't survive with
Yeah.
just judo pants in the mountains.
That must get pretty cold there.
Yeah. But I beat him the next tournament. So I know I should have won.
Yeah. It's pretty frustrating, especially national final. And if it was your first one, it's always that much heartbreaking when you think about it.
Yep.
But that can happen to both people, right? Sometimes those like shady calls are going to be for you, sometimes against you. It's just part. It's part of the sport. You know, you have human referees, so they can do mistakes, but the mistake can be for you or against you.
Yeah.
Just
I've had a couple for me, and I've had a couple against me. Another one against me was, God, I was still a junior, and I was fighting senior nationals. With my first match, again, down by Yuko, but I start to throw, and he's on my back, and, you know, his legs are kicking, and then time runs out. But the throw started, and slowly he goes over, and boom, he pong. And they didn't give me the score.
Normally, when the throw starts before the end of the buzzer, then it should still count.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
And that was our protest, you know.
Yeah.
And my father, who already looks like Super Mario because he has the mustache, he jumped down from the hockey arena to the floor in like 3 jumps. So he even jumped like Super Mario. So everybody called him Super Mario. But he was protesting, of course. That was his son who got ripped off. And he was,
yeah.
I'm sure I would do worse.
It's always hard to keep your cool when some stuff like that is happening.
When it's your kids, it's even harder.
Yeah. Yeah, because you got like this attachment, and you're that much invested in the fight.
I think sometimes we care for our children more than we care for ourselves.
Yeah. I don't know yet.
Yeah, well, but the first time my daughter, when she was 6 years old, they called her name to Bianca Corelli, mat2, and I stopped. I couldn't breathe, and I had like my tightness in my chest, and my parents were like, you see, now you see. It's tough.
Assuming this is a semi-final match. I don't think they started repêchage yet. Yeah, I think you're doing all the semifinals. This is 44, yeah. All the semifinals, and then they are going to go back to repêchage.
Okay. Condilia Carras from Alberta and Sarah Ekoski from Manitoba. Carras.
I would like to be able, if I don't know if he's ever going to come to do commentary, but Alex Simon, the national, I guess, U18 coach, more like development coach. I would like to hear his thoughts on the athletes, because he knows all the top players from each category. So I would like to hear his thoughts.
Have you seen him here today so far?
I think I saw him. I don't know if he's supposed to do commentary. I know he did it for some times, like in the last editions of Elite 8. Oh, yeah, he knows. Of course, that's part of his jobs. But he knows most of these kids. Yep.
Well, I'm back. How you doing, Antoine?
Pretty good, you?
Not too bad. How's the action been?
Pretty good. Some solid fights. We've seen some good throws, really nice groundwork. So a lot of variety, and it's always interesting. Like those kids, they can it's rare. We have a fight going in Golden Score. I think it's the second or the third one I've seen so far in 40+ matchup.
Now, do you think that's due to the high level of competition, considering these are all like elite fighters, top 8?
Well, I think parts of it is exactly that. You know, like they are, like, and when you're younger, you have, like, you're less knowledgeable in strategies. You know, you have less gripping knowledge. You have less, like, it's like most of the strategies revolve on throwing. So you want to throw, or you want to go on the ground to do your techniques. It's less like, you know, gripping and trying to block the other. It's mostly like you're going offensive. And when you're growing older and older, like you're 21 and then senior, that's where you start to get those strategies of defending and gripping. So that's why we see a lot of EPO and a lot of scoring.
Now, you spent thousands of hours on the mats, and you've seen a lot of footage and so on and so forth. When you're at these events, what do you look for in particular from these competitors? Is there something that you look for that sticks out to you? Any key characteristics? Do you learn anything from the action here?
Well,
considering you've amassed so much experience and whatnot.
We have like such a complex sport that every time you're gonna learn something. Like even from younger people, you can see they are going to do a certain twist to their move that maybe you didn't think about, or some like especially on the groundwork, for example, there are so many techniques that exist that you could be, oh yeah, like this could work also for me. And this is one thing you can learn. And well, I mean, obviously I'm learning, I'm watching for new stuff, but also I like to see more, like, you can see who are more mature and who are like, who like have a lot of potential, not necessarily the ones that are going to win, but the ones that are going to have a certain attitude. They're going to be more like, not confident, but like they're going to know what they're doing and they're going to understand what they're doing. That's not everyone that, they feel that way. Like you can see more like calm and in their element. So this is something always interesting to see. And we saw a couple of them in U8 like today. And you're like, well, this guy, like, he really looks like calm. He really looks into his game, and this is always interesting to see. At this young age, especially, it's rare.
Now, it's interesting to note that you're known as being very creative and unorthodox in your application. So it's interesting to hear your assessment of these competitors, as far as their development and what you're looking for. Overall, do you think that judo in Canada is gaining the sort of momentum
of course,
where we can expect to see?
Let's say we compare it to 15, 20 years ago. I remember used to be a lot of Quebec athletes and a lot of Ontario athletes most of the time. And like with time, like for the last couple of years, Alberta and BC kids, they have really been coming more and more on the scene. Like I think last nationals, Quebec almost lost to the medal, like total, for the first time in years to BC. It was decided on the last match of the day.
Wow.
Like if I think since Quebec won the last final, they were leading on the medal counts. But you see, that proves that the whole country is getting better. And one of the reasons could be because they are trying to structure it more as a program, as a province, instead of everyone stays in their club and once in a while we're gonna reunite. No, like I know, for example, James Miller in Ontario, and before him Pedro Guedes, they have like this high performance program where, like, yes, people are still gonna belong to the club, but they are gonna train there like 4 or 5 times a week.
Nice.
So it's like a mini national center. It's a provincial center, and this is one of the
one
key
in Alberta.
reasons. No, the one in Ontario.
Oh, in Ontario. Okay.
Yeah, it's at TPASC in Scarborough.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of people are going there, and this is helping because it's the same idea as the national center. All of the athletes, they kind of push each other to be better. And if you put together,
sorry, continue, please.
So if you like put all of the athletes, like, to give yourself as many chances as possible, you need to put all of the the good athletes together. That's what Canada did for National Center. You know, like it used to be at Shirokan, now it's at the National Center. Like, we bring all of the athletes from all over the country together to try to improve, like, the level of the whole country.
Right.
So, and this is one of the reasons we're doing more results internationally. 20 years ago, we used to have Nicolas Giel. He was like the top guy, of course, but beside that, like once in a while we would see another name, but that's it. And now we have like pretty much every year one person does the results at Worlds, Olympics. So we have some athletes that are top 1 in the world, top 5, top 10. Like really, we're going in the right direction for sure.
Totally, and it's interesting to note that even on the communications and marketing side of things, the IGF seems to be really pushing Canadian. They've taken a notice to Canadian athletes and their impact they're making, as far as representing the Americas, this side of the Atlantic. But overall, more and more people are noticing Canada's contribution to judo.
And
so, I mean, and this is the year, is it not? 2020, right? In a few months,
Olympics.
The Tokyo 2020 Olympics. And I think Canadian fight fans, Canadian judo fans are expecting to see hopefully some Canadians on the podium for gold or for any medal, quite frankly.
I mean, one of the interesting things with Canada is, we have a lot of good athletes, but as a team, for the team event, we're probably going to be one of the top contenders because we have good 73s, good 90s, and then over 90s or so. But like our women's team is especially strong. We have like two of the best 57 in the world.
Right.
We have like a really good 70 kilo. So like we really have a lot of potential for this team event, and this is one of our strengths actually. We promote like women's and men's judo on the same level.
Right.
As we see the replay of the last fight, little mistake by the blue judo gi there.
You see a lot of emotion, obviously.
Yeah.
This is an emotional sport, a passionate sport, although the etiquette sometimes requires more restraint, but people react, and whether it's in victory or defeat. And
it's a big tournament. Like when they first did the Elite 8, they had in mind we want only the top people of each category, and that's what like the level of the tournament is so high that like of course there are going to be a lot of emotions, and for those kids it's like, yes, there's still the Open Nationals in May, but this tournament, it's kind of like the first glimpse, like at some of the coaches, all the coaches are here, senior, and they can see you, and if you do well today, it's good for you. They can like spot you right away. Oh, I think there's a little bit of confusion. I don't think they should have called it Wazari.
Looks like he's securing the Osekomi here.
I don't know what is happening, but the time is not going up for Saikomi.
I think it just started.
Yep.
There's a slight delay there.
Yep.
Strange. Yeah, you're right. There's a...
Yeah, so because I think at first, I don't know what is happening anymore. I think they gave Wazari to the wrong guy. Oh. Wow. Well, someone screwed up.
Yeah, that was confusing.
So I think he was holding, the white guy was holding a Saikomi for 9 seconds. Blue guy got out and went on the, held a Saikomi right away. So that's where the confusion was, I think. No, I don't know what happened.
Someone just got ippon in the back.
Maybe someone was mad, actually.
Yeah.
Like that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was just back there and just to, capture some pictures and feel the room out. And the energy back there is a little frightening,
Yeah, it's really tense.
Yeah, I had to get the heck out of there fast because I could see. I mean, these are, young competitors, but their demeanor is fierce and they're in fighting mode, right? I mean, you can speak to us as to what happens back there in preparation. People are usually fired up.
Yeah. And tomorrow it's going to be a really interesting energy because for a lot of people, we all train in Montreal. We all know each other pretty well. Like 90% of the people probably are in Montreal regularly. So it's mostly going to be kind of almost like a training mood, except it's an important tournament. And there are a lot of people. That was a weird one. Really slow. I'm excited to see the replay of that one.
Hopefully, we'll get the
Yeah.
replay done by the team, who's doing a fantastic job here.
Yeah. So beside the fire alarm earlier, there hasn't been any problem as we see. That was really slow.
Wow.
Transition went for Ouchi, then Uchimata. And when she was on the knees, instead of just stopping or preparing for Newaza, she went right away for Sanage, which is really interesting.
That was Uchimata to
Sanage.
Sanage, yeah.
Seems like she was going for Ouchi, Uchimata, kind of like those directions, with the legs sticking in between. Then when she saw she was on the knee, she kept going.
So yeah, you were speaking about the energy tomorrow. You're looking forward to that.
It's going to be interesting because for some people that tournament doesn't really matter. Top people, some people fight a weight category over theirs. So of course they want to win, but it's not the same as, the number 4 seeded that needs those points, to maybe climb up a little bit on the ranking. So it's going to be interesting. And tomorrow, I think I mentioned it earlier, the 2 categories that for me are going to be really interesting are 81 and 90 kilos. They're stacked. It's going to be hard to predict who's going to win.
Even though all these competitors know each other quite well.
Yep.
And
well, because it's one day. So yes, you can win 9 times out of 10, but what if it's that one time?
Right.
And some people, they know each other well, so maybe they're going to approach a fight differently. So
right.
Oh, I got this guy in blue earlier. With 5 seconds to go, was losing Wazarian, then scored Ipon. It was quite amazing to see.
I think his dad is a judoka as well. He's
one?
coaching him, the gentleman
Yep.
in blue.
Yeah,
Gara.
they
Judo
look
family.
a lot. They look like
A lot alike. Yeah,
a lot
it's
alike,
fascinating,
exactly.
yeah. Do they have the same judo style?
That's a good question.
We're seeing Akbashev in white from Manitoba versus Garon. Alec Garon from
That's
in blue.
Wazari right into a Saikomi.
Yikes.
Looks quite solid.
Will he be able to reverse this?
I don't think so. Look,
He's trying.
Yeah, but
Will he be able to reverse it?
but that little tense when you score Wazari and then you transition to a Saikomi, you only have 10 seconds to go out, which looks like a lot of time in a sense, but honestly, it's not that long because you're trapped. Saikomi, 10 seconds to go, and if it's solid, you don't really have time.
That's right. And I mean, with all that weight and considering you've just been thrown and dropped, your air is leaving your body. Your state of mind is probably that of shock and frustration. And you set that in and boom, the algorithm is...
And you can see right here,
Oh.
right away, Saikomi, he tried to go out the other way. It's quite unfortunate. Sometimes you're going to get thrown and then the guy's going to fall on you. So, I mean, there's not much you can do.
It's the equivalent of a 1-2 punch in boxing, the second punch being the knockout, right? The setup and the knockout. Not much you can do. Great effort nonetheless. Okay, we've got Aaron Sibia in white versus Andra Mana. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing.
Faniri.
Sorry?
Faniri.
Faniri.
Yeah. Oh, he went for a big hip toss right there. And again, he goes for it. And it's interesting because he's a little bit smaller than the other guy. And that's what I noticed also in the first fight, that he was a little bit smaller than the other guys, but he's taking advantage of that height difference to go for more hip moves.
The smaller competitor. Right.
He's trying to get under them, which is exactly what you should do when you're smaller.
Lower center of gravity and... Now, obviously, the gentleman in white is related to, is the younger brother of...
Alexander Arencibia, who's going to fight tomorrow in 81 kilo.
How's his year been? 2019 there. He's had good year.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you because I haven't been traveling that
You
much.
haven't been following
Yeah.
this guy. Kidding.
Well, I haven't been traveling a lot, so I've been quite disconnected
Right.
from judo in a way. Obviously I followed the top tournaments,
Sure.
but I haven't followed like, the younger people.
Right,
So.
right.
But you can see they really want to try to throw each other. But one of them, what I would do if I were either of them, would be to come back with a backward technique, such as Taniotoshi, because you can see they are always trying to go up front, like Arigoshi and those techniques. And I think it would be more easy for the blue because he's always in the back. Just instead of trying to put your hip on the front, just come back behind.
Now, Coach Bouchard, Sensei Bouchard, I think they might. Oh.
Wazari.
Yeah.
Because he didn't fall on the back. Nicely done.
In the heat of the battle, how easy is it for people to get tunnel vision and get kind of like to focus on what they're trying to attempt as opposed to setting up counters or exploring other entries?
When you
especially for these young competitors, U18.
I'll speak.
There it is.
There you go.
There's the
gone backward. He was always going on the front and then just came back that one time backward and worked perfectly. But sometimes, like I feel for myself when I feel comfortable doing stuff, I'm not going to try to change it really. Like if it works, then I'm going to keep doing it. And that's where the coach needs to sometimes help you. He's going to see stuff that you're not necessarily going to see, without necessarily telling you what you're doing is wrong, because that obviously could put you in a panic mode.
Now, do you actually listen to your coach on the side? Like,
of course.
How attentive are? Because I'm hearing some coaches yelling and.
Yeah, well, I feel and I've been doing some coaching classes.
Nice.
And it's really not about changing the whole matchup. Like, you arrive in a fight, you have a game plan, and that's what you need to follow. Sometimes you're going to need to do a little bit of tweaking, but I feel like it's mostly for encouraging, and unless you're completely wrong in what you're doing, that's where the coach is going to need to help you. But he cannot, like, if you have a game plan and it's working, you don't want to shift the focus of that. So it's really going to be small adjustments. And after the tournament, that's where you're going to want to, come back on those mistakes that happened.
With Crystal here setting up the Jujigatami, attempting to.
We've seen some really nice pieces of Newaza.
Yeah, it's been impressive throughout the day. There's been a lot of Newaza action, and it's fantastic that the referees are enabling more of that action. I think people, fans, practitioners alike want to see more Newaza for sure.
And of course, it's not as impressive. Oh, nice Koichi. I thought that could be Wazari.
Dussault applying it here, attempting to reverse for Osekomi. How's the coaching going, Bouchard?
Well, I've done the one of the mandatory classes to be. I think it's like the old level 3 coaching development.
Okay.
So I've done this one, so I could keep going if I wanted to.
Do you enjoy coaching?
Yeah, I love it. I was coaching my own club at Quebec Open and Ontario Open, which are like 2 of the biggest tournaments in the country, and I love it so much. It's fun because you have like you're investing in those kids, right?
Right.
And you want them to do well.
Which dojo, home dojo?
Judoka Jonquière.
Right, you're from Jonquière.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
So, and it's fun because you can, forging them into what the athletes, and of course at some point they're gonna go higher and higher, and you're gonna stop coaching them.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what is rewarding. You see them improve, and this is exactly why I like to coach, because you can see all the improvements that happen even in a day of competition. You tell them a little something and they're applying it to win. It's really rewarding.
So what's your application to coaching in a few words? What keywords how would you describe your coaching style? The Antoine Bouchard coaching philosophy?
Well, to me, it's really because obviously I don't know the athletes I was coaching that well. Of course, I followed them when I go to my club, but I'm not their permanent coach. So it's really just let them be themselves and keep being positive. When you're on the chair, you don't want to sound negative. You want to encourage them, like, what you're doing is good. Try to do this also, and it's going to be even better. And sometimes if you're winning, you don't even need to say anything other than let's go, keep going. That's perfect. Like, so I would say I try to be as positive as possible, and even between fights. Like, if the day's going, win or lose, you want to try to keep the positive. You don't want to discourage your athletes because that could play in their mind for the next fights.
Right.
Was I right?
So the positive and reinforcement and enabling them to be themselves is your approach.
That's how I would describe myself.
How old are the competitors that the judokas you coach?
Oh, I coach from U14, which is 11, 12 years old, to mostly U18. I also coach my roommate, which is a U21 that also fights senior. So I coach a wide variety of athletes.
That's really cool, man. I mean, it's a great opportunity
Yeah.
for these practitioners, for these competitors to be mentored by someone who's competed at the Olympics like yourself. No, seriously, because in some other sports, that access is not there per se, right?
I feel it's important because, I mean, judo brings a lot to each athlete. It brings us a lot, and it brought me a lot. So I feel it's important, to give back, as much as possible. Like, I had the chance to have a very passionate coach that teach me judo. So I want there to be there for the younger people and try to give them my passion for the sport.
Who showed you that? Who had that sort of leadership in coaching that put that forward?
Well, the head coach of my club, Roger Tremblay. Obviously, he's
Big
here
shout
somewhere.
out.
Oh, he's here somewhere, actually. He's coaching today.
All right.
And yeah, like, probably had one of the biggest impact because, he wanted a lot. Like, when he was invested in the kid, he was really invested. So this is exactly the passion I'm looking to transmit also. Oh, fight's over.
Jusso delivered it. Do you see yourself coaching down the road, post-competition?
Of course, that's why I'm doing my coaching classes because, judo is my passion, and when I'm going to be done, I still want to be in the sport. Like, it could be as coaching, it could be just going to train and help the athletes. Like, I want to keep being there for people.
Right. I know we spoke about this before, but how did you develop your own style and approach, quote unquote, this sort of open flow, unorthodox style?
It was by instinct.
Which, by the way, I'm a big fan of,
thank you.
quite frankly, because I think that sort of originality is what fans and people want to see. That unpredictability is exciting. It's.
I'm a really instinct. When I fight, I wasn't thinking. So, I was doing what I learned, and sometimes, I was fighting, and some things would work, and then it's what I would get comfortable doing. As I grew up, people were trying to put me back in the right track, fight more normally, I would say.
Sure.
And then, but...
To quote-unquote correct this?
Well, yeah, because they were, if you want to say it in a way, bad behaviors, Like,
sure.
One of them was that I was fighting a lot on the side, like, instead of facing, which I actually grew up to develop it as an asset because people think sometimes they can get me with moves, but they can't because I'm really solid in this position. So it was really by instinct and by growing into it.
So it's just you fostered your own creativity.
Yeah,
right.
Like, and trying, of course, when I would go to training camps and people were showing me techniques, I would try to adapt them the way I could to myself.
It's interesting because in other combat sports, they speak about that free flow state of just playing and having fun and, enhancing one's own creative, imaginative style and finding exploits there to disrupt your opponent. It's
Well, judo is also that way because, there's no,
But wouldn't it be fair to say that sometimes when you see competitors from at the international level, you can expect a particular, style on
Yeah, of course.
of fighting. I'm not going to name countries, but you know what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, no,
there's a
like
certain
that's right.
rigid approach, quote unquote, that's effective, but at times can become a liability.
Yep, absolutely.
We've got Breen Iwasa here in white from Alberta versus Ekaterina Danielkov in blue from British Columbia. BC versus Alberta here at the Pierre Charbonneau Arena for the 2020 edition of the Elite Nationals. You're watching us on judocanada.tv. Thank you very much to our sponsors, TV Go, to Savvy, Hatashta, EC3D, TKNL, and Sherwood Ford. This is being broadcasted by tvgo.ca, so thank you to our web broadcasters. My name is Guilherme Sido, and I'm joined by a member of the national judo team, Antoine Bouchard. And the judo ambassador here, His Excellency Anthony Corelli, was on earlier, and we hope he joins the party again.
Yeah.
It's great to see him here involved in, very passionate member of the judo family in Canada, as well a very successful professional wrestler in his own right in WWE. And he's competed as well as in blood sport, which is a shoot style wrestling promotion that's doing some really interesting stuff with the merger of various grappling styles in a professional wrestling context for those fans of those sports. But
yeah, that was before his WWE career.
Right, yeah, he did that, and then he got into the non-shoot style, which is professional wrestling. But he's gone back to that as well. He's got an interesting. He's dabbled in quite the gamut of styles, so it's great to have him as a judo ambassador because he's
well known.
Right,
a lot of people know him.
1 million plus followers on Twitter.
Yeah, he was a really beloved wrestler.
Right, professional. Yeah. With his, with his own in-ring antics, but his own comedic style that made, an entire arena erupt in laughter. So he's quite an original character.
Yep, kind of like burlesque comedy.
Yes, yeah, totally.
And it's good that he came back to judo. It's good for us.
Yeah, he mentioned that before. He was saying, his first love was always this sport. So he's very happy and grateful to be coming back. And as you mentioned, to give back to the community that built him up.
Yeah.
Iwasa here is a shorter opponent, but she's not short when it comes to the aggression and the forward movement.
She needs to be careful, though, because she got 2 Shidos. I don't think they would give it. With 2 seconds left,
you never know, right?
They usually don't give Shidos like this. Like, they don't want to fight to end up on a Shido.
Right.
Like, it's always nicer, if people can have points and throw.
Right.
But sometimes
it does happen.
Yep.
Does that ever happen to you?
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm not that big of a thrower. I'm not that big of a technician. I usually, when I throw, it's a lot when I exhaust my opponents. And then I'm going to throw them, and I'm not a big, impressive judo player in the sense. I don't do crazy flips.
Fair enough. But you don't need to, right?
No,
it's not,
that's the nice thing about our sport is that there's no secret recipe. There's no that one formula that works for everyone.
Sure.
And, that's why you see all of the body types. You can see tall people, you can see smaller one.
Sure.
And there's no everyone's unique.
That's why it makes it such a dynamic and interesting sport here. We've got Wallet in white versus Neolov. Thank you, in blue. Ontario in blue.
3 brothers.
3 brothers, eh?
Yep.
Wow.
One of them, 2 of them fighting today, one of them fighting tomorrow. That should be a point.
Forward movement there.
Yep.
By Neolov. Oh, no, they're waving it off.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Why is that? Can you explain that one?
So I would like to see the replay, but maybe they thought that they were on the ground. Both of them were on their knees, and then he did his attack. Like, I would need to see it again.
Fighting for the grips here.
Yeah.
2-on-1. Oh!
Oh.
He had a 2-on-1.
And the nice thing about having like a Elite 8, like you can see all of the weight categories. So, you know, you have 46 kilos that are smaller and really fast, and you have also the 81 kilos we saw earlier. More stable, more strength.
Mm-hmm.
And also, well, kind of comes with the, I don't know, with the category, but those people are sometimes less mature because they're smaller. They can be used 16, while like, you know, 81 kilos like are mostly going to be older, more mature. So you can see it in the fighting style, and it's interesting to see the evolution.
Yeah, it totally is, and it's fun to watch the lighter weights because they're so friggin' fast.
Yeah.
You know, they're so quick on their feet, their techniques. It's fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I prefer the heavyweights, but generally I find there's more dynamic magic in the lightweights. You get a more complete experience. Whereas, and I'm not knocking the heavyweights can at times be a tad robotic.
Yeah.
And you know, after a minute in, sometimes
Yeah,
they gas out, you know?
Yeah, that's true. But nowadays, a lot of plus 100 in senior are
Super.
old minus 100. And they move up, you know, they put a little bit of weight. So they're not that big, but they keep that speed from minus 100. They bring it to plus, so they look so fast.
They do, and very dynamic. I think Sasson, or Sasson, or
Sasson,
yeah. He was that. I think he was under 100, and then he transitioned upwards. And Lucas Karpelik as well. Yeah,
Karpelik won an Olympic champion minus 100, moved up to plus, and now he's one of the best in the world. And then you can see that like those lighter weights category, like they're going to do a lot of sonages because they're smaller. It's easier to fall on the knees for them.
What's your favorite division to watch?
Oh,
as a fan, like, you know, when
obviously 73, since I'm a 73.
Right.
But well, I like to watch a little bit of everything because I can appreciate categories for their assets. You know, like big guys, it's going to be really powerful, and smaller guys, it's going to be really like impressive. So I don't have a favorite really. I like everything in the middle is nice for me. I don't think he's going to pick up the third Shido yet. He is.
Oh,
3 Shidos. Always sad to finish a fight like this, but at some point you got to give those third penalties.
You could see that quasi passive aggressive hand there when he went to give him a 5 was kind of that of frustration and. But hey, it happens, right? I mean, 3 Shidos, bada bing, bada boom. You've ejected yourself, and hopefully you learn a lesson from it.
Yeah, well, because you want to promote offensive judo, and you know, you want to promote throws in a way.
Right.
So that's why penalties exist. It's to penalize people that are not necessarily aiming to throw that right away. So another 46 contest.
People tend to forget how hard it is to be a referee in that decision-making position there.
Yep, it's easy when you're on the side, but when you're in the middle of that should. I got a feeling that this fight we're watching, Neilov and Tatarashvili,
was going to be entertaining.
It might finish with a bang.
I think I agree with you. I mean, you've got that sounds like a
unless there's an arm lock.
Securing it.
And
Neilov here is on the receiving end of Tatishvili's potential.
Got out. And they must know each other pretty well because 95% sure that they are from the same
Same
club.
dojo, yes. I think you're right.
From Vitale.
That familiarity is sometimes a good thing, sometimes maybe not a good thing if you're watching, because you know they negate each other. They know each other so well. They're training partners, most likely.
But then you know, you have like, yes, there's fighting at the club, and you can know that person very well. But there's also, when you arrive on the tournament mat, it's so different.
How so? Elaborate on the difference between.
Well, because there's that little extra, like, you know, like the competitive aspect of a tournament, of course, is like playing a lot into putting a little edge. Like sometimes, like certain people are not like that great in dojo, but then when they arrive on the mat, like a tournament mat, they're like, you know, they have that little edge on the others because they're better competitor. And then they're like the others, like they can be really good in training, but then they crumble under the pressure.
Right.
Like both of them can happen.
He's going for a lift here, Uranagi, kind of.
I think that was just after the mat race, so I don't think they're going to count it as a point, but that was a really nice counter.
No, Antoine, it's interesting that you're talking about that when the difference between some mindsets as far as competitors, you know, in training, they're quote unquote proverbial rock stars, but when it comes to competition, sometimes they crumble under the pressure. What is it, do you think, about those that are the opposite of that? They may not be the best at training, but when it's showtime,
it's really personalities, honestly. Oh, that's a nice little Oichi. And he's going for a choke. I don't think he's in,
You think it's like a conservation of like, you know, in training, they're not giving necessarily, they're not bringing it all.
Yeah, well, for sure. Oh, they're taking it off. Interesting.
Trying to isolate that arm for Juji Gatami.
Yeah, but, you know, since his right leg is not over the head, it's pretty much going to be impossible for him to finish. And you can see Neolov in the white is holding this leg to block it from going over his head. Because if it's over it, then it's really easy to rip off the arm. Well, easier to rip off the arm.
Neolov said no to that. And Tatishvili has 60 seconds here to...
it's still, they took off the point. Not a big fan of that decision because it seems like it was a Wazari. But, I mean, referees downstairs, they have the replay, so I can say whatever I want. They saw it through 3 times. So they probably took the best decision.
That's the magic of instant replay. It certainly adds to the refereeing capability.
Yeah, like before it used to be refs, like there used to be 2 chairs in each corner, so at opposite corners. They would sit there, and it would be like, you know, as we see Osai Komi from Tsetselashvili after Ozari. I don't think this is the best Osai Komi technique, like the best hold down technique.
Why
in my opinion. Because, like, you know, all of the other techniques, you can kind of like sneak in and grab the leg. This one, the legs are the total opposite, and you have so much pressure on the upper body that it's really hard to get out. Like,
interesting. Because it's not, your opponent is not laying laterally. It's like a north-south pin.
And exactly, like it's really hard for the white player to go grab the leg of the blue one, and there's so much pressure. You can see like he tried to bridge and maybe move a little bit. He succeeded, but it's so easy to go back into that like initial hold down. As we transition to minus 48 category.
We've got Bourian in white from Quebec versus Lee from Ontario, and Lee from Ontario.
Yes, minus 48 kilos. Trying to go for groundwork with a Sankaku. obviously couldn't get anything from it. Sometimes it's best to just stand up if you cannot get what you want.
How about that height advantage for Sarah Bourrian here?
Well, it's
Seems about a foot taller than her
Yeah.
opponent.
well, it's easy for taller people to go up on the shoulders and try to bend their opponent at all. But it can also be a disadvantage if you're too open. So you really need to, when you're fighting like shorter people, you really try to bend them to avoid them to just turn into a sanage, because that's where, like, since you're taller, you have a higher center of gravity.
Right.
So it's easier for smaller people to just get under it.
Yeah, it seems like the laws of physics favor the shorter, generally speaking, the shorter fighter.
But
If you mention, as you mentioned, if you don't dominate the grip and control the head and bring,
Well, I mean,
opponent-
it's two different, completely different fighting styles. So, I mean, like, it's really different. So they both have their advantages and their disadvantages. So you can see Bourrian is always trying to go with her right hand over the shoulder. This is typical for taller athletes.
As a coach, do you customize your approach to when you have like exceptionally tall competitors or exceptionally short competitors? Do you?
Oh, was Ari there? Barely, though. You saw she fell on the side.
Right.
But right away went back. So that was, in my opinion, clear was Ari. Well, it's always hard to, because when they are young, especially, like you never know if someone's gonna grow up a lot, or like
Right.
when they're gonna get older. So I think it's really teaching the basics, and then as they grow older and older, you're gonna see how they are gonna, like, sometimes people prefer to go up, sometimes they prefer to stay on the lapel. So
Right.
like it's really a lot of adaptation all the time.
For the more experienced competitor, do they find it challenging to change up their game when they're forced to change up their game? In other words, like adapt new techniques that are completely polar opposite to their initial trajectory of like offensive, moves.
Well, I think once you're at a certain point in your career, I wouldn't say impossible, but not probable that you're going to change your core judo. It's really going to take these techniques to kind of like put into your judo to have some variety. It's rare that you're going to go to like a completely different style of technique. You're going to try to stay in that little like comfort zone of yours and put together techniques that, for example, you go for Chimada. Well, of course, if you have a good Chimada, like, you're going to want to go for an Ochi, because it's kind of like on the same leg that you're going to hook.
Right.
And then, Koichi could also be a good idea. Well, like if you do Sonage, then you're going to want maybe the Sonage on the other side to be able, because, it's just like turning on the other side. And then Ippon Koichi is a really good technique for you. So it's really going to put up techniques that are working with your core.
Right.
And then forging it and reinforcing it.
I guess the most like recent example would be like when they banned leg grabs.
Yeah.
And many of fighters and competitors were essentially forced to diversify their game set. I mean,
that actually helped me a lot, because
how so?
Well, I was a tall guy, always was. In 73s, I'm less tall. I'm a little bit over the average, but still.
How tall are you again?
I'm 5'10".
Okay.
But when I was like a 66 and then a 60 before that, I used to be really tall for my category. A lot of people would try to, pick up on that, because I would always trying to go over, and they would just go under me and pick up the legs. So that when they banned it, that like threw out a lot of like dangerous techniques that I could get thrown on.
Right. Do Do you have any inside information on the next major rule set change that might revolutionize, quote unquote, or completely throw? Because I mean, I remember when that came out. What was it? I don't know, 8 years ago, 9 years ago, or so, maybe something like that.
Yeah, something like this.
It like people online were losing their minds, not just from within the judo community, like fight fans from different styles couldn't believe it that. Especially the wrestling types, those who cross over from sambo or wrestling saw it as a complete like offense to the sport, right?
I think this is exactly why he did it, to try to distance themselves from other fighting sports. Like, because it would be easy for a wrestler, you know, to arrive, keep the exact same fighting style, and then just pick up people and throw them. Like, if they distance themselves, then, like, you know, it's two different sports now. And like,
I mean, it came. I think the main. I like when you look at the Mongolian first ever, you know, gold medalist in judo. I mean, his specialty was essentially a double leg. Right? Yeah, and I mean, he just literally ran through people, cross country runner, like just double legging the competition and applied that to his game set. And we never saw, I'm generalizing here, but I didn't see any other sort of offense from some. You're right. So a lot of the wrestlers crossing over into this sport.
Well, and like Mongolia was really good in wrestling. Like a lot of Russia, there used to be a lot of wrestlers and sambo people going to judo, and it would be, you know, it would be a whole different game plan when you were facing them, because you needed to keep yourself low and avoid pickups. So now they're kind of like without losing the creative aspect of judo, they're kind of like trying to like keep it more judo.
Seeing Sanzana in white from British Columbia versus Quanch from Quebec, hiding Quanch in blue.
Going for Senkaku. Seems to be, as of right now, probably the move that we see the most.
For a turnover, sort of?
For Newaza. Today we saw a lot of them. And a lot of it, not only like a lot of successful pins, but a lot of attempts on it. Because it's such a, used to be a fancy move to do, or like, you know, exotic move. Now it's a really basic move. Everybody needs to know this technique.
It's funny how it becomes almost trendy in a way, and then everyone applies what's working and what's, because whatever's working is what's most utilized, right? You're not gonna.
And now you have like countries that don't even, like, they don't specialize in Newaza necessarily, and everyone knows how to block a Senkaku, because it's like basics now.
I notice I tend to see it more in women's judo. And I'm wondering, like, you know, why I don't see it as much in men's judo, especially for the turnover. Well, we're seeing artichoke here, bow and arrow choke, applied by Senzana.
Seems to be on, that's for sure. Yeah, it's on.
That's a great shot right there,
You know what she...
Did she tap? No, she didn't tap.
No, she didn't.
What a warrior.
What the white player should have done, she should have tried to turn the opponent on the back to show an evolution and keep the pressure on the choke. Because if you just stay on your knees like this, yes, it's an efficient choke, but if the ref doesn't see any like continuity or any like progression, he's going to call a mate, even if your choke is on. In this situation, if she turned around a little bit, maybe it could have helped her. But I mean, I understand why you want to keep the
she thought she had it, she could finish it.
I understand. Like sometimes you feel like he's going to be out, and then, oh, mate, there you go. It's easy to say after, but... I'm wondering if this is, we're finally started repechage, or if it's still like the semifinals. 48. This is repechage.
There you go.
One of our first matches in repêchage, actually. Because the difference between the U18 tournament and the senior tournament is that in U18 there is repêchage. So if you lose your first round, then you go through another fight. But if you're in semifinal, you go in bronze final. And if you lose your semifinal, tomorrow for the senior, if you lose, you're done. If you lose your first match, you're done. If you lose in semifinal, you're third. So that way they kind of like shorten the tournament.
Right. What are your thoughts on that, shorter tournaments?
Well, I mean, I think it's a good thing because at first, when in the first couple of editions of Elite 8, it was double elimination. But per category, you put 4 extra matches. And there are 14 categories, so it's a lot of extra matches. And now they can do it on one mat. It's faster, and also, like, you know, of course, number 8 seeded, like the last guy to qualify, is not necessarily going to be on the same level as the others.
Sure.
So you keep more impressive fights by cutting people that are losing.
That's an interesting way of programming it, right? In
Yep.
terms of keeping it dynamic and entertaining.
Well, because it's rare that we have like all of the top athletes fighting. You know, the other national that is in May, not everyone's attending it. So now you can really showcase those top people.
Right.
So this is, I think, one of the reasons they decided to do single elimination. Oh, what is happening here?
I think she had an armbar.
Yep, and she didn't want to tap. And you could see she kind of got out of her game. She's kind of out of her game now. Like, she lost the focus on that armbar. And like, yes, she didn't tap, and yes, the fight keeps going. But you could see that the pain puts her out of her game, and like she's less focused now, more focusing also on the arm. So you could see it in her game. It wasn't. She's not fighting the same way she was fighting before. She's less into it.
And it's a lot of pressure psychologically, right?
Yep.
When you're dealing with pain and still wanting to continue the fight. I mean, it goes to show the fighting spirit.
Yep.
Oh, and she might. Oh, no.
Yeah.
You can tell the limited mobility of that arm.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Second Shido.
She's in a. She's hurt.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what happened, but there's only one sheet on the board.
Well, they got rid of the other one. I'm confused.
Yeah.
It looks like the Shido got Shidoed. With the grip
Going
on
for the choke. Probably wasn't on the. She was probably on the chin. That's why she didn't want to go in. In my opinion, if you have a choke like that, and well, you should always try to go for it, even if you're on the chin, because sometimes if you roll, you can get under that chin and have an efficient choke, or if the ref doesn't see it, then it can hurt a little bit.
And I mean, it's all part of the game, right?
Yep.
Eventually, you're going to apply. You're going to apply some offense.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, applying that to one's case eventually, because it's inflicting as much pain and stress.
Yeah, no.
You know, and breaking one's spirit, quite frankly.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not dancing; they're fighting.
Yep.
Looks like the referee's going to
seems to be a Shido incoming, or maybe just placing back the gi. Shido.
Do you have a particular mental ritual before you start your?
Third Shido. I think there was supposed to be a second Shido on board,
Right.
but for whatever reason, there was only one. What were you saying? Sorry.
Yeah. Well, what's your ritual before you step on the mats and fight? You have something you do in particular?
Not
Is there?
really, honestly,
And I'm asking because I was in the back there and I noticed a
Yeah.
lot of people in their zone, in their element, doing a variety of things, listening to music.
I always
staring
listen to
at the
music.
wall.
That's for sure.
What do you
But,
listen to these days?
I like rock, and I like metal.
Okay.
That's
Any particular band?
I like Metallica, Motley Crue are probably my top of all time.
Okay, right on.
Older stuff.
Sure, no, that's good. That's good.
Oh. That's also in order. There you go.
Oh.
That was nicely done. Bon. You saw the guy fell on the knees and it didn't stop.
Well, Desbiens said bien. I see
Yep.
the opportunity and took Brochu onto the mats.
Yeah, so you can see fell on the knee, but he kept him high, right? Instead of letting him go, he had two hands, kept the body high, so he could right away go for a technique. If he let either of the hands go, the guy would have gone into a ball and then missed the opportunity.
There's missed opportunities or created opportunities or random opportunities, and you got to take them all
Yep.
if you're intending to win.
Going for
I must say I have spotted His Excellency, the Judo Ambassador, Anthony Corelli, might be joining us back here on the commentary. Oh. No. There's one.
Ooh. A little bit too predictable. Here went for Korichi right away. Oh, going for Uzinga.
Wow.
Oh,
What?
he called Mate.
Oh, come on, ref. Come on, ref.
This is one of Jessica Klimkate's favorite technique. She won a fight actually, Masters or Osaka Grand Slam like this.
Didn't was it Lipiliani who introduced that sort of
I
the
can't
Georgian?
tell you.
No. Or he's got his own variation
Yeah.
of it. No, I shouldn't say it, yeah.
So you can see this is it.
Oh, he went Korean on
Yeah,
us.
Korean study. You see, the problem right now.
Gagno's got a lot of
Yeah.
soul, I would imagine.
And I mean, he's from my club, so I know him well. And the issue is that he only puts one hand on the gi, and he's really predictable in the sense that, well, you know, they all know that he's going to go for some sort of sonages or koichi. So he should focus on having his two hands and then move.
You're saying he gives it away too
Yeah,
quick?
there you go. That was almost Wazeri. Well, yeah, you see, only one hand turned right away for Sonage. Oh, it was a nice throw. I think they're going to give the Wazeri. Yep, they are. This is the Saikomi from earlier, and you can see, like, the ref called Mate, but...
You guys
Going
didn't
back
see,
from that-
Did you see His Excellency? He started to do some throws here. He's
Oh.
getting excited here, folks.
He's going for the same technique.
We've got the ambassador here, His Excellency, dancing around, being excited. He wants to throw someone. My goodness.
Oh. That is a Saikomi. And also an arm lock.
He's got the shoulder lock there. Omoplata, shoulder lock. Omoplata is what they'd call it in BJJ, I would imagine.
I don't know.
Shoulder lock, yeah. With the legs. Omoplata?
I'm really not knowledgeable in BJJ, so I can't tell you.
Well, you're a judo expert.
Yeah.
I know, of course. You ain't missing much, brother.
I know the rear naked choke.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, almost got counter on that one. But you can see he always has only his right hand on the lapel. So it gives away what he's going to do. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's
now. Are you going to relay these messages back to him?
Oh, of course. And my coach knows it also. That's how he is. And he should go for Newa. Oh, I know he's
hesitating to.
No, my coach mad now. I know it.
This is your coach from Jonquière,
yeah,
no?
He was my first. I'm there because of him.
Sorry?
I'm like I've done my I wouldn't be where I am right now.
Right. If it wasn't
there.
for his, yeah.
But you can see he had a really good when you end up like this, you're winning Wazari. There's a minute to go. You need to work. You're bad at Newaza. You don't care. You need to do as if you're working a little bit to put that time down as much as possible. So you see, even though he didn't have any technique, just the fact he was kind of trying to do something, almost 10 seconds off.
Right.
So there's 45 seconds left, and he's winning Wazari. No Shidos. Good thing for him.
There he goes again.
There you go, Wazari.
There it is. Beautiful.
Nicely done.
Gagnon for Gagné, and he gagne.
Koreans, so they're well executed.
That was beautiful. I hope we can get to see the replay on that.
Yep.
Hopefully we get the replay.
Really well done. And it's a tricky technique to avoid. If you don't know what you're doing exactly, and you can see he stood back up after his bad attack. And then you can see it's really an awkward angle because you're you don't know where to block exactly. So it's always hard to not fall on this technique when it's well executed. And we can see it again. Look, he's going for an attack, right away stands up because otherwise it's Shido for a false attack. And then really well executed.
Great timing there.
Yeah.
I don't think Lau was expecting that.
Yeah, that was really well done. So probably another repêchage fight. Or, I don't know.
We got Charnot in white versus Horak in blue here. Quebec versus Quebec in Montreal at the Pierre Charbonneau Arena for the 2020 edition of the Elite Nationals.
This is indeed a repêchage fight.
Hope y'all are enjoying the live stream here. Tell us what you think. Send us a message on Facebook, on Twitter. We want to hear from you. Leave a comment. Share the live stream with all your friends in the judo community or any other combat sport or sport community. Tell all your jiu-jitsu friends to, watch and learn some throws here. Very vocal audience here, very, engaged audience, obviously fellow teammates from the same dojo and fans and whatnot.
Yep. I agree. It's going to be exciting to see the finals with this type of crowd. When the crowd is invested, it's a whole different story.
It's magic. I mean, we were talking earlier on with His Excellency, we were talking about the Montreal Grand Prix that happened here in the summer. And I was there. I remember seeing and feeling the energy from the audience.
It was amazing.
It was fired up, man.
Yep.
Clearly, I mean, this country could probably host another Grand Prix.
Oh, yeah.
They have one on the Atlantic side. Why not on the Pacific side in somewhere in British Columbia? I don't know. Maybe even somewhere in Ontario. I think there's definitely potential for that. So
and everybody that enjoyed judo came to Montreal just for the Grand Prix.
Sure. Or maybe even Quebec City. Why not? Because we know that Quebec is such a strong, established sort of community for combat sports as a whole for judo, but such a variety of combat sports.
Definitely. Oh, going for the now. I don't think it's on. She went for a over grip, but the second hand one is on the lapel instead of on the sleeve, so it's always harder to actually throw someone like this.
Going for the inside trip there, Charbonneau.
Yeah, she has a great. Ulrich has a great overhand grip. Really powerful when she's like this. And you look especially good when you can, like, you know, have a hovering grip and like bend a little bit. They got exactly like this. So you look good. If you can bend your opponent by having your hand over, it's like you look really good. You look strong, and that brings the Shido for the other person.
Is that pure strength or technique? I mean, just controlling the head, control the body, sort of. But like, is that a bit of both? Yeah.
Well, of course, there's like the strength aspect. You need to be strong enough to bend it and to hold it. But there's also like how you position your elbow. Like if you just push down without bringing down your elbow, it's never going to really work. And you're also going to leave yourself open for attacks. As if you bring down the elbow and you kind of like just block it a little bit with it, people first can't attack, and you have that much pressure on the shoulder.
What's the role of the lead foot position on that? Does that play anything, any significant role as far as when you've got your opponent bent over like that?
Well, it's easier to keep the distance, that's for sure.
With your lead foot closer, or
oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I like to. Well, I always have my strong foot close to the other, and I bend it a lot. You know. Yes, I leave myself open for some ashiwaza, but I like it because I can put a lot of pressure and like I feel in control like this. But I think it's really up to the person's preference. I don't think that's gonna work. You can see she was about to get thrown and went back right away for okay. So we've just been informed that before the final blocks, which is going to be, well, of course, the gold medal matches, but also I think bronzes matches, there's going to be a little pause. So, like, we'll tell you before it's when that pause is going to happen. So the tournament's not going to be finished.
Right. And something special is going to happen.
Yep.
Yeah. So you don't want to miss it. You're watching the 2020 edition of the Elite Nationals. Best judokas in the country are here in Montreal, Quebec.
Little mistake right there from the blue player. She didn't lock the legs strong enough.
No.
So you really want the foot to be behind the knee, because if it's only locked like this, it's not hard enough. It's not strong enough. When the lock is really tight, it's really hard to stay on your knees, or like if you're suffering the technique.
Insufficient amount of pressure, eh?
Yep.
Sure. Yeah. Are you All right, we are back here with the Judo Ambassador, His Excellency Anthony Corelli. How you doing, Anthony?
Awesome. I had a nice little lunch there. Of course, I ate very healthy. I waited until the end, then had a little chocolate. But how about that, eh? Antoine Bouchard spending quite a bit of time here sharing his vast knowledge of judo. You could tell he's just passionate and just loves the sport and dissects it. And he has that, I mean, obviously he's on the national team and he's been exposed to high-level coaching and tactical training, but he's, I mean, what a resource for us to sit beside and
Big
get
time.
to pick his brain a little bit.
Big time. And he's, as you mentioned, very passionate and a great communicator, and we hope to have him back. He's going to be joining us after he's done eating. And we've been watching a lot of great action here. And just about a few minutes ago, Your Excellency, we saw you getting so riled up watching the competition that you started literally throwing people around, imaginary people.
Yeah.
Elaborate on that. What happened there?
Well, sometimes if I'm watching a fight and someone's going for a choke, I'll catch myself tucking my own chin down, just, watching it and stuff. When it's two right-handed people, and let's say they both go for osotogare and both of their legs are locked, that support leg has to swing around back in order to change directions. And that's what I was doing. I was just like, because the girl had a perfect opportunity just to turn 90 degrees to the left by swinging that support leg back, and she could have executed that throw for Ippon. But I was downstairs. I was seeing some of the young kids getting ready for their bronze medal matches, one guy in the finals. And just the spirits are high. It's an awesome event, just the fact that it's not like, 4, 5, 6 mats, and it's just 2 mats, and it's a beautiful venue, and spirits are high.
Yeah, it's a unique experience, and we hope that people online are enjoying the live stream as well.
And it's cool because a lot of the kids, you should be a fan of the senior national team. Mm-hmm. Those are the guys you look up to and you aspire to be like. And the fact that they're competing in a prestigious tournament at the same tournament as your role models is really cool, because tomorrow we're going to see, we're talking, Antoine and I were talking about the depth on some of the fields, stacked. There are multiple divisions where, I don't know who's going to win. It can be anybody.
And it makes it exciting and unpredictable, and we hope that people tune in for that tomorrow right back here on judocanada.tv.
Oh, man, that's a
no time there. Transitioning for an armbar. Big shout-outs to our sponsors here, of course, the Government of Canada, Savvy, Atashta, EC3D, TKNL, and Sherwood Ford for making this event happen here.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier, too. So, if you have to buy some mats, you got to buy some judo gis. Reward Hatashta International for sponsoring the event. If you're in the market for it, you're not going to buy things you don't need, right? Obviously, you need a car, especially if you need a Ford. Go to Sherwood Ford, call them, and let them know. I saw that you sponsored the Elite National Championships, and because of that, I'm going to come to you. TKN, is that TKNL?
Yeah.
That company is really impressive, the stuff they're doing these days with their experiences with lighting. I think they even lit up a couple of the bridges here in the city.
Yeah, I saw that last night.
And
awesome.
yeah, really transforming. And Montreal is big on that. I took urban studies in university here at Concordia University, and I believe at the time it was 1% of the overall cost of a building has to be dedicated towards public art. So whoa, there's a big hip throw. Wow. My Lord.
Took him around the world.
Man.
Claire got dropped by Erlin Mostoivoy, Jonathan Mostoivoy.
So now I believe that puts him in contention for a bronze medal. Big hip throw. Watch this. So grabs around the waist. Big throw. Again, shades of Shadiel Nahas. So sometimes when you get that dominant overhand grip, especially when it's a left on right situation, it's the lower grip around the waist is pretty strong.
Impressive. So you were saying when you 1%
Montreal,
of,
yeah. So Montreal's really big on making the city a piece of living art.
Right.
There's art everywhere. Every major building has art. Outside, they have interactive art, and they decorate the streets. It's just really a pleasure. I absolutely love Montreal. I never wanted to leave here, but I had to return home after university. But so two of my favorite things, just like the Montreal Grand Prix, judo and the city of Montreal. It's fantastic.
Oh, yeah,
Uchigati attempt.
It's a world-class city for combat sports and a variety of other things, festivals and culture as a whole.
Yeah, even when you walk down, there's Place des Armes, there's outdoor festivals, and I really like the city, the fact that people seem to interact with their neighborhoods, and they'll eat at neighborhood restaurants, and the restaurants, they don't overcharge so that people can actually
afford it
and come out more often. People walk a lot in the city. There's, oh man, that's gonna be a Rosari. And there's really cool areas, you know, you have the whole Saint Laurent goes all the way up, and of course St. Catharines and Sherbrooke goes right across the city, Old Montreal, all the different areas. It's just a gorgeous city all around. The Olympic Village, Little Burgundy, La Salle, Laval, just so many areas in the city. I lived in NDG, beside Westmount, there's beautiful mansions on the hill by St. Joseph's Oratory. Of course, the Notre Dame Basilica. There's so much to see. And this is not a tourism commercial.
Why not? Why not?
Montreal,
of course, no. It's an outstanding city, and people are proud to live in Montreal. And I mean, it's known internationally. It draws many tourists from all over the world. And as you mentioned earlier this summer, we had the Montreal Grand Prix, and Canada got to show, you know, the international judo community that it can definitely host a world-class judo event, and we hope. Interesting counter there by Pikowski.
That's Wazari Awasete Ipan. But often that situation that you have there when two athletes are, their sweeping leg is locked in and they're just both hopping and bouncing on that support leg, and it just becomes a struggle. Here they are, see, they're both hooked. She was kicking back higher. And just there she changed direction a little bit. She lost balance at the end, but it was the changing of the balance.
Correction there, that was Brazo, not Pikowski, yeah. We're seeing a lot of female competitors at this tournament here. As you mentioned before, there's equal participation from women in the sport of judo, and that's great to see.
Yeah, it's funny when my son is 14 months, and we didn't know if it was a boy or a girl. And everyone's like, you know, what do you want, a boy or a girl? I said, it really doesn't matter. They're both doing judo.
There you go. Your 14-month-old is doing judo?
He will.
Okay. I thought you meant now he's already doing it.
No, he has a judo gi, and we play around, but he doesn't know what's going on yet.
Sure.
But my daughter did a little judo when she was younger, too.
Calder versus Lund. Calder in white, Lund in blue. It's BC versus BC here.
Whoop.
Oh.
I've seen that a couple times today. If you're a right-handed fighter and you're going to go for a right-handed Ipan Tsunage, your opponent should be coming to your right side because you're going to turn left, and it's going to help you get in faster, and it's going to be a tighter entry. If your person's moving to your left and you turn to the left, you have to turn farther. So it takes longer, which makes a larger window of opportunity with regards to the person blocking and negating your throw. Yeah, I imagine it's going to be packed in here tomorrow, and you have the senior national team participating, and you know, top 3, top 4 in the country. There's going to be some very interesting categories tomorrow. 90 kilos, 73, 81. Yeah, it's going to be a fireworks tomorrow. Oh. Okay, after. 21 seconds remaining here in this contest. It's Mira Calder of British Columbia. She's down by Wazari to Tiana Lund, who's also from British Columbia. We are down to the nitty-gritty here. Everyone that's fighting right now is in contention for a medal, whether it be a gold medal or this is the repechage, trying to earn themselves a bronze medal. Clock's ticking away. No Shido's on the board for this particular contest. And that is it. It's funny, as the day goes on, you know, each contest is more and more, there's more on the line, and you can feel the tension build as the day progresses, as people get closer and closer to medal contention. The audience seems to come alive.
Must be draining for the athletes, because it's generally a long draining in terms of like having to wait sometimes for, you know, in between matches and so on. What did you do when you had those long breaks in between to stay focused?
Kind of depends how long the break is. You know, these days with the system they have, you could be match 7 and then you look at the scoreboard and you go, man, I'm match 77. That's going to be a long time.
Right.
So you don't want to stay revved up for that long of a period of time. So you'll kind of, you know, wind it down, maybe, you know, sip on some water, stay hydrated, and that's a whole art in itself, to be able to have these little mini peaks throughout the day as you need them. And you don't want to, you know, you got to be careful with your sugars. You don't want to step out there on the mat in the middle of a kind of a sugar down, come down, crash type thing.
And it's somewhat unique outside of tournament-based competition, because, you know, in one tournament you'll be fighting maybe 3-4 times, whereas in other sports it's one fight and you're done, right?
Yeah.
People don't consider that sometimes, as far as the amount of endurance, the amount of focus.
Oh, that may have been Wazari. But either way, that's Wazari. I was set to upon. Yeah, so we have a lot of things. One, we have to you're often cutting weight, and you're often having multiple performances on one day. You're most often. So you gotta stay hydrated from the, just for the day in general, plus the weight cut. And then if you get tired, guys get tired, all the stress and pressure, and if you, sometimes guys have naps,
Right.
just shut it down for a little bit, and then you got to fire up again. Here's some of the big boys again here. Woo! He went for that Koichi. Sorry, that Ochi, but really turned his back, put himself in a little bit of danger, but got out of that. So this is Aiden Barkley from Ontario, and he's fighting Nikola Petrovic of British Columbia. Petrovic really impressive throughout the day. Again, he's going for that Ochi, but looks like he might want to switch it to an Uchimata because he's not really turning in, facing the guy enough. I wonder if that's what he has in store.
Both of these guys have to be over 6 feet. It looks like they're pretty tall and lanky. Long legs.
There it is. That's going to be it. And that's Petrovic coming away with the victory here. Yeah, these guys are almost my height. I'm 6'4". I'm not 6'4". For those listening at home, I'm definitely not 6'4". Nikola Petrovic is the winner.
Very impressive competitor.
Le Gagnon. Here we go. Here we're going to continue with minus 81 kilograms. Nick Luchkin of Ontario, and he's fighting
McCasey.
It looks like Tige McCasey of
Out
Alberta.
of Alberta, yeah. Looks like he wants to lift him here. Luchkin looking for the opportunity. Ref calls Mate. Do you look for the opportunity or create the opportunity?
For
the Ippon, do you look for it or do you create it? Well, what would you say your approach would be?
I'd create it. I would try and make him step a certain way, grab the lapel, snap it a certain way, push him, make him react. And then based on his reaction, it's like a flow chart. You got a couple options here and there. But of course, if it presents itself like your opponent goes for an attack and you find that you can lift him, then you're going to find it, and you're still creating it even if you find it, really. You have to seize it.
Mm. Are they going to award that?
No, I don't think so. Oh. I don't know what the throw would be called. They took it out. They took it off, yeah. If you can't call it, if you can't name it, you can't score it.
Oh, and he gets a Shido.
Hard kumikata battle taking place here. Think how important the grip is for an Olympic weightlifter who has to walk up to this incredible amount of weight, lift it off the ground, catch it, and then press it over his head. If you don't have that grip, it's not going anywhere, just like your opponent in judo. If you don't have that grip, of course, every judoka has a relatively strong grip compared to the average person. But those that have a really strong grip can apply so much more strength because it's not gonna slip out.
That's the best analogy I've ever heard for the kumikata, the importance of gripping one's opponent. You heard it from the man here, His Excellency, Judo Canada's first ever ambassador. How does it feel to be the first ever ambassador of this great sport?
To be an ambassador in general is pretty cool. The first ever, man, I must have did something right somewhere to make them consider me as an ambassador. But it's a lot of responsibility, you know. I gotta do something here. I don't know. Can I get fired from that? I don't know.
I don't. Why would you get fired? No, you're doing a great job.
I gotta make judo a household name.
And you're doing it, man. You're here. You're calling these matches, and I think the community definitely appreciates that.
I currently work for Sportsnet, so I'm constantly trying to push them to get some judo results on the daily news.
But you've done that, because I remember there was a few. I think a few times you mentioned judo. Obviously, a few major moments when competitors fought abroad. With El Nahas as well. You put them over, like, you know.
Yeah,
highlighting
on the show I do. Called Aftermath.
Right.
You know, when we start the show, we always there's 4 of us on a panel, and one by one we say a little bit of a hello, and we have some freedom there to say what we want. So right. I'll definitely donate my little time to. I think I mentioned Krista Deguchi
right.
winning a gold medal, and of course Shadi.
Setting up for a bow and arrow here, but ref calls mate. Lunchkin was Lurtkin for that submission, but
I believe this referee, that my eyesight's not the best, but that is Archer Sheffield, president of Judo Ontario, who's also an active referee on the national level, and was an excellent competitor herself.
we're seeing a lot of different sort of members of this community here sticking around, be it as coach, former competitors, becoming coaches. Oh, Lutchkin was going for that bow and arrow. But yeah, no, whether they're coaches and refs, they stay on as supporters of this, this community. It's pretty cool.
It's like an infection, it's in the blood. I remember I got into an argument with my dad once in high school, and I was like, I'm quitting judo. And then a month later, I'm like, I need judo. Because it's in the blood, and it becomes a part of your identity. I'm a judoka. I'm a student. I'm an athlete. I'm a fighter. I'm a martial artist. All these different things that come along with doing judo. The camaraderie, going to the club, your training partners.
What at the time? What was it that made you consider quitting? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, it was just an argument with my dad about something.
Was he a judoka as well? Did he?
He did judo, but he did it after me. So he's kind of like reverse second generation, where he was taking me to practice enough and kind of sitting there. He's like, I might as well get on the mat myself and do some stuff. So he got his brown belt. And then I got old enough, and I threw him in the backyard with a drop down. Oh, that's a nice drop down, Morote Sionagi. I threw him with Ippon Sionagi in the backyard 3 times, and that was the last time we did randori.
How did he react to that?
Well, my grandmother found it. His mother found it very funny, and that was the last time. I guess, hey, I look forward to the time.
When your own kid throws you. It's
and I know I didn't let him.
Wow. That's an amazing moment, though. That's like, you know what I mean? Like when your own kid, when the kid.
Ooh, that's a nice throw over there. Sorry, mat number 2. Interesting situation where the guy.
Guy's still active. I think he is, right? Judoka from Ukraine that like counters and does. He's like a cat in the air.
Oh, I'm not sure.
We're seeing a lot of action from mat number 2. Unfortunately, I don't think we can cut to that. But if you're watching us online, obviously you can switch over to mat number 2.
Yeah, I wonder if we can talk to them about making the modifications for tomorrow to be able to go back and forth.
I mean, technically, there's a cameras right over there. I could walk over and currently, and But I won't. I'll let the team there at tvgo.ca that's doing an outstanding job. And we appreciate all their great work and effort.
But even the building, if you could look in the background here, if you're watching at home, just some of the subtle decorative touches that they did here just to really add to the overall production. They got some, those LED uplights along the walls, pipe and drape everywhere, making it just look really nice. They have that nice media wall behind the podium that is, nice throw. That is in line with how they do it at the IJF and a part of the World Judo Tour.
All right, we got some action here back in mat number 1.
It's funny, a little bit of an audiovisual budget goes a long way.
It sure does, eh? We've got Lund in white versus Calder.
That's a score. That should be a score. There's enough time there, Rosaria.
Calder didn't wait and took advantage of the situation right from the get-go. No time for hesitation when you want to win. You just got to go for it, I suppose.
Whoa. I looked away for a second. That was it.
That's all it takes. Yeah, it happens. Eh? It's like you look away and boom, he punts called. And gotta love the replay.
I used to know it. I guess the gap in the action is because we're getting closer and closer and whittling down the competition to the last remaining athletes, and there's a minimum required amount of rest time between matches so that they can come out there and put their best foot forward. One time I was at the U.S. Open, and I was fighting it was the national champion for Canada at the time, Rob Hepper. And we fought pretty hard. I was able to beat Rob Hepper, and then the next match, because it was at the end of the day, because it was a repechage I lost earlier to the American Scott Rice. And I had the minimum 15 minutes, but because of the altitude in Denver, Colorado, after 15 minutes of time, I still did not catch my breath.
Wow.
And then I fought a competitor from England, and I was literally huffing and puffing on the way out to bow, and I was unable to win. It was just too hard.
The environmental factors, they play a role.
Altitude,
sure,
altitude's a big factor, man. You got to know where you're going, and perhaps if you're going to be fighting at some altitude, you'll do some oxygen restriction drills or wear some of those masks,
Right.
Or show up early, see if your body can adjust. You can't create that extra blood in a week, but you could have a bit of an adaptation. Definitely better than coming the day before.
What sort of cardio routines do you guys do at your dojo? It's the Battle Arts?
Battle Arts Academy,
yeah.
Right. For judo?
Yes, for as a whole, because you provide such a variety of martial arts and combat sports, right? So
yeah, a lot of the sports, you'll do a lot of sport-specific drills. So, for example, let's say it's boxing. You're going to do bag work for increments of time. If it's judo, you'll do, running uchikomi. So you run there, do 5 uchikomi, run there, 5 uchikomi, run there. And you incorporate the running with actual, functional training as well. I like, especially because of the stop and start nature of judo, I like doing interval running. So, let's say put the treadmill at 15 degrees, 6 miles an hour, and then 20 seconds off, 20 seconds on, 20 seconds off, 20 seconds on. And it gives you a little start and stop type feeling. And of course, you can play with that, and you can increase the speed and play around with the times and adjust the rest times. Ideally, I guess you'd want to go, let's say, 7, 8 miles an hour on a 15-degree incline, 10-second rest, 20 seconds really fast, kind of simulate what's going to be happening in judo.
How about the cardio for pro wrestling, if you don't mind me asking? Because it seems like it's physically
similar.
demanding. Yeah,
It's actually similar because you'll have opportunities to put a hold on and rest as well.
Right.
So it's start and stop. But early in the season for judo, you want to have that aerobic base. You want to be able to go jog for an hour at a slower pace.
Well,
swim, for an hour at a slower pace, and really develop that aerobic base that's going to help you recover during those periods of, inactivity when you're doing an interval.
Right.
At least that's what they told me.
When you competed, what weight division was it?
78.
78, eh?
Now, and it would have been 81.
What's your fondest memory of competition? Like, what's one competition that you still think of till this day? Like, which defines you as a judoka?
Yeah, when I was young, I was 16 years old, we were at the Canada Winter Games. And I remember just having this incredible day where I was, throwing guys in 10 seconds and 20 seconds and throwing and pinning guys in 45 seconds and made it to the finals. And then it was actually Sandra Greaves, who was a Canadian Olympian. She was coaching for Alberta and just really coached the other athlete well. He was a left-handed guy, and she made the adjustment, and he was able to get me by a Yuko. So it was a silver medal, but it was a really fun day. I remember the feeling of like, wow, I'm on today,
You're a righty, right?
I'm right-handed, yep. Of course, winning nationals was a big day. I think my judo career was just getting started, to be honest. It would never really. I had a child in university, and that really kind of made it a little extra difficult in terms of reaching my full potential. I would like to believe there was a lot more judo left in me. And actually, I hurt my neck in university, too. The first time I hurt my neck was at a wrestling practice at Concordia. I had a partially herniated disc.
Wow.
That was giving me a lot of trouble.
Is this before,
Before wrestling, yeah.
Okay, wow.
So my whole wrestling career, I had this underlying, neck issue that I tried to protect as long as I could, basically. Mat number 2 now, if you're not watching, that's where there is some action on there, so.
I'm tempted to tilt the camera this way, but.
But I don't know if that's going to be for the viewer as well.
Oh, right.
That might just be for us.
Sure. Good point.
Wow, nice drop down. That's going to be a Rosari. That could have been an Ippon, the way she rolled through. That looked like a heavyweight. I don't know if she's a heavyweight, but she's a big, strong lady.
Yeah.
And to see a nice drop down from a heavyweight, that was very impressive.
When you wrestled in Concordia, was that with Zimmerman?
Zilberman was our coach, yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny, so my first professional wrestling coach, Don Kolov, his son, my buddy Jordan, went to Concordia as well and trained with Victor Zilberman. So that's
at the same time.
Same time. That's how I met my wrestling coach, by going to the Hampton Y to a wrestling training with Andy Bordeaux. Andy Bordeaux was an Olympic athlete for Canada in wrestling, and also was on the national team. I think he was second in Canada.
Wow.
In judo. He did both. And when I went to Shidokan for the first time, when I was during March break in high school to check it out, I knew I was going to come the next year. I wanted to go just see it, touch the mats. And I met Andy Bordeaux, and he invited me to come to the Hampton Y to meet Victor, because I was considering wrestling for Concordia next year when I came. And during that practice, I met my buddy Jordan.
Sorry, you were considering wrestling as well as carrying on with judo?
Yeah, so I did both the same year. You know, I did judo and wrestled.
That sounds amazing, but also like ridiculously crazy. In the sense, you know what I mean, in terms of that physical commitment, like doing both sports.
Yeah, I didn't have to train.
You seem like a
full-time
competitive
in
guy.
wrestling,
Right.
because Victor knew I was training in judo, and he gave me some slack in terms of coming to every practice. But closer to competitions, I would go to some wrestling, more wrestling practices. But that day when I showed up, you know, Victor said, "Okay, go warm up with that guy," and that guy he pointed to was my friend Jordan. To this day, is still one of my best friends, and his dad ended up being my first professional wrestling coach.
Wow.
Don Koloff.
Out of and he's from Ontario, right? Coca-Cola? No.
Originally he's from Bulgaria, but he lives in Ontario now. Yeah. Wow, that was nice. God, look at that! Look at that reefing on the arm. That is crazy. That actually had too much hip, that throw. See.
Over rotation, eh?
Over rotation.
Hence why the arena is called Don Koloff Arena, right?
Yes.
Yes. This is the arena at Battle Arts, for those who are watching.
Yeah, there's all these kids out there that train in judo, and they grow up and they don't even realize that they are, you know, perfectly prepared to transition into pro wrestling should they choose to, because judo, again, is an excellent prerequisite.
For so many sports, I mean, of course, within combat sports, if you're looking at mixed martial arts, transitioning to professional wrestling, but as a whole, I mean, judo as a base, we've heard that people who play hockey, kids who do judo, you know, seem to excel also in hockey and other sports because they have that coordination, that strength, that balance. Similar benefits to gymnastics, right? So
yeah, grappling sports, and that's the thing about striking sports, right? Boxing, taekwondo, karate. It's great that you're throwing punches in the air, but there's nothing holding on to you in terms of resistance. So in judo, when you're moving and you're trying to grab someone's arm, they're resisting. So it's like, it's functional weight training just with other people's bodies and resistance. So I played baseball as a kid, and then after my first year of judo, and I went back to baseball that summer, I was a different athlete already.
You were hitting home runs.
Home runs left and right, yeah.
That's awesome.
And the rotation in judo from doing throws and that core strength is transferable to anything. The balance needed to throw somebody is going to help you fight off other players in soccer. And a lot of the Russian athletes, they go do grappling in the off season to keep in shape, but also, you know, get strong and develop those attributes. And the thing is, too, any sport, you want to be good at any sport, it's all about footwork. Soccer, basketball, football, you know, breaking ankles, hockey, it's all footwork.
Right.
And judo is all footwork as well. So just developing the coordination with regards to, you know, complex footwork, that footwork is going to make anything else so much easier.
We're seeing Richardson in white versus Solevicic, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing, in blue. Big throw by Richardson. Gets the Wazari. Did you ever cross paths with Alan Koich?
Alan Koich?
Bad News Brown.
Oh, yeah. So
you
check
did,
So I was at a junior nationals.
Or Bad News Alan.
Yeah, I was at a junior nationals in Calgary.
Okay.
Gosh, how old was I? I came second that year to Colin Morgan, who was an Olympian for Canada. And in walks in
the legend,
Bad News Brown.
Wow.
And I'm looking around like, is anybody seeing this? This is bad. He's a huge man.
Yeah.
He was living in Calgary at the time, training with Calgary Stampede. And yeah, it was just so cool for me because I was a big wrestling fan, obviously, growing up. And I knew exactly who he was. So I don't know if other people weren't wrestling fans, but I was, you know, my mouth was wide open.
I think he was the first ever heavyweight American to make the podium at the Olympics. at the Olympics here in Montreal, actually, the 70, what was it, 73?
76.
76, excuse me, Olympics, yeah.
And if you watch that loss in the semis, he won that.
Yeah.
He should have been in
yeah.
the finals.
And from there, he transitioned, of course, into professional wrestling. But he made a big name for himself also in Japan, in New Japan Pro Wrestling, doing a lot of the shoot-style pro wrestling, UWFI. Even fought Sakuraba, I believe, way back in the day. And unfortunately, he passed away in...
That was a nice throw. Yeah, he was known in the locker room as one of the toughest guys.
He was a shooter, yeah.
And he was also a very big guy, too. I'll never forget, he walked in, he was wearing a white, I think it was a British Knights tracksuit, and just, gold chains. He just looked so cool.
Did you approach him?
Oh, no, I was too scared. He looked scary. Yeah. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but he looked scary. This guy landed pretty hard on his shoulder here. Thank God they're young. Oh, we're up at 90 kilos now. Mat number 2. Another Ippon. So both mats back to back, both drop down Seoinage Ippons. Interesting though, because now the athletes know there's that danger, that risk of that counter choke, but they're still firing off drop down attacks and still getting Ippons.
Richardson takes this one. Check out the replay here.
There it is, nice and deep. And it was that secondary effort, those 2 or 3 extra steps. mat2 now, again, I believe that's 90 kilos. That's some big, thick kids there. Macomber, Ontario. And I cannot read the name of the blue athlete. It's like Lemieux.
Lemieux, yeah.
It is, yeah? Wow, good. Surprised I can see that far. Ooh, beautiful throw by Macomber. And that break fall by Lemieux made it sound even better.
Oh!
Look, another Ippon on mat number 1. We're just cruising along now.
Brazo just wasting no time there, dropping Lund.
And it's
quicker
funny,
than a bad habit.
The speed at which we're going through the matches is going to create those moments where you have those long lulls of no action because of that minimum time required. And that's what we're having right now. There's nobody on deck on mat number 1.
You're watching the 2020 edition of the Elite Nationals live from Montreal, Quebec, here at the Pierre Charbonneau Arena. We'd like to hear from you, so make sure you go on Facebook, send us a message, tweet to us. Tell us what you think of the tournament so far. Obviously, we'll be here tomorrow as well. You don't want to miss it.
Feel free to compliment all the commentary. These guys, they fought earlier, I believe.
This is, I think, their 3rd time fighting each other.
So this is a round robin. There must be only these 2.
Yeah.
So they won one apiece?
I think so, yes.
Oh, they'd have to be, yeah, if it's their 3rd time.
Do you coach any like heavyweight judokas at your dojo?
I have one senior heavyweight.
Okay.
Came 2nd at the Quebec Open.
Do you have a particular approach when you're coaching like larger opponents or even smaller opponents? Is there a methodology you employ if they have their fundamentals all set?
I mean, not really,
no,
to be honest. I mean, there's obviously techniques that are going to be better suited towards different weight categories, but my sensei was notorious in Japan for being, he went to a university that specialized in like 85 kilo guys, and he was like a 60 kilo guy, but he was just ate extra rice and got stocky, and he was able to fight larger guys, and that style rubbed off on me. I was able to fight larger guys. Like, for example, I could if I was 80 kilos, I'd have a harder time with an 80 kilo guy than a 100 kilo guy or 110 kilo guy.
Well,
I don't know if that's just rubbed off from my sensei.
how would you deal with larger opponents? What was your approach?
Try and make them muscle you. So move, maybe push them a little bit. If a little guy pushes a big guy, there's a pretty good chance the big guy is going to say, I don't think so, and push back. And when they push back, boom, drop down, get underneath, follow through. I actually fought heavyweight one year in Canada. I don't know what I was doing, protesting. I was unhappy. I just tried to gain as much weight as possible, and I was like 100.1 kilos, and I fought heavyweight. And I won the Ontarios pretty easily, and then the Nationals, I was in the semifinals, and you know, I'm not a heavyweight, and I was fighting a real heavyweight who was like 2 meters tall, and I did a duck under to do something, and my leg just got crossed, and all of a sudden it was like timber.
Oh no!
And I fell, and I realized, yeah, I should not be with these big giant guys. And you look at the international scene; the heavyweights are massive.
Yeah.
And unlike other sports, judo doesn't have a maximum, a ceiling. I believe there's one guy from Peru who's like 360 pounds.
Yeah. Oh, yes, there's a few of those massive one, I think, Neta from Romania as well. Super heavyweight, towering like 6'8", almost as tall as Teddy Riner. But it's funny because more and more, they're more and more athletic. They're more and more capable. They're more explosive. And even their training regiment alone, if for those who follow them on social media, they're essentially like, NFL football players.
Yeah.
But with more agility and more quickness.
That's the only problem in North America. When you're a big guy who's very athletic, you're going to get scooped up by, hockey, football, basketball. But if judo was more popular, we'd be scooping up those athletes from those sports. And I just can't believe that we can't find one super heavyweight who just loves judo. But you can't compete with the money that the other sports and the pay that the other sports command.
I think they're there. I think there's also a retention strategy issue, right? Because it comes at a certain age with any amateur sport with young athletes, be it intermediate or in high school, they just drop the sport, because they're growing up, they're finding other interests, or they want to hang out with their friends, right? There's a certain level of commitment, as you would know as a former competitor, where you spend so much time training away from friends, you know what I mean, away from just socializing, right? And some people, it's for lack of better words, it's a sacrifice, I suppose, right?
There's a huge drop-off, somewhere around 16 to 18, for most sports, actually.
Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the intermission portion of the day, so we're going to be taking a break, I would imagine.
That's why it's important to get the kids to become competitive. And there's a greater retention rate with kids that are active in the competitive circuit as opposed to kids that just do it recreationally.
So we're going to be taking a short pause here, folks, during this break, and we'll be back when the show starts up again.
right, so we're back for a second tiebreaker in the minus 73 categories.
Just call me down to the mats.
So Richardson in white and Althaus in blue. So for people unaware of it, I think there was a 3-person with the same amount of victories in the minus 73 kilos. In this case, those 3-person are just going to do a fight with one another to determine who's going to make it into the semifinal, because there were 7 in the category only. So instead of doing a regular draw sheet, they do 2 pools, 1 of 4, 1 of 3. So people ended up with this probably 1 win each or 2 wins each, maybe.
Richardson versus Althaus, right? Richardson in white, Althaus in blue.
So I think there's another category that has a tie break. I didn't notice which one it was. Seems to be a golden score, though. Just
Already,
noticed.
yeah?
No, but I mean, it's a tie break, but it's
Okay.
golden score tie break because it just won a winner.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is that a common?
Well, because I mean, internationally, there's not really a tournament where there are like 5 competitors. It's always like a bracket.
Right.
Here, it's like really 2 different pool, and that's why they can be tie breaks like this.
So whoever scores first essentially wins.
Exactly.
Yeah? Well, let's see who wants it more. Is it
Yep.
Richardson in white or Althaus?
It adds up a little bit in a way to the pressure, right? Because you know that if you do one little mistake, then you might be out of the tournament. 'Cause, I mean, you lose once, you might lose a second time. Especially since you already fought those guys earlier in the day.
Yeah, and you're familiar with their strengths
Yep.
and possible weaknesses, but Althaus trying to grab the back of the shorter opponent, his shorter opponent here.
Yep. Oh, nicely tried. Hear about it. He's not going to let go. He was holding on the lapel to avoid any Newaza work.
First Shido.
Seems
Or
they have,
second Shido.
Well, seems to have trouble with the Shidos because it's
It's not showing up.
Exactly, it's been a couple of fights since. Well, they gave Shido and they actually didn't put it on the board.
That's weird.
I think it's like my theory is that the care system has been made when one Shido would mean victory in golden score, but now that it's not a win anymore, if you put a Shido, then the fight stops, right?
Right. Okay.
So I think that might be why.
Huh. It's great to have you on here explaining all this because frankly, I wouldn't.
Well, because the rule changed a lot, and it's probably like that is like I don't remember when it changed. It's been less than 4 years since that Shido rule. Like they've tweaked the Shidos a little bit in the last 4 years, once or twice.
Althaus
Really deep.
He's trying to secure it. Sumigaishi, no sir.
If he had the belt on that one, I think he would have thrown. Problem is that when he went for that throw, the guy kind of slipped a little bit, and he couldn't keep like the
tightness. Or?
Yeah, exactly. So almost. This is basically the length of a regular fight, 4 minutes. It's really close. You see, there it goes. Couldn't keep the left sleeve of the opponent, so couldn't really throw. So really tight match though.
It sure is, and both guys are giving their best effort. They clearly want to move on here.
If I'm not mistaken, there's going to be another 73 kilos tiebreaker after this match. I think they do it like the women's category and then another tiebreak. Yeah, I think they don't put the Shidos in the system. You probably handwrite it on the side just to be sure to not lose count.
Hopefully, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So now I get them. I wonder what's going to happen for the final block. Is it going to be two finals at the same time, or I think it's not specified yet.
Asking him to fix his gi, could this mean something? Or no, I guess not, eh?
So?
No.
Not yet.
Sometimes you get nervous when you see that. Cause
a lot of
like,
times when they ask it, they ask both players to put back their gi, and it means like there's going to be a Shido announced. And usually it's the Shido that ends the match.
Yeah, it's always it's a tense moment. I wonder if they do it just to dramatize. Kidding. But you know, sometimes it's really tense, and you're like, oh no, come on, ref.
Yep. Sometimes they want to review for points, and instead of doing nothing, you're just gonna, they're gonna tell you to tighten up your gi while they watch.
Right.
Oh,
trying to reach over there.
Yeah. Not much happening in this fight. It's been 6 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's the second one. Oh, no, third one.
Third one, yeah.
There you go.
It was 2-1. I didn't remember who had two Shidos.
Richardson takes this one.
Not the most offensive matchup we had today.
No.
And I mean, I understand at this point they really, like, especially it's a tie break. Oh, no ceremony.
All levels of judo. So on behalf of Judo Canada, will you please give a round of applause to Mr. Nicholas Gill. 15 years to actually this day, he has worked for us as an organization. So merci beaucoup, Nicholas.
Oh, you give me the microphone. Merci beaucoup, Mr. Tamura. Thank you, Pat. My heart just started beating again. Merci beaucoup. Ça a été 15 années très courtes et très agréables. Merci à tous ceux avec qui j'ai passé ces belles années. I survived a few crazy presidents like Mr. Griffo and now Mr. Tamura, and hopefully I can survive another 15 years en espérant être encore avec vous un autre 15 ans. Merci beaucoup.
Et maintenant, j'aimerais inviter M. Daniel De Angelis, secrétaire général de Judo Canada et président de la Commission des grades. Now, please welcome Mr. Daniel De Angelis, General Secretary and Chair of the Grading Committee of Judo Canada.
Merci. Thank you, everyone. La Commission nationale des grades a regardé le parcours de certains de nos athlètes de haut niveau qui nous représentent fièrement au niveau international et qui sont rarement disponibles pour passer leur grade. The National Grading Board did look at at some of our athletes, high performance athletes that are always abroad and that were proud of their journey to reach gold medals at the international levels. One of the things we noticed is that most of them do already meet the age, the time in grade, and the number of points to be promoted. Nous avons remarqué que plusieurs de ces athlètes avaient déjà atteint l'âge, le temps requis et le nombre de points pour être promus. So today, the National Grading Board is proud to promote some of our high-performance athletes. Aujourd'hui, le Comité national des grades est heureux de donner des promotions à certains de nos athlètes de haut niveau. Au grade Nidan, M. Étienne Briand. Au grade de Nidan, Shadi El-Nas. Comme vous pouvez voir sur le tableau, as you can see on the screen, Mrs. Priscilla Gagne would also have been promoted Nidan, but she's competing tomorrow, so she's at the accreditation right now. Sandan Jessica Klimkate and Yondan Kilita Zupanchik, they're both in Europe for training, so they won't attend. Les Kilita et Jessica sont en Europe en entraînement, donc ne seront pas là pour recevoir leur promotion. But to be promoted Yondan, promotion de Yondan, M. Zachary Burt. Au grade de Yondan, Madame Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard. Et maintenant, au grade de Godan, Monsieur Antoine Valois-Fortier. Les deux autres promotions. I will ask Mr. Herman Vermeeren and Mrs. June Takashi to please come on the mat. Je vais demander à M. Vermeeren et Mme Takashi de venir sur le tapis. It's okay. La Commission nationale des grades reconnaît le dévouement immense que ces deux personnes-là ont donné dans le judo depuis de nombreuses années. The National Grading Board are proud to see all the dedication you did put in judo for all these years, and we are here because of you You gave us so much before. Grâce à vous qui nous avez montré le chemin avant, nous sommes fiers. We're very proud to promote you. Mr. Vermeeren, to the grade of Rokodan. And Mrs. June Takashi, to the grade of Shishidan. Thank you for all these years. Merci pour toutes ces années. And I hope you're going to give us as many years as you gave us already. Donnez-nous autant d'années que vous avez donné au judo jusqu'à maintenant. Thank you. Thank you.
Et maintenant, j'aimerais inviter M. Mike Tamura, président de Judo Canada, pour la prochaine remise. Please welcome Mike Tamura, president of Judo Canada.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier this year, we introduced our first ambassador to the Judo Canada family, someone who promotes judo on the Fight Network frequently. He's a former WWE wrestler and an analyst for the International Judo Federation at the World Championships. Anthony, please come up. We want to present to you a Judo Canada judogi. We know that you promote our sport when you're on television throughout the world, and we appreciate all that you do for judo and your millions of followers around the world that help us every day. Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, yeah, let's put it on. This is tailor-made. This fits perfect, hey. Thank you very much. You know, I take this honor very seriously, and my job is to promote judo and really make it a mainstream sport. We talk about Bianca Andreescu winning this Grand Slam, you know, and it bothers me a little bit that we don't talk about Krista Taguchi winning a gold medal. And I want judo to be judo athletes and the national team, the first, second, third place guys on the national team to be household names in Canada. And that's really going to be my goal, my endeavor from now forward, to use my platform to promote judo and make little boys and girls dream about being judokas and not just hockey players. I know we're Canadians and it's going to be tough, but that's my goal, so I'll try my best. Thank you.
Alors, mesdames et messieurs, Anthony Corelli, nouvel ambassadeur de Judo Canada. Maintenant, place au dernier combat de triple égalité avant de débuter les finales. Ladies and gentlemen, now we resume the triple tie fights and we will go immediately into today's finals afterwards.
Alrighty, we are back to some judo action here. That was a great ceremony. Congrats to all who've been, awarded. We're back here at the Elite National 2020 here in Montreal, Pierre Charbonneau Arena. It's been an exciting day and continues to be an exciting day. I'm joined by Antoine Bouchard, who's a competitor on the national team here. Who's been doing some amazing commentary. My goodness, you're going to be like you're a professional commentator, my friend. You know,
that one's done.
Bam, brazo, wasting no time and capitalizing.
And it's over.
Bada
Golden
bing,
score.
bada boom. Not even 9 seconds in.
Yep.
Not even 10 seconds.
Well, I mean, to the to the whites players, credit, like, she had a whole ceremony to attend right before, so
True.
might have been hard for her to keep the focus and for that amount of time. You know, they were standing on the side of the mat.
True. That's a good point. Yeah, they were standing there, I would say, for about a good 15, 20 plus minutes.
So now
And,
they are.
Yeah, that certainly is draining and psychologically.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think it might be the last tie break now.
Okay.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Althaus was the one fighting
Earlier
before
on.
the ceremony, so he might still be tired because he had quite a lengthy match.
He did. I think it went to 7 or 8
Yep.
minutes. And he's facing off against Solovinsk. Apologize if I'm mispronouncing.
Soloveshik. Something like this.
So Soloveshik in white and Althaus in blue here.
Mm-hmm. So again, golden score right away because we just need we need a winner as fast as possible.
Let's see if they could pull a brazo like before and execute the ippon.
Ooh. Althaus quite taller than his opponent. So he really tries to go upper end, well, over end.
Oh, looking to drop him. Nope, not happening. Solovinsk not letting that one happen. He's got his hooks in here.
Right away.
Calls mate.
Calls mate. And yeah, we're going to keep going until one of them scores or if there are 3 Shidos.
I think Althaus got Hanseku Maked, right? Previously, just before
Yeah.
this, yeah. So he's probably hoping to finish this match and win it.
Oh, not quite. Again, this is a pretty big day for these guys. I mean, I think they were in a pool of 4 people, so they already have 3 matches done, plus those 2 tiebreakers,
Right.
and the winner gets into semifinal. So it's quite a day for them. Like it must be pretty exhausting.
No doubt.
Like Yoshido somewhere, yeah.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Nice.
I can't wait to see the replay on
Yep.
that. I think he was already kind of...
Althaus
more or
went
less-
way too far.
He
Clearly was
overextended, eh?
overhand, but so far that all the other guy had to do was really turn it under him.
It's funny because he was already squatting. Eh?
Yep.
He was already
And you can
essentially
see,
bent
he
over.
went way too far. Like he was almost on the belly of the white guy.
Wow. Beautiful finish there
Yep.
by Solovinsk.
And I think that was the last tiebreaker.
He took down the house.
Yeah.
Althaus unfortunately got ippon there.
So
Mesdames et messieurs, maintenant place au final de bronze. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the bronze medal matches at this first day of the 2020 Montreal Elite Nationals. En blanc, du Québec, Léane Dussault. Fighting in blue from British Columbia, Katarina Denokov.
Oh, it's getting intense here, folks, at the Pierre Charbonneau Arena as we're moving into the bronze medal match. Something heavy is at stake here.
yes,
Who wants it more?
first final of the day. Stakes cannot be higher than this. So it seems like they are going to do one final at a time. So 2 bronze medal matches, of course,
Right.
and then gold medal match. of the same category.
We've got Dussault here versus Danikov, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh. So a little mistake here. They're going to do both bronze matches at the same time and then go for gold.
Okay, hopefully.
Or maybe they're going to keep the gold medal matches for the end. I don't know. We're not told anything here.
We are not, but we'll go with the flow.
Exactly.
And and make whatever magic that's needed. Obviously, we're calling mat number 1, but if you're watching us online and you're tracking a particular competitor that might be on match number 2, make sure you switch over to number 2. There's no commentary, but you can talk to yourself and pretend you're watching and commentating. Well, you're not pretend you're watching, but you know what I'm saying. Anyways,
One
let's jump
thing
into
I'm
the
not
action.
sure, though, I don't know what match is on mat B because they didn't advertise it as a bronze match.
That is true.
So I have no idea what it is, and it's not even the same category, I think.
All right.
Nice ippon here, and almost an arm lock on the other mat.
Dussault wasting no time whatsoever. 18 seconds in, and she drops.
She was ready.
Danikov drops it. Quebec gets it here. Quebec's Dussault sends Danikov back to
Koichigake,
British Columbia. Great effort, of course, by the competitor here. Danikov, yeah.
So I think this is going to be the second
gold medal?
bronze.
Oh, no, it's the second bronze, yeah.
Probably the second bronze.
I kind of liked it when they had the graphic up there and the bronze set up, you know. I guess. Oh, there it is.
Yep.
There it is, folks. Great job by the Master of Ceremonies here, calling in the fighters. And
Gabriel da Silva.
All right. Jumping right into this here, folks. We've got Iwasa in white versus McChrystal in blue. We've seen both of these fighters throughout the day. Very familiar with each other.
Oh, the hand is nice.
There it is.
Bow and arrow. Is it going to go through? Seems like it's pretty tight.
Iwasa is seeing the opportunity, and man, she's stretching this one.
This one
My
is.
goodness.
Oh.
Constant motion here as McChrystal's trying to.
This is really tight.
Escape.
There
this
you go.
Fascinating finish there. Wow.
Nicely done. She kept the pressure throughout the choke. Really quick on the transition. Nicely done.
Great match there.
Yeah.
What a way to finish.
Oh. So we got the answer to our question. This is another bronze medal match. So I think they are going to go up and up in bronze, bronze, bronze.
These are the bronze medal matches. Like they're doing all the.
Bronze medal fight. Combat pour la médaille de bronze chez les hommes moins de 46 kilos. In white, from Ontario, Artem Neola. In blue, from Alberta, Taylor Tremblay.
All right, another bronze medal. Going for the Uchimata here.
Oh,
gets it.
Nicely done. Really quick.
Tremblay didn't tremble for that one. He executed the Uchimata and got it. Bada bing, bada boom for Tremblay. Right from the get. I mean, look at the height difference here and the reach, of course.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Took advantage of his height. Like if you can go for Uchimata and you're much taller than your opponent, then it's hard for him to keep jumping. You can see here. There you go.
Wow, can. Yes, he can.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Second bronze medal match.
All right, His Excellency is going to be joining us right back here on commentary. Thank you very much.
It's my new license plate. Excellent.
His Excellency. I like it.
Thank you to everyone that's leaving the positive comments on social media. We're trying our best.
Another bronze medal match.
These guys are little firecrackers.
So far, all the matches have been pretty quick for bronze. I think our longest match was less than a minute.
It's great to have this kind of national exposure and experience. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. Because they're pretty young, well, especially those guys. Like they seem, maybe some of them might be U16, qualified to fight at U18, and it's like a first glimpse at what international tournaments could be. You know, like yeah, like it's, you know, the venue is pretty big, like a lot of people in the stands, and you know, just
the lights, the introduction, the whole thing. And the important thing I think too is that sometimes you have a lot of the small, local, reoccurring monthly tournaments, and they're all valuable to get that randori time, and also just the reps.
Yep.
So when they get to a stage like this, they've been to 60 tournaments and not like 12 tournaments. It makes a big difference.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's just very impressive to see these young kids with such composure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they arrive here, they're not afraid, or at least they don't show it.
Yeah, if you're a student of Vitaly, this is nothing compared to the pressure he puts on.
Yeah, I completely agree. Oh.
On mat number 2, the referee is Mohammed Hassani, and he was part of the provincial coaching staff when I was on Team Ontario growing up, and he would come to our club, and what an awesome, positive influence he was on my life. Just, he came to the dojo with such enthusiasm and oos, and we trained hard, and we learned to love just the animalistic training, and it was awesome. It was influential, you know.
He's quite a high-level referee, you know.
He's very good.
Yep. One of the best in Canada, I would say. In terms of like, I would say grades or maybe level.
Yeah, I cannot think of a time where I've seen him make a call that I did not agree with. These guys are going at it here. Mat number 1, just out of bounds. It's funny, there's a lot of guys that really like that boundary tactical game. I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah, and we don't see it a lot at that, like at this level yet. Ooh, that was almost a point. Could see when for Tayo, but almost came back a little bit as an Osoto.
The direction was a little off, yeah.
Well, sometimes that's how you're gonna throw. You're like make it seem like you're gonna throw a certain direction, but then you change a little bit the angle, and it can make the difference.
And it's funny how, especially high-level guys, they have their own little twist on a classic technique.
Yeah, completely agree. So sometimes, you know, if it's that person's specialty, like even though it's a typical oichi, maybe he's going to tweak it a little bit, and it's going to be a little bit too awkward for you, and then you're going to fall.
I was looking at Daria Bilodid's Ouchigari, and she seems to push towards the support leg of her opponent, which I was always taught to go a little bit off. But the way she does it, it works. She generates enough backward speed that the opponent can't keep up.
She has such a height advantage on all of her opponents. I mean, she's at least one head over everyone.
Yeah.
So she can really take advantage of it.
Yeah, when they stand on the podium, you know, at the end, they all stand on the first place. She still looks like she's...
Oh.
There it is.
Yeah. Well, with 30 seconds to go, he couldn't... Well, he wasn't going to lose anything trying, right? So, at this point...
Mr. Wallet.
I think this might have been her second bronze medal match in this category because we're back at women's.
Sur le tapis A, finale de manche des femmes en moins de 48 kilos. En blanc, du Québec, Sarah Bourrial. Et en bleu, du Québec, Béatrice Turcos.
This is for a bronze medal here. .48 kilograms. We have Sarah Bourrian from Quebec versus Beatrice Turcotte, also from Quebec. So I would assume that these young ladies have faced each other in the past.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say. Not their first encounter for sure.
Oh, nice overhand grip there
Yep.
by Turcotte. Let's see what she can do with that. No.
Again, another Senkaku attempt.
Oh, look at this. Interesting turnover. Can she hold her? Osaikomi's called. She doesn't really have the head or upper body locked up.
It's not a solid Osaikomi, but it's efficient.
She somehow is keeping her on her back, and okay, that's fine. She got out.
So was Eri. I mean,
Wow.
it was
pure strength to hold her with what she had.
and really simple. Just probably caught her off guard.
Ooh, that's Sankaku. That's locked in. Their foot's... No, is that her foot?
Not yet, but it almost
Oh, that's the hand. Oh, man.
went away.
I couldn't tell if she had long toes or if that was her hand.
Yeah.
Both girls have the same thing in mind, looking for that dominant overhand right grip. Whoop. She didn't grab the leg. That was
went for Koichi.
2 years ago when I did that one tournament, the one match I lost was from 3 leg grabs.
Oh. Yeah.
Back in my time.
Back in the days, you could grab the legs. It's always like this. Oh.
Drive, drive, drive. Oh, she fell down. If she kept driving, she could have scored that.
Trying for the choke. Not working, sadly. So a bit under 2 minutes to go. Bourrian quite tall and always trying to reach for that big right hand.
Yeah, at this level, that grip is so important. If you have 2 hands on your opponent only has 1 hand, that's a major disadvantage. Unless, of course, you like Ponsunagi, then...
Or Uranagis.
Or Uranagi, yeah.
I don't think it's quite a common technique in this group of age, though.
There's the overhand again. Let's see if she can do it that. But as soon as she gets it, as soon as Turcotte gets that overhand right grip, Bourgain attacks.
Yep.
She's smart. Shido now given to Turcotte.
First Shido. She can still afford to take another one without any problem.
It's not that she's... Oh, that was... Yes,
Nice.
that's in. She didn't drop down on that one.
Yep.
Locked up the upper body and just finished it nicely. Very nice.
Yep. Bourgain got a little bit too impatient. She was really going forward, trying to create an opportunity, pushing. All Turcotte had to do was turn in the Sonage.
Seems like they got a little bit preoccupied with that grip battle and not paying attention to her balance coming forward.
Yep.
And boom, look at that. And there.
Nicely done.
And it's funny because everyone likes to drop down, drop. Yep. Sometimes you stand up and you get that tightness that you want when you load it.
You could see her left hand was kind of stuck in between the two bodies. So, like, there wasn't much to do for Bourgain.
Yeah, it was pinned in there. This is another bronze medal contest. These ladies are coming out. They look like they are ready. I don't expect much of a feeling out process here. No, here they go.
Pretty aggressive right away.
Right away. And then, whoop, drop down, not much there. She gets back up. Trying to do that little sticky foot maneuver. Whoop. Let's see what you can do here in Newaza. No,
that was a non.
Dakota Sanzana from British Columbia in the white judo gi. Veronica Katsulin of Ontario in the blue judo gi.
Seems like she wanted to go for Newaza right away, but didn't have time to do anything really. Oh, wow.
Man.
That was well done.
She looked like she was getting ready to try and lift her.
Exactly.
In order to do that, she had to plant her feet really hard, and that coach, he was just at the right time. Wow.
That was a perfect timing.
Perfect timing. Just like you said earlier, she was just about to put all her weight on that and got swept.
Really, really well done.
That's the risk with those lifts. You have to plant. Here it is again. She just lifted her foot for a second.
Another of Vitali's athletes.
Yeah, I believe I saw him in the hallway. He said he had 6 athletes in the final block. So he's doing something right.
Yeah, and it's crazy because all of them are mostly like in minus 55 and under. He doesn't have big guys. So oh, was it? That was Wazeri.
He has one senior tomorrow, I believe 90 kilos.
Yep. I would like to see that other throw again. Nice sumi.
Whoa. Yeah, these guys are quick.
No, that's not a point. Yeah.
The heck was it?
Yeah. Wasn't much of a move from the white guy. He's really going for that Taniotoshi, like right away from way too far. Doesn't try to fake it. You know, usually when you do Taniotoshi, you want to try to do 1 or 2 forward movements just to create a reaction backward. But he's right away going for Taniotoshi.
And it's weird because his opponent is left-handed. So by going for the Taniotoshi, he's loading himself up on his sweeping leg. If he doesn't go in deep enough, he can get right into Uchimata.
And he should try to at least get a grip.
Yeah, that might help.
Like, followed him a little bit. Oh!
Wow.
No.
What's this guy talking about?
I wouldn't give a point. I think he just...
There's nothing. There's no points
I
there.
don't think that's a point.
He's going to have to wave it off again.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Because if you can see the replay, I think Debian went for the counter. And it's just the other guy pinned to not fall. So really he didn't do anything but fall on him. Like, he was really avoiding the throw. And of course he's going to land over him if it's a sacrifice like Taniotoshi.
Well, they are reviewing the technique. I'm assuming they're going to... What? They kept it. Wow. Okay.
I don't agree.
Yeah, I don't agree either. Let's see it again. Here's the replay here. So he goes for the technique, and he just... So what was, the thing is, if you, this is a good rule of thumb. I can't call that throw. That's a spin, right?
Yeah.
There's no. What's the technique? Can you say that's even
like
OG?
he doesn't? And in my opinion, he doesn't even have a grip with either of his hand. He really just spinned out of the other's technique.
Yeah.
So to me, that wasn't a throw.
Yeah. If you can't name it, you can't score it. I can stretch and say maybe that's a left Oochi, but I'm pushing it, you know.
Like the leg, maybe, but the hands, there was clearly no control. I don't know. I mean, they have their own interpretation. Another bronze final match.
Maybe they're hungry. They want to go. These guys bending over, eh?
Yep. Way too much.
Somebody has to tell them that there's no leg attacks. They can stand up. Oh, there's a choke.
Almost for the choke.
That's the one thing when people cross-train multiple grappling sports, they have to realize the different postures.
Yep.
Wrestling, obviously, you can be on your hands and knees, basically. And even BJJ, you can bend over quite a bit. When it's judo, you got to stand up.
Yeah, if you bend, you're at the disadvantage because you cannot see what your opponent's going to do. And you're open to a lot of attacks.
Yeah, your belt is exposed. And that's, to me, that's the best grip in the world is when you can get someone's belt.
Perry seems to want to work a lot of newaza. Like all of his moves has been to do like transition right away.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Right. And again,
my assumption earlier was that because he trains in Prince Edward Island, there may not be a tremendous amount of judo.
Nope.
I believe he cross-trains.
No. I think that was Wazari.
Yes, that was definitely Wazari. Come on, let's see what we got here.
I don't even think they're going to review it. Or
there they go, yep. It's Wazari. Beautiful Koji.
Yep.
See, now that's one of those things where if they didn't call Ippon, Perry would have continued on the ground.
Yep. That was his mistake, though. He should have kept the guy. But that comes a little bit with experience. When you think that it's not Ippon, they call Ippon, you keep the technique. But again, transition really well into Newaza.
Yeah,
and I think that might be it.
He has the arm. He has to isolate the arm, go for Osaikomi now. And look, he's still exposing that arm.
Yep.
He is one.
Yeah, he keeps working.
Like
he sees that a window's closing, he goes through the other one.
There it is again. There it is. Oh, gosh. Oh, he's tapped.
There.
Good for him. Very good.
Nicely done.
I think he even switched arms.
Yeah. For a guy of his age to be able to work that well on Newaza is really rare. Like you could see, he knew exactly where it was going.
Yeah. Very good eyes. And good for him, you know. And those small provinces, they just don't have the bodies to train with, so that's an extra special accomplishment.
So you see he's on the right arm. Goes for the choke, then on the left arm.
So he goes for the come on top for the Osaikomi, and then he turns that way. Yeah, switched arms. Yeah, very good, very good, very mature.
That was really nice. Impressive.
Huh. Not a bad bit of Newaza at all.
So first bronze match in minus 57 category, Aurak and Karas.
Horak from Quebec in the white judo gi. Karas from Alberta in the blue judo gi. Bronze medal contest now, 57 kilograms. So we're getting to that sweet spot that we talked about earlier with the speed and the power. They're not going to quite sacrifice that speed yet, but they are gaining that strength.
Exactly, because when you move up to U21 and eventually senior, those little categories, minus 40, minus 44 for women, and minus 46, 50, and 55 are going to disappear. So like those categories, like at some point, you know, the more you move up, the more powerful they are because they're more mature they are mostly.
Yeah, there used to be a 56 kilo category for men. And
yeah. In my days, it was 55, but then they kind of like cut it off. I remember we were sending teams at Pan Am's, and one of them was a 55 all the time, and then they realized there wasn't a purpose because there's no world ranking, there's nothing for them, so they stopped and the category kind of disappeared.
You can tell when it's a judo team, when everybody has the same body, they're just a little taller.
Yeah. This is a pretty strong grip.
Yeah.
But you cannot really do anything if you're on top and only one lapel. Like, it's hard to throw from this direction unless you do a koichi or oichi.
Yeah.
Like, you really need to try to get the sleeve to have more control over your opponent.
I was wondering sometimes if the tactic is just to bend the opponent and get a shido.
Yeah. But you got to be careful with that because now you try to give the shido to the one that bends a lot if doesn't want to do anything with it.
Oh, if you're forcing the person to bend?
And you're just waiting there, then that's shido for you.
Oh, there she has that. It's funny because you can bend the person. You got to do some little fakes with your hips to make it look like you're trying to stay busy. And if anything, if the person does get a shido, they're going to be more inclined to open up, and hopefully you can capitalize on that.
Well, that's a big reason why they do shidos, right? It's to force people to be offensive if they're too defensive.
Yeah.
You know, like, you're doing something wrong, please do something.
Yeah.
2 shidos on board for Aurak. So she can't afford to do any more mistakes.
What are your thoughts on the potential after the Olympics to reintroduce a single leg attack? Have you heard any rumors about that?
Like leg grab or?
Yeah, like a leg pick or like an uranagi with one leg.
I haven't heard any stuff about rule changing. I think they mostly try to do rule changing 2 years after the Olympics. So that's where all the major changes are going to happen.
Oh, it's always 2 years after.
Well, yeah, because when the Olympic cycle starts, they don't want to change the rules too much. Like, they don't, like, I think last time there was some minor changes, but nothing big.
Like a grip, maybe gripping changes?
Yeah, like some shidos, but like, for example, between 2012 and 2014, one of the big rules was that you couldn't ungrip anymore with 2 hands.
With 2 hands, yeah.
Only 1 hand. So that was a big change because people used to ungrip 2 hands all the time.
That was, yeah.
So, you know, it's a major change for everyone. And if you implement a rule change like this a couple of months before the Olympics, then it's you know, people need to adapt. You need to have a lot of time to adapt.
Yeah, then we started seeing as a consequence, or people doing that lower sleeve grip, the pistol grip, I think they call it. Yeah. And then a lot of sodes off breaking the grips.
Yep. Oh.
Ooh, There she goes. That's a pawn.
She went a little bit too fast because she was losing by 2 shidos, and then she picked up the pace, and slowly, Karas was getting more and more shidos. So maybe Aurak got a little bit too impatient and went on her right away.
It's interesting when you go for that overhand grip. Sometimes you lunge in a little bit and you're putting yourself off balance. You got to be able to get the overhand grip.
That's exactly what happened there.
Yep.
Usually, like what you need to do usually is you want to pull the person to you while you get over, so the person cannot turn for Senage. So by pulling, you avoid like putting your weight forward.
Yeah. Balance, balance, balance.
Fighting in blue from Ontario, Alessandra Femi-Manuel.
Oh, this is going to be a good contest here. I watched both these young ladies throughout the day, and they're really good judo. Oh, big overhand left. Let's see what she does with that. Righty versus lefty. Let's see if she can. Okay.
That was pretty good first exchange.
Manila in the white from Quebec, and Phoebe Manuel from Ontario in the blue. There is James Miller, the Ontario coach, sitting in the box. Whoa, 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 hopping around. No, not quite enough.
Went for Sankaku, but took a little bit too much time. We've been quite lucky so far in bronze. A lot of good matchup. None of them were bad or boring.
Yeah, I haven't seen really any boring matches at all today.
Yeah.
Everyone's pushing and going for it. I guess that's one of the benefits of when you have an Elite National Championships. It's the top fighters, and you trim the fat. Nothing but meat and potatoes here. Ooh, wow, big shock on mat number 2 there.
Yeah. Big throw.
The winner advances to the finals. Fighting in blue from Ontario, Thomas Sparks.
From the grip, she went for that big ochi and drove back. She has her arm. Could she cover up? Does she have her arm? Oh, no, she got it back.
And the blue player really did well on when she was about to fall on the back. She really went on her knees instead, so she didn't fall on the side. When you have the support, because if it's just a tiny bit on the side, they're going to give Wazeri. So when you pull out your knees, you're avoiding falling on the side, or as much as possible.
But it's funny that she found a solution to not being able to get the grip. So what she did was go for an attack as she was going for the grip to try and bypass the whole problem of having that grip battle.
Yeah. As you can see, as the exchanges, like the grip exchange goes, really the blue players seems more comfortable in fighting. Like she does more attacks. They're good. The exact same. She went for maybe Osoto as she went for the higher grip.
And that's the thing, you know, as a judoka, you have to adapt, and your opponent is like a puzzle, a riddle, and you have to solve the puzzle. They may provide a particular difficulty that you have to have that judo IQ and figure it out.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, going for the arm lock.
What the heck is going on there?
But
she can't figure out a way to
she doesn't
put
have
opposite.
you see,
what?
There's a little mistake there. She should, her left leg should have come over. Because she didn't have any control on the upper body, so she could just lift the shoulder to avoid the pain in the elbow. So really, if the blue player had her left leg over, then
she can push up.
Yep, exactly. More pressure.
That was interesting. You don't see that situation too much.
Yep.
But that shows she's still in this. 10 seconds left, no score on the board, just one Shido.
I think we're in golden score now.
Oh, we are? Sorry, yes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh, Korean so. Oh.
Oh, she just got that leg.
Going back on.
Let's see if she can get her leg out. She first ties up the upper body. Good. Let's see if she can get that foot out. And she's working on it.
I don't think it's going to come out. Yeah.
Mate.
I think she was missing a little bit of upper body control. She, like when you try to get out to put your leg out like this, you want to try to control one of the arm to put pressure on the shoulders and as much as possible on the upper body, so that it creates pain, and then you can put your leg out.
You occupy their attention with a little bit of pain.
Yeah.
Classic distraction technique.
Yep. Is it the second Shido or? Cross grip.
Ochi. She has the big overhand. Let's see what she can do with it. Goes for that Kochi. She has to figure out. She has Kochi, Ochi. Hey, whoa. Almost got countered there.
Yeah. Well, that was a good idea, though, to go for a cross grip. I think it was probably the best opportunity to throw since the beginning of the fight.
That is the
she
grip.
Stepped out. Oh, I hope they might give another Shido. No. Okay, good.
She's going to lunge in for that overhand left.
Yep.
She should somehow figure out how to use that. Oh! Let's see if she can dig out the arm herself. Oh, she's tying it up. Let's see if she get on top of the outside Komi. She has to get her leg out now.
See, that's already better. She has control over one of the ends, so that's already a good plus for her. She didn't have much time to work to get it out.
We are over 2 minutes now into golden score. Still, these girls very evenly matched.
Yep.
There's the overhand left grip again. Might as well grab the belt right there.
She needs to attack because you cannot keep cross gripping.
Someone's gonna go here. Let's see. The girl in the blue chest, she's grabbing the belt. She's gonna.
Yeah. Oh. I think they might give it to the white player for cross gripping. Wish.
Oh, you're right.
Oh. Wow. Oh.
Oh, I didn't realize she had 2 Shidos. I thought she had 1.
Well, the thing we realized is that they're not putting Shidos in Golden's card because a couple of years ago, when the system was created, if they were like, if you were winning by 1 Shido, the match would be done.
Yeah.
So if they put Shidos, then the match is over. So they kind of like put it on the, I guess they mark it manually. I think all the bronze medal matches are done on the mat 2. $66 first bronze medal match, Demar against Chaporin.
Whoop. Not much on that attack. Let's see. Artem Chaporin, let's see what he can do here. He's been an exciting little, whoa, nice little sticky foot there.
Yeah. Almost good for Wazari. And transitioning for the choke.
It's encouraging to see these good transitions from these young fighters. You know, the future's bright. The next several years are going to have some good senior competitors.
I completely agree.
See what he can do with that. No, he had the leg weaved in there.
Really, Demar is really, really tall. He takes advantage of that height by going really far in the back, trying to bend it as much as possible.
Chaporin for a little guy is pretty built.
Yeah, we're getting into big categories now for U18. 66 is starting to get big.
Whoa, he was in. Oh, good. Wow. Really spun out of that.
That was well thought, and he's going for the choke, and I think he's on.
Let's see if he can finish that.
Yep, he's about to tap.
Oh, he did. He tapped, yeah. No, he
No,
tapped.
I think he was pointing his chin.
Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, the pointing motion looked like a tapping motion.
Well, so far, Demar has been pretty dominating. Pretty much dominating the whole fight.
Yeah, with all that hard work, I wouldn't mind seeing a throw come out of this.
Yeah. Well, he's been doing like great transitions. Good Newaza work. Is mostly dominating the grips, so it's a good start for him.
Chaporin is not discouraged, though. He's coming.
Yep.
Oh, again, he almost got caught with that sticky foot. Right away transitioning. Very good. Very impressive judo by Demare.
Yep. Oh, going for the arm lock. I don't think he's in, though.
That was the right defense by stepping over. Let's see if he can.
That was perfect.
Mate is called. Yeah, he had something on the arm because he's stretching it out now.
Yep.
It looked like he just had the elbow above the fulcrum there. Again, that sticky foot really causing him. Whoop. Might be careful there.
Yep.
Oh, Artem still attacking, though. Spinning him around for a drop down. Now he's trying a little Newaza of his own. Let's see what he can do.
Uh-oh.
Head pops out.
Osaikomi.
Osaikomi.
Oh, that was bad. Oh.
Yeah, he's in trouble there. He's going to have to try and get that leg under, and he does.
What happened?
I don't know how he...
Yeah, that's kind of weird. The difference between this sequence versus all of the others is that Chaporet went to control that right sleeve. So as long as Demar cannot go on the shoulder, Chaporet is good. Like now he's trying to figure it out. Because he really has a
He's not
powerful...
letting him come over.
Exactly. He really has a powerful right hand. Going against
Oh, man.
for the choke.
Does he have it under now?
No.
Mate. So Chaporin is smart enough to get that chin down.
Yeah.
And it's important to turn to the referee and let him see that.
Yeah, because if you're facing the mat and it's on the chin and the ref cannot see it, then the choke's going to keep going. And even though it doesn't choke you necessarily, it's going to be painful for your chin.
Chin, teeth, everything. You can dislocate the jaw.
Yeah. "45 seconds left. Let's take advantage.
Whoop. Oh, that attack was a little sloppy. I
Going
think
for
Chaporin
Senkaki.
should go back to his dojo and practice a Sode Tsurukomigoshi off the overhand grip.
Yeah. Oh, another almost a Saikami, but it seems like he kind of gave up on it. Like, doesn't want to work Newaza.
Yeah, he's not winning. If he was up by Rosari, I could see why, but no, that technique's going to get him Mashido if he does that again. He's eating up the clock, so we're going to go into golden score now.
Pretty close matchup.
And let's see now. It looks like Artem is the fresher of the two.
Yep. He's been showing off some good stuff in the last few minutes. The first part of the fight was harder for him, but now he's really getting into it.
He found a way to block that overhand right now.
Yep.
But that sticky foot still posing. Whoa, that was deep.
Yep.
Artem able to sidestep that, get his hip out.
Does he have the choke? No, it's right on the chin.
It's called.
You can see the key point of this fight for Chaporin is really to control that right hand. As long as he can control it and block it from going over, he has a good, he can put a good matchup. But when he doesn't, things gets a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, I like this match because the viewers at home, it's going to be easy for them to understand the story that's taking place here with that overhand right grip and how important something as simple as a grip, the effect it can have on the overall contest. And then again, he's breaking it off. He's those attacks. I guess he can score with that. To be honest, he can score. He just has to do it better.
Especially when you're in golden score, people are more exhausted and reflexes are a little bit down. So this is the perfect attack. Looks good in it.
He has to commit, get that hip in a little more. It seems like he's trying to swing him around back.
Yeah. And Chaporin's coach really seems to think he's doing well. I agree with him.
There's there. He got the overhand, broke it off. Let's see if he can. There it is. He's on his last knee. Almost lost his balance. He's getting closer, but he's still not there.
It might be a Shido for Demar soon. Hasn't done a lot of attacks recently.
No, he looks exhausted. Even as you walk, look at the posture as they walk back to the middle of the ring. Tatami. Wrong sport. I think Demar still has something left in it. Oh.
Yeah, but he's starting to look more and more like he looked really bad on this sequence. That wasn't a good attack. Oh, but I think that is on. Oh. Yeah, this is definitely on.
Yeah, this guy somehow is getting that chin down.
Yeah.
He still had the energy to fire off that choke, though. He got under there, and let's see what he can do.
Quick transition. He saw the opportunity and went for it right away.
Oh, don't reach in. Breaking the grip. Let's see if he can score here with that. Nope. Breaking it again.
2 minutes into golden score. And
let's see if there's a Shido now for... No, not yet. The Maede is close to a Shido because once he loses the grip, he just drops down.
yeah, I agree.
Oh, come on. You gotta fire.
That should be a
That's
Shido.
a Shido for him,
that's
yeah.
a false attack.
He barely broke his balance. That's
Yeah.
2 now.
Second Shido.
There's something there if he does it right, though. But if he does it wrong, that's game over. Coach needed a clarification. Well, now, Chapeaurin starting to fade a little bit himself. 2 minutes almost. We're approaching 3 minutes of golden score. Here comes the... Whoa, he drove the wrong direction. Floated into
nice
an arm lock.
transition. Almost got the throw and then went right away for the arm lock.
I think Tamere is sensing that Chapeaurin started to fade now, and he's changing gears. It's a hard-fought battle there. This is a well-deserved victory for either guy, and it's anyone's contest. Let's see. Oh, man. That...
Yeah, you know.
They're still going. Ref lets it go.
Yeah. Chapeaurin needs to come back strong on this one. There you go. That was well done. Kind of saves himself for Shido there. But you can see both guys are really exhausted. 3 minutes 30 into golden score. 2 Shidos for Chapeaurin. It was a good matchup, though. It's been really close.
Fatigue kicking in, both guys circling, trying to generate something. Here they go. Oh,
that was almost good. When going for the transition, but I don't think there's much gas left.
Yeah, you need that arm strength. The lactic acid's built up in the arms. You can't just muscle out the arm. It's going to have to be something from standing, I think. That sticky foot has been working for Damare. I would go back to that. He can put him on his... No.
They really just... They wanted to end that contest, clearly, because I don't think that should have been a Shido.
When they come this far, let him score.
Yeah, but I think they're, like, you know, refs get impatient and they want to go to the next match, so they tend to give points and Shidos more easily.
Maybe somebody in his ear said, Andiamo, let's go. Here we go now. Next contest. Oh, we're going to go back.
Another of Vitali's athlete.
He might as well just sit in the chair and stay there.
Put him in a little chair at the back, right there. And when he needs to go, he can just go. Oh, nice Yoko Tomonage. Couldn't break the balance.
I'm interested to talk to Vitali about his...
Oh, that's a nice arm lock.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
That was well executed.
Yep.
About his advertising and marketing techniques, because he has a lot of kids from that region up in Toronto there.
And most of the kids he has are like really good.
I wonder if he puts ads in the Russian paper.
Let's check back this transition. Went for Yoko Tomonage. And I think the white guy's mistake was to go Newaza.
Oh, he switched arms.
Yeah,
Wow,
that was well done.
Yeah.
Again.
And the more we go, the bigger they get. These guys are fired up. Wow.
This white judogi guy is pretty tall.
Is it 81 kilos?
I'm assuming this is the last category on this mat before the finals. Because I think minus 90 and plus 90 were on the other mat.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, Nikola Petrovic from British Columbia. I heard someone say Aide. So let's go. And Alec Garand de Quebec in the blue.
Going for Sode.
It's funny, in the sport of judo, you learn Ale, davai.
Yeah, a lot of different languages.
Aide, yeah.
Someone bleeding already.
It looks like he had an espresso before his match. Yeah, he's bouncing.
He's ready. So hopefully it won't take too long to come back from his taping job.
Sometimes it's interesting. So right now, Garand is really fired up. But when there's an occurrence like this where one athlete has to go, it could actually work against the fighter that's so fired up because all of a sudden he's waiting and it just messes with him. He's like, I'm ready right now.
And it's always breaking up the pace a little bit of the fight.
Yeah.
Like I remember like seeing multiple times, you know, end of the fight, someone starts to bleed. So both players can get fresher. So it's a whole new fight when you think about it.
Yeah.
Should be Shido for the white player for stepping out of the mat. There we go.
Petrovic really, he's trying to slow down Garand. Whoop. Trying to control the pace of this fight. Let's see what he can do. He's getting a grip. He has to attack. Oh, he's looking at the
I think
referee.
he's complaining about
An eye poke or a headbutt or something.
Yeah.
But you can't complain. You got to fight. You complain when it's break. Or don't
Yeah, I
complain
think-
at all. Oh, he's already bleeding. Maybe that's why. Well, the judges stood up there, so.
Yeah. Oh.
Headbutt.
I think the bleeding was caused by a headbutt, and that's the second one of the fight.
Is that Han Sokomaki, if that's the
I
case?
don't know. I've seen someone Sekumake, like Zantaraya, a player from Ukraine. Sometimes when he fights, he bends a lot and like he leans forward, and well, there are headbutts sometimes, not intentional, but still
Yeah.
headbutts. And he got on Sekumake once or twice for it. I don't think they're intentional. That's for sure.
Garan trying to keep up that energy level. Let's see what the referee is going to do here. Maybe, hopefully this is just a warning.
Yeah.
We can continue with the judo.
Oh, what? What?
I think we have some confusion here. I think Petrovic is saying that he was the one that was headbutted, not the one that did the headbutt.
Yeah.
He's not leaving the mat.
BC coach is going to get some clarifications.
He's right, though. He should stay on the mat.
Yeah, you don't leave until...
I mean, based on the one that he's the one that's been bleeding, you would tend to agree with the notion that he's the one being headbutted. He is in total shock with that result. Is it the same rule? Once you leave the mat, you can no longer protest?
Honestly, I never really happened to me. Like, you know, even I lose and it's controversial, I try to leave ASAP. I mean, even if it's frustrating, you know, like I'm a little bit against it in a way. Because I don't know. I don't know what happened exactly.
I mean, I've never really seen a case where they re-invited the athlete back on the mat to continue.
Well, there were some instances of like bad decisions. I remember London Olympics. They gave, back in the day when you had like the flags for decision, they gave the decision to one guy, they left, they called the ref back, they called the athletes back, they redid the decision for the other guy.
What?
Yeah, and that's the reason there are no more flags decision.
Wow.
Because of this. I don't know if you can have the replay of any of the headbutt sequence, because it's really...
When I was a kid, we were at the AMCAN tournament, Puerto Rico was there, and the ref gave me the decision. The Puerto Rican fans went crazy, and he reversed the decision. I remember that. And
that shouldn't happen. If you give your decision, that should be final.
He didn't want to get in trouble on the way to the parking lot, I guess.
Yeah, they can be quite vocal sometimes.
Yeah. I remember it was such a big deal. Puerto Rico's here. Oh my God.
Well, it's like nowadays when there are Brazilians coming for Quebec Open and Ontario Open, like different set of judos, or like when US people come over also.
Yeah, it's funny because it can be a recreational person that just you know loves judo and went for a trip, but as soon as somebody is from somewhere else, it's like, wow, it must be good if they came all this way.
Oh, I think the other coach is also going.
If I was the other athlete, I'd be in the car heading home, so they can't.
Oh, here we go. We have the sequence. I don't know if it's that one.
Oh, it's him.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the only one, but this one looks pretty bad for the white player.
Yeah. That is not helping his cause.
I mean, there's the initial one where he started bleeding.
Well, if he watches that back, he'll be okay with it.
Yeah, based on that one only, it's like there's no wonder. It really looked intentional. You know, he grabbed the two lapels and just pulled.
When he watches the video back, he won't be so upset.
Yeah. Right, I think this is the last bronze medal match between Cassie and Adria Manana.
Manana, yeah, that's good. Adria Manana.
Oh, going for a bow and arrow. Is it on? No, it's not.
What's that song? You know, it goes, no. Manat Manat. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
Is that his name?
Adrian
Manat
Manat.
Manat. Yeah, it is, right? Adrian Manat Manat. Dun, 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 dun.
I know they were doing it in the Muppets.
But he's had a very good day.
Yeah.
He looks to be very strong and in good posture and balance. And I don't know how long he's been doing judo, but it looks pretty comfortable out there. Whoop, nice attack there. Little.
Oh, again, going for the. I was wise to stand up right away to avoid the choke.
Yeah. They are exchanging drop down Cianagis here. Both, look at that. They both got that. You see this situation sometimes when both guys are the same height. Oh, nice, Kochi.
Was that enough for Wazari? I don't think so.
Spun out. But nice little tricky little hook.
Yeah. That was really close.
Can't get that damn song out of my head now.
Going for the upper grip.
Yep.
Even though he's quite smaller than the other guy. Oh,
good
nice
posture.
Orchi. Nice. Keep driving.
Oh, got the knees down.
Well done.
Yeah, he has a nice looking grip.
Well, even if they are tall, if you can actually bend them, it's even harder for tall people to stand back because when they're more bent, you know, they need more power in the back to stand up.
And it, as far as the referee looking, it's even more pronounced that they're bent over because they're taller.
Sure.
That's why judo athletes, they got to have a really strong shoulder press, individual, to be able to break that grip and hopefully transition to a quick sode komigoshi.
Minute 30 left, only a Shido on board. Nice upper end again.
Woo, that's deep. That's Ipong. That's going to go. Yeah, wow, very nice. Timed that just right.
I missed that one.
Yeah, he just stepped into it and got deep and it was unable to recover. And he's going to go home with a nice piece of hardware.
Oh, yeah, really well done.
It'd be nice if they could turn the lights off on the other mat just to really focus.
I think they're going to do one.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Coming on the podium, white judogi is mandatory.
Okay, we got female, male.
Yep.
Female, male, female. Okay, I see.
So now we are first gold medal match of the day. Quite a lot of good matchup.
Yeah, especially, yeah. Well, that's the good thing. With only two mats, you have a chance to really see all the fighters. Sometimes when there's a big tournament, even three mats at a Grand Prix or Grand Slam, and if that particular pool is on mat 3 and you've been doing commentary on mat number 1, it's hard to talk about one of the fighters when you really haven't seen them all day.
Yep. Completely agree. So we've been watching at least half of the categories. So we didn't see a lot of big guys, for example.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to comment. I know the two guys there, Amber and Owen from both from Ontario, so I know those guys minus 90 kilos. And I think the plus
I think
90
we're
is
done.
determined already, yeah.
Yeah, I think it were not enough to be a whole draw. And it doesn't seem to be anything over 62 kilos for women. So 44, 48,
57.
52, 57, 63.
Oh, yeah, 63, yeah.
So we have a total of 13 gold medal matches. And it seems like they're going to do it at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I'd like to see it one at a time.
Should have been one match at a time also. It's the final match. Kind of want to try to see as much as possible.
Yeah, Bryn Iwasa from Alberta had a fantastic day. She's really impressive to watch. And Leanne Dussault, of course, she also had a very good, well, they're in the finals, so they had good days.
They both won
But very entertaining. Both of them are very entertaining.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of good matches.
Caleb Demare.
So I think they kept it on the same surface. So the one we're going to talk about are all the categories we watched today.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's another athlete from Prince Edward Island in the finals too. Wow, good for them. Very good. Here we go. Are we supposed to bet here? I don't know. Are we supposed to gamble? I'm going to guess Bryn Iwasa. That's my guess. Like, we can guess. That's not a gamble. Let's see if I'm right. According to my wife, I'm never right, but we'll see.
Oh, that's always how it is. Oh, nice. Really nice.
Okay, I'm 1 for 1.
That was really well done.
That was gorgeous. And it was the continuation that really made that happen.
She kept always to keep the same pressure to move.
Utilizing her shorter stature to get underneath and then just not stopping and following through. That good for her. She just won the Elite Nationals. That's the first gold medal of the day. Very nice.
Nicely done.
And that's one of those things, you know, she's U18. Perhaps in a couple of years, she's a national team member, you know?
Yeah, sure. Well, it's always a good start when you win nationals younger. You know,
There was a U.S. fighter, Kevin Iwasa, back in the 80s, I believe. Is that Kevin Iwasa? Oh, I'm not sure. Saison Breskin of Ontario. This is Daniel Kremerman. Oh, he's there too. Nice. Yeah, he was exciting today as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, they did the semifinal before the bronze medal matches, so we're kind of like, you know, we saw them fight early this morning, and now we're seeing them back. So it's like, oh yeah, this guy, he did pretty good today.
Yeah, there was a little confusion earlier on with the semifinals and the bronze medal matches. I wasn't sure which is which.
Yeah.
But Kremerman, he was exciting.
Yeah.
Let's get him out here. There he is.
Oh, it looks really solid and confident.
And he's like one of the lowest color. Is he a green belt?
Green and blue, maybe? It's hard to tell.
But
maybe green, yeah.
A lot of blue, brown and black here, so maybe he'll get his brown belt if he wins.
Well, it might. I think he's really young. I don't think he's U18 yet. I'm not entirely sure.
I've
he might be
only
16.
awarded 1 brown belt in my life. The other one, okay, 2, but 1 was because he was a 10-time national champion in wrestling, and he's going to compete. But, you know, that's...
And I know for some tournaments, like international, I don't think they allow brown belts anymore. Like, I remember when I was younger,
I've seen brown belts in the Olympics in the past.
Yeah, I don't think they want it anymore. I think they want, like, some people, they just give them the belt. I think they're going to wait until the match on mat 2 is over to start the second match.
Where did I see a brown belt? Was it, oh, that was cadet.
Yeah, cadet was fine. Junior world is starting to be not oh, nice.
Wow.
Oh.
I did not expect him to get out of that. For those watching, we're talking about mat number 2 right now.
You can kind of see it in the far corner of the screen.
I think if you switch there, you're going to lose our commentary, but...
You don't want to switch.
Just stay here. We'll tell you
Yeah.
what's happening.
Exactly.
It's good. It's good.
And
there.
nice.
What dexterity? That I thought was a foregone conclusion. Somehow able to spin out.
That was pretty nice.
Rosario was set to Epon. Okay, so it still was the same result. But these young guys with those fast hips,
Yep.
able to avoid an Epon and
That was
make
the
it a Rosari.
minus 50 kilos final. Demar just won. The third Demar.
There's the three of them?
Yep.
Oh,
there
wow.
was the 66 kilo, I think. Well, he fought in that really long fight
Yes.
in bronze, and tomorrow in minus 60, the older brother is fighting.
I love the multiculturalism of the names in these finals here. Iwasa, you have Japanese, Russian,
Yep.
Spanish, Georgian, English, French, Spanish again. It looks like Ukrainian, French, Italian, Egyptian, Russian, Scottish. That's Canada for you.
Yep. That should be a really good matchup, the minus
Sazon
46
Breskin.
kilo final. Kremerman against Bresjin. Bresjin? That's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, Breskin, Russian athlete from Toronto, judokai, I believe.
Yeah. And on mat 2, we got a minus 52 final between Violette Louette and Rakia Yulieva.
Yulieva. I wonder if that's Czech or, sorry, Slovak
I have no idea on that one.
or Russian.
Not Canadian.
Wow.
Well, yes,
Yeah,
Canadian.
yeah.
Not originate.
Yeah, now
doesn't
Canadian.
originate from here.
Look at this Kremerman kid. His
Yeah.
stance, his balance is awesome. His posture just makes
he
you such a
looks-
fan of his judo.
Yep. He looks so strong, so solid.
I've never seen him off balance yet.
Yep.
Shido immediately, wow, just for that dominant posture and grip. Whoop. See that? He reaches in but doesn't
Yep.
lunge in with his feet, just his upper body. Let's see what he can do here.
That's
And
really
he's
good.
moving, pulling, stepping back, trying to trip him up, creating opportunities. Excellent judo.
Oh, is he going back for that unconventional thing? No, he's going for the arm lock. Couldn't. Sometimes they get a little bit too hasty on turning, and they don't secure the arm. So the other guy just has to overspin, which is exactly what happened right now.
Interesting. It looks like two blue belts in the finals. Nice. Look at
That's a
that grip.
really. Both guys really want to go deep.
Yeah, they're committing, man. There's no holding back there. Breskin really also, he was
Yeah. As
going for
soon
that
as
ochi-kochi, trying to get in there deep.
as soon as Kremerman went on, he went cross. Oh, I think they're giving a Shido for leg grab.
Uh-oh, he's in big
Yeah,
trouble.
already two Shidos.
Very early.
This is always a troubling situation. And he just passes. Oh,
What the heck
that was quite a pickup. Couldn't
Whoa.
turn him, but lifted him quite high.
So Kremerman not changing his tactics.
I think they might give the Shido for passing the head. That's what I saw. You can look at the pickup again. Oh,
Oh my God, he just lost
that
his
was
balance.
Yeah,
Because those pickups, without having the ability to grab between the
Yeah.
legs, it's hard. That's just pure strength.
but they are less efficient.
And
yeah,
yep,
there you
you're
go.
right.
Went under.
That's unfortunate we don't get to see Kremerman finish with a nice clean
Yeah,
throw that he's
but-
capable of.
really dominated the whole fight, honestly. Was quite confident throughout the fight.
Even the way he walks, he looks like he's a strong kid. So that didn't take long, considering it was there was no throws.
Yeah, 3 Shidos in less than 2 minutes. It shows that you've been quite dominant. So another.
Yeah, Medillo and Beaton.
Yep.
Of course, Johan Beaton's daughter, Evelyn Beaton from Alberta. She is facing Chalise Isabelle Medillo or Medillo, also from Alberta. So it's an all Alberta finals.
That's why there are no coaches.
Oh, wow,
the thing I noticed throughout the day is that, what's his name? Johan wasn't coaching his daughter.
Yeah, you don't want to coach against your daughter, but...
Oh, no, for sure not.
God, I just remember Evelyn when she was a baby.
Fighting in white from Alberta, Evelyn Beaton.
He's been quite solid today.
Fighting in blue.
It's crazy
from
to see
Alberta,
them grow up and become these outstanding
Chalise
judoka.
Isabelle Medillo.
And it's just the beginning of their career at this point. U18, they're still quite young. And on the other mat, you can watch the final minus 60 kilo between Félix Olivier Bertrand and Norbert Peter Andras.
Oh, those guys look big. I guess because they're standing beside the 48 kilos.
Yeah. Oh, it's minus 60.
Here we go. It's an all Alberta final.
And
48 kilograms.
They must know each other quite well because I think most of people in Alberta are training at the provincial center in Lethbridge.
I wonder if you have any cases of relocation for provincial training. You know, some people move to Montreal to train the national team. It'd be interesting. I mean, they're kind of young to relocate for a provincial training, but that's interesting. I wonder.
Well, I've heard some stories like in Quebec of people, you know, moving into if you're like from a very small club going to a bigger club, like a regional center. Like, I haven't heard of it, but it's quite uncommon.
Sometimes they have those, I forget the term, that it's a family.
Yeah.
You can go stay with the family. They do it for hockey a lot, the junior hockey.
Yeah. Well, one of the family that used to do that in Montreal was the Arancibia family. They used to, like, they have a big house and they were hosting a lot of judo people there. Like, you know, preparing meals. And because when they are like 15, 16, they are maybe not able to live on their own yet.
Man, that's hard for the parents.
Yeah.
I don't want my babies to move away so young.
Oh, Beaton's in trouble.
Yeah, my daughter went to Western University and it was horrible. I was just counting down the days that she came home. But I did it to my parents. I moved to Montreal.
Yeah.
She's waiting for a big throw. There.
Wazari. Oh, Ipo. I thought it was Wazari.
Yeah, because she didn't.
She bridged though, right?
Yeah. Are they going to review that? She didn't have the pulling arm, so
yeah,
the rotation. She did the same thing earlier, where it looked like it was Ari, but she still somehow finishes the rotation.
Well, both shoulders were like kind of like locked on the ground, but you could see her legs and her hips were turned. So we're going to see on the replay.
She grabs the belt, and she.
Yeah, exactly. That's a bridge.
Okay, but she caught that far leg. She catches it right there, trips her up. See, she landed on her elbow first, like a side plank, and then she finished it off. But, God.
That was well done.
Very good. And they obviously are friends. And gold and silver medal for the province of Alberta at these Elite National Championships here in Montreal. First Judo Canada event of 2020. 2020. God.
I would be curious to see what's the medal standing after the first day. Seems to be a lot of Alberta people, a lot of Quebec people. Then BC and Ontario are quite similar also.
Yeah.
I would be curious to see what's because we only have the final matchups here. So far.
Yeah. Say Belgium, Croatia, Colombia. Those are some of the judges.
Costa Rica, Colombia, because of Panams tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
IDSA Panams are tomorrow.
So we're referring to some of the judges here.
Yeah, probably a little warm-up for tomorrow.
Some international judges here, referees at the Elite National Championships.
So on the other mat, there's still a match going on. This is why there's no matchup here.
If you're watching at home on the computer, I imagine you could open up dual screens and watch both taking place.
Because it's pretty hard to see from where we are, but I think it's 2 Shidos to 1. I think it's Bertrand White as 2 Shidos. With like 5 seconds to go before golden score.
Coming up next, we're going to have Tsasalashvili in the blue judo gi, and that is from Ontario. He's going to be facing De Cardelac, and that is from the province of Quebec. And that's minus 55 kilos, I believe, yeah.
4th final on our tatami out of 7.
Ooh.
This is really good. Oh, that should be a point. Yep. Yep. Turned him at the last second.
That was an identifiable technique.
Yeah, hard to tell. Oh, I don't think they should review it. I'm pretty sure that was a point.
His head bounced off the mat. That's backwards. That's pretty hard throw. Yeah.
He was about to fall and then just turned him.
But you could clearly see that one.
Yep.
Hey, there's a national championship. Good for you. So I've been coaching myself now for about 3 years, and I did not anticipate the emotional connections to your athletes.
Yep.
And I have one athlete. She's, she silver medal Quebec Open, silver medal Ontario Open. She normally wins. And then I have another, top athlete who's started judo late, 13. So these kids are already, and to watch him slowly improve and come back and now win matches at nationals, and what an emotional ride.
And it's hard also because you're sitting on the chair and you want to, you're so invested sometimes. You would like to try to do something, but you can't really do anything but try to give them the best advice you can.
and the psychology of helping them process a loss is I had to learn a lot about myself being a coach and how to, you know, it's almost insulting. You say, well, you win or you learn. Yeah, that doesn't really help sometimes, you know.
No, like when they are real competitors, you know, they want to win. And
Yeah, I don't want to learn.
losing,
I want to win.
yeah, losing is frustrating.
Yeah.
All right, we're back. The 55 kilos final. Should be quite a good contest. I know Tsatalashvili has some real throwing potential.
Yeah, ooh, he really lunged in for that overhand. He has to be careful with that. Yeah, I always find it funny when you see guy on the podium, everyone's smiling except for the silver medalist.
Yeah, because he just lost.
Yeah, everyone else won.
Well, I know a lot of person, like for instance, Antoine Valois was saying that if he wasn't winning a tournament, he would rather do third because you finish on a high note.
Yes.
And I mean, at some like you only lose one match in both situations, and you could lose to the guy that does a final in semifinal, which would bring you third. Like so, you lose to the same guy except you finish with a win.
Yeah, it's funny to the uneducated. This is a combat sport, so you have to fight. If it was a race, then silver's better than bronze.
Yep.
But in this case here, silver and bronze are virtually the same.
Exactly.
Just when did you lose? Oh, he got him. He made that happen.
Nicely done. I think Tsatalashvili went a little bit too into it.
Yeah.
And
let's see if we can see the replay there.
I think I guess he created his own unbalancing.
He did, yeah. He was a little careless with his balance here.
It was really deep.
There.
Way too bent at the front. So the other guy, all he had to do was to really kind of like do a little sasai or a little hook on the leg. We'll see it again.
So he went, and he lost his balance at one point. There, he's leaning forward.
He didn't even touch the leg. All he had to do was to keep pushing in the same direction.
Yeah, and it wasn't. It's funny. It wasn't quite sideways. It was kind of towards that shoulder, which is that's the missing leg.
Angle.
Yeah,
that was a perfect angle.
Yeah, perfect angle, exactly.
So we're waiting for the Simard and Mauricio final to be over to keep going. Minus 63 gold medal match.
It's like,
that's Oh, she really screwed that one up. She went for a counter, but kind of stopped halfway through, it seems. Like, I don't think we can see the replay, but she was going for a renage and she kind of stopped, and when she stopped, she fell on the back.
Oh. The angle he pushed on the Sashashvili fight was almost like a Karaguruma angle.
Yeah.
Without doing it. Is watching all these matches making you want to jump on there and do some judo?
Yeah, always. It's hard to, to just sit there and watch. At least, talking about it makes it more entertaining. But when you're like sitting in the stances and you're watching and you're like, oh, I wish I could go.
Yeah, breaking it down and looking at the details is at least occupying.
Yeah.
Fighting
it's
in blue
especially
from Alberta,
hard when
Sydney
it's a tournament that you've
Kinderwater.
competed in and that you lost
Referee
first
for this
round.
fight?
And you need to watch all the, like, being eliminated. That's where it's the most frustrating because you're like, God, I wish I could be there.
Yeah. And especially if it's somebody that you've beat in the past that's in there. And you're like, that should be me.
Yeah. How can this guy win final? He sucks.
Yeah.
So we're going to be watching the minus 57 category between Ekoski from Manitoba and Kinderwater from Alberta.
This is the Battle of the Prairies.
Yep. I think it might be the first Manitoba and only Manitoba person. No, there's another one later. One of the few Manitoba person in gold medal match. Both of them are really fast on the hand. Trying to get a good grip.
Oh,
That's a little cross grip, so she got to be careful to not get a Shido.
So it looks like she's grabbing both directions. She went for a left throw, and switched up, went for a right throw. Good. That's very good thinking.
That's unusual. You see it a lot for Sonages, you know, left and right. For Tayotoshi, it's quite unconventional.
Yeah, you should definitely be developing both-sided techniques. If you're a young judoka and you're watching and you haven't done that so far, you definitely want to get that going. Try and develop attacks from a disadvantageous gripping position. You might find yourself in that position one day.
Yeah, sometimes not even to throw, just to escape a bad situation. You know, just do a drop Sanage, you do a Sumigeshi, enough to break the balance. You shouldn't have a Shido, and you look good in the process. Plus, you avoid getting thrown. So, more than a minute. That's fast so far. Nothing on the board.
Here we go. So she's grabbing double lapel. Now she switches to the right hand grip. So right versus right. Now, so okay.
I was about to say they should always, like a lot of these people, they always try to go forward, you know, hip movements, all right, goshi or goshi, stuff like that. Sometimes all you need to do is come back Tanyotoshi or backward movement and really take advantage of like those opportunities.
Yeah, so she started off with a right hand grip, and I guess because the dominant overhand right, she settled for the belt.
Yeah.
But then I realized she was planning on taking her back. It's a lot to bank on, to be able to. Being a counter fighter is always tough because sometimes you don't have a chance to counter.
Yeah.
She's really putting the pressure now. Is Kinderwater.
Another counter.
Yeah. Kinderwater fighting with a strong right-handed angle, almost standing sideways the whole time. She comes at her, strong right foot forward, right hip forward.
Downside to it is that she's really offering a chance to counter when you're on the side for Tanyotoshi, for instance, like we've seen twice so far.
Hopefully she has a good Oochi where she could spin out and face her. There she goes again, and you're right.
Third time.
She's getting closer and closer to a significant score.
Yeah, because Kinderwater keeps wanting to go forward to throw with Uchimata, for example.
Yeah.
So she's leaving herself more and more open. And it's easy to, like, when you know what the opponent is going to do, it's easy to anticipate it and block it. So she should try to do other movements to, you know, put some variety.
Let's see if she's going to fake that Uchimata and perhaps go for a Tanyotoshi of her own. If this was a video game, that's what I'd be doing.
Yeah.
There's
going to be Shido somewhere. Both of them. That means please do something.
Yeah.
She's really Kinderwater is really looking for that upper grip. Oh, nice little Sonage. I think. Seems like there's quite a matchup on the other mat.
Yeah, the audience is definitely into it.
So on our mat, we're gonna go into golden score. One Shido on each side.
Yeah, just a Shido apiece, nothing on the board. Pretty even contest so far. Let's see if they can avoid it. Yeah. Again, strong angle. Look at that. Yeah. She's really
But she doesn't have any power with her right hand. You know, she's so low and so much on the side that she cannot really produce any strength with the grip she had. She's much stronger like in the water when she can go over the shoulder. I think there might be a Shido somewhere. Yep. So 2 Shidos to 1.
Well, I guess at least being busy and going and going and going, regardless of how ineffective, it's still busy. Oh, she has crossed. Yep. She has to get rid of that grip.
Yep. Oh, a little attack over here.
So, okay. So they don't mark that Shido?
No, but it's can. Yeah, it's 2 Shidos to 1, but they cannot put it. Otherwise, the system would think that the fight is over.
Huh.
Yeah.
But this particular system, because I see that.
It's not the same as IGF.
Okay.
I think it's like the Judo Canada one.
Okay, because that confused me twice already today.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be a score, and that's it.
Yep. She kept going on the back, like backward. You know, she did a couple of Sonages, but most of her dangerous attack were Taniotoshi, and now she went for Kochi Makikomi, I think the first time. And she's going to win the tournament with that.
Yeah, very good. Sarah Ikoski, that's Manitoba, I believe, right?
Yep. Nicely done.
So that's it. We got 2 more contests on mat number 1. Felix Mercier-Ross of Quebec. This is minus 66 kilos men versus Victor Dessereau, also from Quebec.
Yep. Minus 90 kilos is going to be on mat B. Going to try to be impartial here because Desiro is from my home club, so I'm going to try to not be on his side too much. And for Mercier-Ross, I know he's training in, he's from a club in Montreal, but he's been coming more and more at the National Center.
Now people can come to practice?
Yeah, I think you need to register. And then once you're registered, you can come like certain times, you know,
Does it have
Tuesday,
to be
Thursday.
approved?
Yeah. Usually people get approved, right? As long as you actually show up when you need to.
Yeah.
Like if you register and then you don't show up, then they are not going to approve you anymore. Or they are going to downgrade you if you ask for a full-time membership. Because it's kind of like a privilege to be allowed to train at the training center.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 100%. %. I want to keep my eye on mat number 2 here, but I don't want to miss the action here either.
Yeah, I think both matchups are really great. I know the white player on mat B has been quite impressive and kind of like spotted him in some tournaments.
Yeah, he went to the Cadet Worlds.
Yep.
He drew the winner early. I believe the Russian guy who was super strong.
Yep. Oh.
And, you know, if you lose first round, that's it.
Yeah, you're out. That's the unfortunate thing about Cadet and the Junior Worlds is that some of those big countries, they don't do a lot of tournaments, so they are not necessarily seeded. And, you know, seeding doesn't mean much when everyone's strong.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I forget which country it was. Well, I think it was the Japanese athletes weren't seeded, but they were.
Yeah, because they never do a
everybody.
tournament, and then they win. Most of them win a medal. So this match, nice. Senage, like going to transition right away for the arm lock, I think.
I know the Amir has a dislocated finger that he's dealing with here, so gripping is going to be tough. I think he just aggravated it a little bit. Let's see if he can finish this here. These guys fight all the time. There it is. Oh, no, he able to spin out of that. That was close. A little more rotation.
Well, mat 1, it's quite a close matchup.
Yeah.
There we go. This one's over on the other mat. Oh.
Owen McCumber with the silver medal. And Amir Abdelrahman.
So far, no Shidos, no points.
Two minutes, 20 seconds remaining now in this gold medal contest. 66 kilos.
Oh, Ross with the up went over a little bit. Oh, he was under. That was good timing, but couldn't finish it really. He was really under it, so I thought it was going.
Yeah, that
So
was
well,
good timing.
Well deserved Shido.
The arm was stuck inside in that weird way.
He's going to need to control that end. Oh, almost countered. Yeah, both of them are trying to go up with their right hand. So it's really a matter of controlling that right arm for both of them.
Yeah.
Oh, could be a Shido.
He's trying to get, he's going. Yeah. Can he isolate the arm?
He has a pretty good defense so far, but he seems to be struggling to hold.
It looks like he's showing that it's, oh.
That was close.
Yeah, that was close. His body language was indicating that there wasn't much left on that grip.
I think if Desiro's leg was out, I think he would have got it.
Oh, yeah.
He was missing a little bit of power, he couldn't put as much pressure. And I think that's going to be a second Shido. Yes. So he's going to need to pick up the pace a little bit, not get too hasty.
Over a minute remaining in this gold medal contest. Yeah, he has to stay in the center, man.
Yeah. And this is the danger when you're losing by two Shidos. You kind of want to create, you want to show that you're offensive and that you can do stuff. But at the same time, if you push too much, you might put yourself in trouble.
Yeah, creating opportunities for your opponent. Again,
I think that's going to be a third Shido.
I just don't understand.
Yeah, that was a big mistake.
The lack of awareness of where they are on the mat.
That was, big mistake there. It's cost him the tournament.
Sometimes when guys get their grip and they just start traveling, I guess it's an insecurity issue.
Maybe a lack of awareness, That's too bad.
Stepping out of bounds, man.
Yeah.
Maybe we got to put them in a cage. No, we do not. I was definitely joking. Last contest coming up here. This is going to be 81 kilos. And you have Michael Akbashev of Manitoba versus Leo Arencibia. The guy at the IJF, the guy that does the introductions, the Georgian guy, he's amazing with this. He's my inspiration. I told him.
Oh, he's really good.
Especially with the Mongolian names.
Yeah. I wonder if he's rehearsing before the fights.
I talked to him actually because I was so impressed. He said he goes up to them the day before and says, "Excuse me, how do you say it properly?"
Okay.
And he writes it down phonetically.
Okay.
So you got to put a little work in.
Yeah, because it can be quite tricky.
Yeah, excuse me, how do you say this? When there's no vowels.
Oh, yeah. Or 5 letters in a row that, like,
Yeah. And sometimes, like even in Polish, you know, Z, C, H, B,
Yeah.
Z, and it's vzh, and okay,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have got that.
cross grip for
Ooh, nice
Arancibia.
little fake there. Oh, he hit his head there.
So Arancibia really trying to take advantage of his height.
Ooh, both guys, same thing in mind.
That was close. Couldn't keep the sleeve. If he kept control on that right sleeve, I think that would have been a Wazari. Oh. I thought he was about to go for the leg.
Yeah, it looked like it.
That might be a Shido for leg pick. Well, I'm not. Yeah. Usually you give it when one of them is on the knees and touches the legs of the other one standing. It's supposed to be a Shido.
Because it's technically still Tachiwaza, yeah.
Well, it is Tachiwaza for the one standing up. But if he goes for the leg to do a transition, then it's fine. But the one on his knees, if he touches the leg, then it's Tachiwaza. So that's a Shido.
Yeah. So as long as one person didn't go down, it's Tachiwaza for both.
Yep. Oh, that was almost a counter. Went for Ippon Koichi, and Arancibia managed to power all of it. Cross grip here. Yep.
Looks like he's going to fake one direction, go the other way. Let's see here.
So far, I would give it a little hitch to Akbashev.
Oh, so both guys, they're starting off with a right, but they ended up with an overhand left.
I think Arancibia is a lefty.
I think they're both lefty.
Yeah.
But they show right. I see that's a trend right now. A lot of people kind of show
Yeah,
one
you
side.
don't, because you don't want to give your power end out to the other, or like exactly like this.
Oh, that's believing it.
almost.
Wow. This is a good contest. Stepping over.
Yep. Oh, is that almost a go for a Saikomi? Very good matchup. And you can see the power in those guys compared to a couple of finals we had earlier. Like, you can see those guys are more powerful, more solid. He wants to go for Koichigake. Osoto.
See, I don't like that Osoto with that overhand. There's just power leaking out.
Yep.
Now go for it.
If you go Soto Makikomi, you know, you really commit to it, then it's not so bad. But in this situation, you cannot create as much power as if you have the head.
Yeah. See, like now, right now. It's easy to say from here.
It's always like judo seems so simple when you're watching it.
Yeah. Until you feel the guy's strength.
Oh, that's a really bad situation for Arancibia. Seems to be quite tired also. Second Shido. He's going to need to pick up the pace.
Ooh.
But you see every time Akbashev comes over, like he's strong, he feels strong and he looks good. And Arancibia is just really struggling once that left hand is on his shoulder. So he needs to try to block it. And again, gives it right away.
Oh, that's a good score.
Oh, that's a nice Ippo. Nice Karagruma. Really well done.
Yeah, I thought it looked like that was going to be a Wazari in the beginning, but he followed through, made the adjustment, put him on his back.
And it's impressive to see those big guys do like a really technical move that way.
And and that's nice. It still wasn't flat on the back, but they gave it to him.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So that was the last final of the day.
Yeah, that's it. We're all of a sudden we're done fights, and we're gonna wrap it up. And
So I think tomorrow the tournament starts at 9:30. I'm not sure.
I believe so.
So well, let me just try to find a piece of paper that says it. Yeah. Yep, 9:30 tomorrow. So join us tomorrow at 9:30
Eastern Standard Time.
Yes, on Judo Canada TV for the
6:30 in BC.
Oh, that's quite early.
Go to bed early.
Yep. So for tomorrow is going to be senior category in IBSA Panem. So thank you everyone for joining us.
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this day of judo as much as we enjoyed calling the action. I'm Anthony Corelli.
Antoine Bouchard.
Thank you, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Mike Tamura, please report to the podium. Mike Tamura, please report to the podium. And now, please welcome your medalists. First medal ceremony of the day. Medals will be given by Mr. Mike Tamura, President of Judo Canada. Pour cette première remise des médailles, les médailles seront remises par Monsieur Mike Tamura, Président de Judo Canada. Médaille de bronze, bronze medal from Ontario, Angelina McChrystal. Second bronze medal, médaille de bronze ex aequo from British Columbia, Ekaterina Danilkov. Médaille d'argent du Québec, Léane Dussault. Médaille d'or, gold medal, champion of the under 44 kilo from Alberta, Bryn Iwaza. Félicitations, mesdemoiselles. Congratulations, ladies. And now, please welcome your medalists in the under 46 kilo category. Veuillez accueillir vos médaillés chez les moins de 46 kilos. Médaille de bronze, bronze medal du Québec, Charles Ouellette. Médaille de bronze ex aequo from Alberta, Taven Tremblay. Médaille d'argent, silver medalist from Ontario, Sazant Brisgin. Et votre médaille d'or, champion chez les moins de 46 kilos du Québec, Daniel Kramerman. Et maintenant, veuillez accueillir vos athlètes chez les moins de 48 kilos. Please welcome your under 48 kilo finalists. Médaille de bronze, bronze medal from British Columbia, Dakota Sanzana. Médaille de bronze ex aequo du Québec, Béatrice Turcotte. Médaille d'argent, silver medalist from Alberta, Charlize Isabelle Medillo. A médaille d'or, gold medal, champion of her category from Alberta, Evelyn Beaton. Also know that Evelyn Beaton has been named under 18 MVP of the tournament. Congratulations, félicitations, mesdemoiselles. And now, please welcome your medalists in the under 50 kilo category. Veuillez accueillir vos médaillés chez les moins de 50 kilos. Les médailles seront remises par M. Gary Berliner, IBSA Referee Commissioner. Médaille de bronze, bronze medal from Ontario, Manuel Fantozzi. Médaille de bronze ex aequo du Québec, Raphaël Brûlé. Médaille d'argent, silver medalist from PEI, RJ Hetherington. A médaille d'or, gold medal, champion of the under 50 kilo from Alberta, Caleb DeMar. Félicitations, congratulations, gentlemen. Luc Briand est demandé au podium, s'il vous plaît. Luc Briand. Et maintenant, veuillez accueillir vos finalistes médaillés chez les moins de 52 kilos. Please welcome your under 52 kilo medalists. Les médailles seront remises par M. Luc Briand, arbitre en chef. Médaille de bronze, bronze medal from Alberta, Alia Koliaska. Médaille de bronze ex aequo from British Columbia, Haley Coe. Médaille d'argent du Québec, Violette Louet. Médaille d'or, championne de sa catégorie from British Columbia, Rakia Lolieva. Félicitations, mesdemoiselles. Congratulations, ladies. Et maintenant, veuillez accueillir vos médaillés chez les moins de 55 kilos. Please welcome your under 55 kilo medalists. Médaille de bronze, bronze medal from PEI Mikey Perry. Médaille de bronze ex aequo from Ontario, Nikita Tansky. Médaille d'argent, silver medalist from Ontario, Lasha Tsatsalashvili. Et médaille d'or, champion de sa catégorie du Québec, Frédéric de Cardaillac. Congratulations, gentlemen. Félicitations, messieurs. Et maintenant, veuillez accueillir vos médaillés chez les moins de 57 kilos. Please welcome your under 57 kilo medalists. Bronze medal from Ontario, Alessandra Phoebe Manuel. Médaille de bronze ex aequo from Alberta, Condoleezza Caraz. Médaille d'argent, silver medal from Alberta, Sydney Kinderwater. A médaille d'or, gold medal, champion of her category from Manitoba, Sarah Ikoski. Félicitations, mesdames. Congratulations, ladies. Et maintenant, veuillez accueillir vos médailles chez les moins de 60 kilos. Please welcome your under 60 kilo medalists. Médaille de bronze du Québec, Olivier Legault. Médaille de bronze ex aequo du Québec, Thomas Ganet. Médaille d'argent du Québec, Norbert Peter Andras. Et médaille d'or, champion chez les moins de 60 kilos du Québec, Félix Olivier Bertrand. Félicitations, messieurs. Et maintenant, veuillez accueillir vos médaillés chez les moins de 63 kilos. Please welcome your medalists in the under 63 kilo category. Medals will be awarded by Monsieur Vincent Griffo, former Judo Canada president. Médaille de bronze. Du Québec, Lara Normil. Bronze medalist. From Manitoba, Rebecca Villa. Silver medal. From British Columbia, Nyota Mauricio. Médaille d'or et championne chez les moins de 63 kilos du Québec, Justine Simard. Félicitations, mesdemoiselles. Congratulations, ladies. Et maintenant, veuillez accueillir vos médaillés chez les moins de 66 kilos. Please welcome your under 66 kilo medalists. Médaille de bronze, bronze medal, from Alberta, Nathan DeMar. Médaille de bronze ex aequo du Québec, Jean-Pascal Coulombe. Médaille d'argent, silver medalist du Québec, Victor Dessureau. Et médaille d'or, champion chez les moins de 66 kilos du Québec, Félix Mercier-Ross. Félicitations, messieurs. Congratulations, gentlemen. Et maintenant, veuillez accueillir vos médaillés chez les moins de 70 kilos. Please welcome your under 70 kilo medalists. Médaille de bronze, bronze medal from British Columbia, Tiana Lund. Médaille d'argent, silver medalist from British Columbia, Mira Calder. Et médaille d'or, championne de sa catégorie du Québec, Myriam Brazo. Et maintenant, veuillez accueillir vos médaillés chez les moins de 73 kilos. Please welcome under 73 kilo medalists. Médaille de bronze, bronze medal from British Columbia, Kai Richardson. Médaille de bronze ex aequo du Québec, Mungjin Badorj. Silver medalist from Ontario, Thomas Sparks. Et médaille d'or, champion chez les moins de 73 kilos du Québec, Yuri Semenyak. Et maintenant, veuillez accueillir vos médaillés chez les plus de 70 kilos. Please welcome your over 70 kilo medalists. Medals will be given by Sensei Nakamura, Judo Canada, Judo Quebec, and Canadian Olympic Committee Hall of Fame member. Médaille de bronze du Québec, Maya Sarawi. Médaille d'argent, silver medal, from Saskatchewan, Janessa Keys. Et médaille d'or, gold medal, champion of her category, from Ontario, Asia Douglas. Félicitations, mesdemoiselles. Congratulations, ladies. And now, please welcome your under 81 kilo medalists. Veuillez accueillir vos médaillés chez les moins de 81 kilos. Médaille de bronze, bronze medal. From Alberta, Teague McCasey. Médaille de bronze ex aequo du Québec, Alec Garand. Médaille d'argent, silver medal du Québec, Léo Arencibia. Médaille d'or, gold medal, from Manitoba, Michael Agbashev. Félicitations, messieurs. Congratulations, gentlemen. Et maintenant, Veuillez accueillir vos médaillés chez les moins de 90 kilos. Please welcome your under 90 kilo medalists. Médaille de bronze du Québec, Elias Loala. Tied for bronze medal from Alberta, Shion Crook. Silver medal from Ontario, Owen Macomber. Médaille d'or, gold medal champion of the under 90 kilo division from Ontario, Amr Abdelrahim. Also note, Mr. Abdelrahim has been awarded Most Outstanding Male Athlete in the under 18 division. Congratulations. Félicitations, messieurs. Congratulations, gentlemen. Et maintenant, veuillez accueillir vos athlètes pour cette dernière remise de médailles. Please welcome athletes for the last medal ceremony. Chez les hommes, plus de 90 kilos, men over 90 kilos. Silver medalist from Northwest Territory, Nolan Elliott. Médaille d'or du Québec, John Junior Messé. Félicitations à tous les athlètes et encore une fois, merci aux bénévoles et aux arbitres. Once again, congratulations all athletes. And Judo Canada would like to thank all referees and volunteers.